Chapter 344. Outside the Skycloud Hall, in a certain courtyard, Venerable Flameless was drinking by himself with a face full of resentment. Right at this moment, a handsome young man walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Wu Yin seems to have encountered something that makes you very unhappy." This person was the first-in-line successor to the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming. "Brother Long, since you're here, accompany me for a drink." Venerable Flameless waved his hand when he saw Long Tianming. Long Tianming sat down and poured himself a cup of wine. "I wonder what Brother Flameless is vexed about." Venerable Flameless gloomily said, "Sigh, don't mention it. I've been cultivating with the old man for 30 years. I've been loyal and devoted to him, but I've always felt that he's guarded against me. He's never taught me the most crucial mnemonic chant of the Skycloud God technique. I've mentioned many times that I want to learn the final mnemonic chant, but he's always brushed me off with the excuse that the time isn't ripe. Hierarch Skycloud is selfless, and he's done his utmost for Hagami Myunyan. He's our role model. Brother Flameless, aren't you overthinking things?" Long Tianming said without batting an eyelid. "Selfless? Haha, I've done my utmost for him, so why can't he be selfless for me? Is he afraid that his disciple will starve to death? If it wasn't for my father saving his life, would he still be where he is today?" Venerable Flameless sneered. "If it's just this matter, then Brother Flameless doesn't need to be vexed. Among all the disciples, Brother Flameless is the one that receives the most attention. If Hierarch Skycloud really wants to choose the successor of the Skycloud God technique, I reckon that you'll be the one." Long Tianming said. Venerable Flameless snorted and said with dissatisfaction, "I used to think so as well. But now, this old man has recruited a new disciple. His name is Niel Li or something. The old man seems to be extremely fond of him. Judging from his attitude towards him, he's practically treating him like a treasure." Long Tianming's eyes flashed with a strange light. A strange light flashed through Long Tianming's eyes. "Hierarch Skycloud's new disciple is called Nieli?" "That's right. You know him as well?" "I have. This Nieli came from the tiny world. He's one of the more outstanding ones amongst the newcomers." Long Tianming's brows twitched. Nieli's methods truly weren't simple. In such a short time, he'd actually become Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. And recently, Long Yuan and Nieli are very close. It seems that after listening to Nieli's words, Long Yuan began to gather some people to establish a force, ready to compete for the position of the Dragon Seal family's patriarch. A brat at the Heaven's Mandate realm only knows how to use some tricks to please the old man." Venerable Flameless said disdainfully. "Venerable Flameless, it would be a grave mistake if you completely look down on him. In my opinion, this person isn't simple at all. If we don't deal with him as soon as possible, I'm afraid he'll become a threat in the future. Who knows, Hierarch Skycloud might have been deceived and imparted the Skycloud cultivation technique to him." Long Tianming said with his brows knitted. "Brother Long, what do you think we should do?" Venerable Flameless looked at Long Tianming. He never thought that even Long Tianming would care so much about this Nieli. "How about this?" Long Tianming whispered in Venerable Flameless' ears. At Long Tianming's words, Venerable Flameless' brows slowly relaxed. After leaving the Skycloud Hall, Nieli was in a pretty good mood. Being able to become Hierarch Skycloud's disciple would definitely be of great help to his future plans. In the Hagami Myunyan, one of the requirements to become a patriarch was to obtain the support of at least one of the 5 heavyweights. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to do so. He had to obtain the support of at least one of the 5 giants. Although it hadn't been long since Nieli became Hierarch Skycloud's disciple, and he still couldn't obtain Hierarch Skycloud support, Nieli still believed in him. In the future, he could slowly obtain Hierarch Skycloud's trust. When Nieli returned to Xiaoyu's courtyard, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao had already returned with excitement written all over their faces. "How was it?" Nieli looked at Li Xingyun and the others as he asked with a smile. "We ambushed 2 of the Blood Moon Union strongholds and killed over 1,000 of them. We only lost a little over 60 people, although the people we killed weren't strong, and there weren't many Heavenly Revolution Heavenly Star experts. It was still enough to make the Blood Moon Union suffer. Lu Piao said excitedly. The results are pretty good. We've already figured out the Blood Moon Union situation. Once your fate's soul stabilizes, we'll find an opportunity to destroy their deities' lakes and make them so poor that they can't even feed themselves. Li Xingyun smiled. Furthermore, we've also received news that one of Gu Heng's trusted aides has been embezzling spiritual stones from the Blood Moon Union through some hidden methods. However, Gu Hong trusts him very much, so the Blood Moon Union doesn't dare to say anything. Who knows, this might be a breakthrough for us. As long as we give him enough benefits and threaten him, he'll sell out Gu Hong. Gu Bei smiled as she continued. Should we go and meet him? Yes, of course I will. Nieli lightly smiled. Hagami Myunmyun, Bright Mountain Stronghold. This was the place where the Hagami Myunmyun's businesses were most concentrated. The majority of the Hagami Myunmyun's disciples would trade their goods here. It was even larger than the Sky Soul Institute's market. Furthermore, there were many restaurants, brothels, and auction houses gathered here. Many beauties and merchants from various cities and small worlds were also gathered here. The dozens of streets in the Bright Mountain Stronghold were filled with people. Inside a brothel, a group of people were eating, drinking, and having fun. One of them, a strong man, was holding two beautiful women in his arms. He was laughing like a madman. If you serve me well today, I'll reward each of you with a spirit stone. This strong man was Gu Heng's deacon, Higuei. Hearing Higuei's words, the eyes of the two beauties beside him lit up. One of the beauties walked to Higuei's side and whispered, Deacon He, there are several lords inside that want to see you. Higuei was a little bored as he replied, What lords? If they disturb my interest, I won't see anyone. The lords inside say they want to make a big deal with you for 100,000 spirit stones. The beauties quickly continued. 100,000 spiritual stones transaction? Higuei's brows twitched. What a big tone. However, he was still tempted. He stood up and said, All right then, I'll go take a look. Under the lead of the beauties, Higuei walked inside. He walked along the long corridor and entered a room. You guys are. Higuei raised his head and looked ahead. When he saw Nieli, Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyun, his eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He immediately wanted to leave, but the door was already closed. Deacon He, long time no see. Gu Bei lightly smiled. Young Master Gu Bei, what business do you have with me? Higuei's voice was slightly trembling as he looked at Gu Bei. He could sense that there were at least 5 Heavenly Axis realm experts around the room. It was practically impossible for him to escape. Deacon He, I want you to help us with something, Gu Bei said with a faint smile. What is it? Higuei nervously asked. From now on, no matter where Gu Hong goes, you have to report his whereabouts to us. Gu Bei sat on a chair, took a sip of tea, and lightly said, You want me to betray young Master Gu Hong? That's impossible. Higuei hastily said. Higuei, a wise man submits to circumstances. What future can you have by following Gu Hong? As a deacon, you only get a few hundred spiritual stones in your pocket every month. We won't force you. If you're willing to cooperate with us, we could give you 2,000 spiritual stones every time you report Gu Heng's whereabouts. If you're not willing to cooperate, Gu Bei, might not be able to do anything to Gu Hong. But do you think I can't deal with you? Furthermore, your hands and feet aren't clean either. If Gu Hong finds out about this, you know what the consequences will be. Gu Bei chuckled as she looked at Higuei. That will depend on yourself. Do you want to cooperate with us or not? Gu Bei spoke very casually, but Higuei could clearly feel the threat in his words. His forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. No matter what, Gu Bei was still the first-in-line successor of the Gu clan. If he was determined to deal with Higuei, then Higuei really didn't have any methods to resist. Indeed, it was as Gu Bei had said. Higuei's hands and feet weren't clean. If he was exposed, he wouldn't be able to stay under Gu Hong. Since you're not willing, then forget it. Nieli, Brother Xingyun, let's go. Gu Bei signaled to Nieli and the others with her eyes. Wait, young Master Gu Bei. Higuei hastily called out to Gu Bei. Chapter 3:45. Hearing Higue's words, Gubei sat back down in a leisurely and contented manner. Higue gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. I can cooperate with young Master Gubei. However, young Master Gubei must keep this matter a secret from me. Of course, as long as you cooperate with us, you'll be one of us in the future. We'll help you keep it a secret. Moreover, it'll definitely be much better than you following Gu Hong. We'll definitely not be stingy with those who are useful to us, Gubei said with a smile. Higue's compromise was completely within his expectations. However, he still had to guard against Higue's tricks. Higue pondered for a moment before he raised his head and looked at Gubei. Young Master Gubei, I have a request. I wonder if young Master Gubei can agree to it? What request? Young Master Gu Heng's right-hand man. One is me, and the other is Chayu. This person has never been on good terms with me. I'd like to ask young Master Gubei to help me take him down. Higue's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. That's not a problem. Gubei immediately nodded. Chayu is Gu Heng's trusted aide. It was said that Chayu is loyal to Gu Hong. If they wanted to deal with Gu Hong, they naturally had to clip his wings first. Gubei thought for a moment and said, after you go back, spread some news that Chayu has been in contact with us in private. I'm afraid this alone won't be enough to make young Master Gu Hong suspect Chayu. Higue thought for a moment and said, the rest is up to you. As long as you can leak Gu Heng's location to us and let us kill Gu Hong once, I'm afraid Gu Hong will suspect Chayu. At that time, we'll add fuel to the fire. It'll be hard for Gu Hong not to suspect Chayu, Gubei said with a smile. Young Master Gubei is wise. Higue flattered. Okay, it's time for you to show your sincerity. Write some letters that you've secretly sent to us. If you play any tricks during the cooperation, then these letters will be sent to Gu Heng's hands. Gubei looked at Higue and faintly said, this way, Higue's weakness would fall into their hands. At that time, if Higue didn't cooperate, then Gubei would have a way to deal with him. I hope you don't play any tricks or you know the consequences. Higue understood that if he did not obey Gubei today, he would probably have a hard time in the future. After a moment of silence, he finally sat down, picked up his pen, and began to write. According to Gubei's request, he wrote 6 letters. They were all letters expressing their loyalty to Gubei. Not bad, not bad. Gubei nodded her head and patted Higue's shoulder. Her right hand moved and threw an interspatial ring to Higue. There were more than 2,000 spiritual stones inside, and said, this is your reward. If you help us in the future, we won't treat you unfairly. Higue took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. His eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. There were more than 2,000 spiritual stones in this interspatial ring. If he followed Gu Hong for a month and took risks, he would only be able to get 200 to 300 spiritual stones. However, Gubei had casually given him more than 2,000 spiritual stones. Sure enough, following Gubei would have a much better future. Many thanks, young Master Gubei, Higue said with a deeply grateful expression. After a moment, Higue returned. Nieli, what do you think? Gubei looked at Nieli and asked, is Higue reliable? This person values money. Since we've already promised him great benefits and have a handle on him, there's no need to be afraid of him not listening. He should be able to think things through. If he goes against us, he will definitely suffer. Nieli said, of Gu Heng's 2 subordinates, Higue is a despicable person, but Chayu is a genius. Li Xingyun couldn't help sighing. If he's crippled by Gu Hong, he'll definitely die. It would be a pity if he was crippled by Gu Hong. Has Brother Xingyun had any contact with Chayu? Nieli looked at Li Xingyun and asked. We've had some contact. I once invited him to our Cloudwalk Alliance, but Chayu refused. Li Xingyun sighed with regret. Since that's the case, Brother Xingyun can continue to contact him. If one day he can no longer stay under Gu Hong, he will naturally think of Brother Xingyun. After all, other forces are not willing to accept a traitor. Nieli said, okay. Li Xingyun nodded his head. As long as it's a talent, he wouldn't want to miss it. Since we're already here, why don't we go buy some stuff? Nieli said after a brief pondering. Sure. Li Xingyun and the other two nodded their heads. The group headed towards an artifact trading company called the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. This was the largest artifact trading company in the Bright Mountain stronghold. Even higher-ups of the divine sect would often come here to purchase items. In the Draconic Ruins realm, aside from the divine sects, there were also some powerful forces. For example, the Artifact Pavilion, which specialized in forging artifacts and selling them to the divine sects. There were also some super trading companies, which weren't any weaker than the divine sects. Inside the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Li's group of 4 walked into the lobby. Immediately, an old man wearing a long robe walked up and smiled amiably. "For young masters, welcome to our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. May I ask what you're looking for?" "Boss, are there any artifacts that can protect or kill people here?" Lu Piao asked as she looked around. The old man couldn't help smiling. "Most of the artifacts I sell here are for protecting or killing people. I just don't know what grade the 4 young masters are looking for. Bring out the best you have here, and let us have a look," Nieli said. Hearing Nieli's words, the old man's brows slightly twitched with a surprised expression. He looked at Nieli's group of 4 and smiled. "Please follow me." Although Nieli's group of 4 were dressed simply, they were probably the young masters of some forces. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked for the best right off the bat. Under the old man's lead, Nieli's group of 4 walked towards the deepest part of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. In the deepest part of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, there was a secret room. This room had hundreds of artifacts of various types on display. All of them were of high grade. Nieli could feel that there were many powerful experts hidden in this room. At the very least, they were all at the Tao of Dragon level. Nieli's group of 4 walked in. "Why are there other people here?" A voice came from inside, sounding a little impatient. "Young master, I'm sorry, but as long as you are a customer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, you can come here if you want to buy artifacts of 5th grade and above." A young girl's voice patiently replied. Li Xingyun's gaze fell on the other party, and she frowned. The person inside also raised his head and looked at the 4 of them. When his eyes met with Li Xingyun's, he revealed a cold expression. Nieli noticed Li Xingyun's expression and transmitted his voice to Li Xingyun. "Who is he?" "Li Yufeng." Li Xingyun calmed herself down and replied in a low voice. Hearing Li Xingyun's words, Nieli's group of 3 understood. So it turned out that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. They just happened to bump into Li Xingyun's archenemy, the one who stole Li Xingyun's dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Li Yufeng. Thinking back, Li Yufeng seemed to want to swallow up the Tianqing League. "I never thought that it would be Cousin Xingyun. Since you're here, let's sit together." Li Yufeng laughed. "I never thought that Cousin Xingyun would have the money to buy artifacts in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. If it was someone else, Li Xingyun might have made some small talk. However, when it came to Li Yufeng, Li Xingyun couldn't even be bothered to do so. However, he didn't show any signs of anger. He calmly sat down, completely treating Li Yufeng as heir. Seeing this, Nieli's group of 3 completely ignored Li Yufeng and sat down beside Li Xingyun. Even if Li Xingyun replied to him in a bad mood, Li Yufeng wouldn't care. However, when Nieli's group of 4 arrogantly treated him as heir, Li Yufeng became even angrier. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched as he turned around, no longer paying attention to Nieli's group of 4. Chapter 346. "My name is Kai Dai. May I ask what you 4 young masters would like to buy?" A cute and sweet-looking girl sat down in front of Nieli and the other 3. Her soft voice could melt one's bones. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion really knows how to do business, to send such a beautiful lady over. "We cannot spend some money." Gubei chuckled. "Young master is overpraising me. How could Kai Dai be worthy of such praise?" The girl said with a little shyness. Gubei had once again revealed his true colors as a hedonistic young master. Kai Dai's cheeks were boiling hot from looking at him. Nieli patted Gubei's shoulder and helplessly said, "All right, let's get down to business." Nieli looked at Kai Dai and asked, "Miss Kai Dai, I would like to purchase a few grade 6 and above artifacts. I wonder what you have here?" "Grade 6 and above artifacts?" Kai Dai was stunned for a moment. A grade 6 artifact was worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. The entire Celestial Treasure Pavilion only had a few dozen of them. As for those above grade 6, they were even rarer. And Nieli actually said that he wanted to buy a few. A grade 6 artifact armor was something that even a Heavenly Axis realm expert would have a hard time breaking through. As for those of a higher grade, they'd probably have to go to the legendary God's Craft Pavilion to buy them. It's impossible to buy them around Hagami Myunmyun. On the side, Li Yufeng was a little absent-minded. The girl in front of Li Yufeng called out, "Young master, do you still want this artifact? This artifact is a little expensive. Let's change it." Li Yufeng shook his head and said awkwardly. The grade 6 artifact in front of him was sold for over 50,000 spiritual stones. With such an expensive price, if he bought it, he wouldn't have many spiritual stones left. Oh, the girl looked a little disappointed and continued. "If young master wants to look at other artifacts, I Wu Dai will help you get them." Li Yufeng looked at the wall and saw a dazzling array of artifacts. Even the lowest was a grade 5 artifact. His gaze fell onto a grade 5 artifact and said, "Miss Wu Dai, can you help me get that one?" On Ye Li's side, they didn't care about Li Yufeng's situation and just chatted among themselves. Although artifact can be easily stolen after being killed, if you have a set of grade 6 artifacts, even if you're a Heavenly Axis realm expert, it'll be extremely difficult to kill you. As for Tao of Dragon Realm experts, they won't appear in the outside world near Hagami Myunmyun. They'll definitely head deeper into the outside world. Gubei said. Li Xingyan looked at Nieli and smiled. "We'll have to see what Nieli thinks." Nieli said, "Since you're buying them, then everyone will naturally have a share. It's not like you're buying them for me alone." Everyone was stunned as they looked at Nieli. A grade 6 artifact was worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. How many was Nieli going to buy? And he was going to give one to everyone. Nieli swept his gaze across the surrounding walls. He looked at the artifacts hanging above and pointed to the distance. "Miss Kai Dai, can you help me get that artifact?" It was a grade 6 artifact, the meteorite sword. This young master has good eyesight. This grade 6 artifact, the meteorite sword, is definitely the best amongst the grade 6 artifacts. Its sharpness can even cut through ordinary grade 6 artifacts. Kai Dai said with a smile. She elegantly took the meteorite sword and placed it on the table. "Good sword." Gu Bei's eyes lit up when she saw the cold glint on the sword's edge. She cultivated sword intent, so she was naturally fond of swords. "How many spiritual stones does this sword cost?" Nieli looked at Kai Dai and asked. "This meteorite sword is worth 76,000 spiritual stones." Kai Dai said with a smile. 76,000 spiritual stones? Lu Piao and the others were shocked. This meteorite sword was quite expensive. Upon hearing Kai Dai's words, Nieli smiled and said, "Miss Kai Dai, are you selling it for 36,000 spiritual stones? If you're willing to sell it, we'll take it." Kai Dai was stunned when she heard Nieli's words. It took her a while to recover. This meteorite sword was sold for 76,000 spiritual stones. However, the actual selling price was actually around 35,000 spiritual stones. This was the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's bottom line. Generally speaking, those rich playboys who could afford the Starrock sword were all thin-skinned. Even if they could haggle, they wouldn't do it as ruthlessly as Nieli. Furthermore, Nieli was too powerful. He cut the price by half in an instant and brought it down to the lowest price. Kada didn't know how to react. "Sir, I'm afraid the Celestial Treasure Pavilion can't accept this price." Kai Dai pretended to be in a difficult position. "This is the best price I can offer. If it's one more spiritual stone, I won't take it." Nieli looked at Kai Dai with a smile. "Ahem, all right. I'll sell this meteorite sword to you for 36,000 spiritual stones." Kai Dai replied with a bitter smile. She didn't know how to evaluate Nieli. If Nieli had haggled the price to 34,000 spiritual stones, she would definitely have bargained or refused to sell it. However, the price Nieli offered was 36,000 spiritual stones, which was within the range of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. She couldn't possibly reject a customer like Nieli. Both Gu Bei and Li Xingyun stared blankly at Nieli. They didn't know that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion could bargain like this. Furthermore, Nieli had offered a 50% discount. The most shocking thing was that Kai Dai had actually agreed. On the other hand, Lu Piao wasn't surprised at all. Wasn't it normal to get a 50% discount? I'll buy this meteorite sword. Here's 36,000 spiritual stones. Nieli smiled. After receiving the meteorite sword, he threw it to Gu Bei and said, "This is for you." "Thank you." Gu Bei was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She finally had a good sword to use. When Li Yufeng saw this scene, he was slightly stunned. It turned out that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion could bargain like this. Young Master Li, this grade 5 artifact, the Frost Piercer, cost 12,000 spiritual stones. What do you think? Wu Dai asked Li Yufeng. I'll pay 6,000 spiritual stones for this Frost Piercer, Li Yufeng said without hesitation. According to Nie Li's method of bargaining, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's profits were too high. Having the price wouldn't be a problem at all. When she heard Li Yufeng's words, Wu Dai's expression froze. She smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Li, I'm afraid we can't accept this price. I'll only pay 6,000 spiritual stones. I won't take any more than that," Li Yufeng said resolutely. Wu Dai restrained her expression and said politely, "I'm sorry, young Master Li. This Frost Piercer, 12,000 spiritual stones, is already the lowest price." Wu Dai put away the Frost Piercer and prepared to hang it back. When he heard Wu Dai's words, Li Yufeng's face darkened. When Nieli offered a 50% discount, the girl on the other side immediately agreed. Why did Wu Dai accept the item when he offered a 50% discount? Li Yufeng was furious, but it wasn't good for him to flare up. Wu Dai couldn't help muttering in her heart. As the first-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family, Li Yufeng actually had the nerve to ask for 6,000 spiritual stones. This Frost Piercer definitely wouldn't be sold for less than 10,000 spiritual stones. Chapter 347. Li Yufeng continued to look for other treasures. Nieli was also looking around. His eyes swept over the dazzling array of armors and items before landing on a grade 6 treasure, the Silver Moon Saber. "Let's buy a suitable weapon for Brother Xingyun." Nieli smiled and said to Kai Dai next to him, "Miss Kai Dai, please help me take that off. This is a grade 6 treasure, the Silver Moon Saber. Its price is about 50,000 spiritual stones." Kai Dai took down the silver moon knife from the shelf, pursed her lips, and said with a smile. Putting aside the frightening haggling, Nieli was still very straightforward when he bought things, unlike many people who had to dawdle for a long time to buy things. 30,000 spiritual stones. "Just say the word, Miss Kai Dai," Nieli said with a calm smile. Kai Dai stared at Nieli as if she had seen a ghost. This grade 6 treasure, the Silver Moon Saber, had a minimum price of 30,000 spiritual stones. Originally, she had thought that Nieli would directly reduce the price by half, and she would definitely refuse. She did not expect that Nieli would directly state the minimum price. Refuse? Was he not going to do business? If it was a deal, it would be at the minimum price. Although the profit was not much, it was still a profit. With the spiritual stones, their Celestial Treasure Pavilion could go to Craftsman Pavilion to buy more treasures. After thinking about it, Kai Dai smiled helplessly and said, "Young Master Nieli has a keen eye and is extremely intelligent. Sold for 30,000 spiritual stones." Nieli smiled faintly. Such a treasure would sell for about 27,000 spiritual stones in Craftsman Pavilion. After deducting the travel expenses and other costs, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would definitely make a profit if it was sold for 30,000 spiritual stones. Of course, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would not accept a lower price because there would not be any profit. Li Xingyun and Gu Bei were a bit speechless. From Kai Dai's expression, they could roughly feel that Nieli had definitely stated a very low price. It seemed that they would have to bring Nieli along when they went shopping in the future. This would really save them a lot of money. "Miss Kai Dai, how much is the grade 6 treasure, Black Cloud Battle Armor?" Nieli looked at Kai Dai and asked. "Young Master, state your price. If possible, I will sell it to you." Kai-Dai thought for a moment and decided not to state her price. If she continued to state her price, people would know how much profit the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had. She wanted to see if Nieli was particularly proficient in the price of treasures. Nieli pondered for a moment and said, "Arm guards, breastplate, gauntlets, leggings, and belt add up to 130,000 spiritual stones." After a while, Kai-Dai nodded and said, 130,000 spiritual stones. She nodded and said, "Then 130,000 spirit stones." What else could she say? With so many items, Nieli's offer was only 5,000 spirit stones away from the base price. What kind of monster was he? This time, he had finally met an expert. However, Nieli was really straightforward when it came to buying things. He didn't even bat an eyelid when it came to spending tens of thousands of spirit stones. Kai-Dai continued to ask Nieli, "Does young master need anything else? That armor costs 120,000 spirit stones. That set costs 125,000 spirit stones. That set, 135,000 spiritual stones." Nieli pointed to one side, then to the other. "So many. Young lord wants all of them?" Kai-Dai was stunned. Only now did she realize. The total value of what Nieli had bought had already reached an extremely shocking level. Nieli nodded and said, "Wrap these up first. I'll look at the rest later." Okay. Kai-Dai seemed to be a little excited. Serving these rich young masters here, every time they sold an item, they could get dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones as a reward. With Nieli's transactions, she could get at least 1,000 spirit stones. How could she not be excited? Wu Dai, who was sitting next to Li Yufeng, looked at the excited Kai-Dai and felt depressed. She had been recommending to Li Yufeng for a long time, but not a single item had been sold. Kai-Dai had only been here for a short time, but she had already sold so many items. This was more than what she had sold in the past few years. Why didn't she meet a group of rich people like this? Wu Dai looked at Li Yufeng and felt depressed in her heart. She was a little dispirited. This Li Yufeng didn't want anything, but he still tried to haggle the price. Did he want to buy it or not? Li Yufeng was also very embarrassed. He chose a few items in succession, wanted to haggle like Nieli. However, Wu Dai rejected him. Every item here was very expensive. He had to think twice before buying. But when he saw Nieli buying this and that not far away, he felt depressed. Even some of the grand elders of the Hagami Myunmyun weren't as rich as Nieli, right? What he didn't know was that although he had spent 600,000 spirit stones, it was nothing to Nieli. Nieli still had millions of spirit stones on hand, and the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting would produce an endless supply of spirit stones in the future. Kai-Dai turned her head and realized that 60 to 70% of the grade 6 artifacts here have already been bought by Nieli. This was a true rich man. He had spent more than 600,000 spirit stones in one go. Li Yufeng stared at Nieli, wondering what kind of person Nieli was, what kind of role did he play in the Tianxing League, and what kind of relationship did he have with Li Xingyun. With such a person by Li Xingyun's side, it really made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. If he continued to stay here, he would lose face. Li Yufeng stood up. "Young Master Li, are you preparing to leave?" Wu Dai looked at Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng still hadn't bought a single item. Although she was depressed, she still politely said, "It seems that young Master Li doesn't like the items in our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. We'll send someone to inform young Master Li when we have new items." Li Yufeng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He clearly couldn't afford it. "All right, I'll take my leave first." Li Yufeng cupped his hands at Wu Dai and coldly glanced at Nieli and the others before looking away. Li Yufeng left. Li Yufeng is a narrow-minded person. You all have to be careful in the future. Li Xingyun couldn't help but say as she watched Li Yufeng leave. She clenched her fists as she recalled the events of the past. And Nieli nodded. He was very clear about the grudge between Li Xingyun and Li Yufeng. After buying so many items, everyone received a set of battle armor. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyun each received a suitable weapon. As for Nieli, he didn't need to buy any weapons, since he already had the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword. The Thunder God's Meteorite Sword's power would constantly increase as Nieli's strength increased. Right now, The Thunder God's meteorite sword was already comparable to a grade 7 artifact. Therefore, there was no need for Nieli to buy a new offensive artifact. The group had a bountiful harvest as they walked out of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. With this battle armor, even if we encounter a Heavenly Axis realm expert in the outside world, there's nothing to be afraid of, Lu Piao said excitedly. She realized that the moment she was attacked, the fiery meteorite battle armor would form a powerful defensive force around her body. Even if she couldn't defeat a Heavenly Axis realm expert, escaping would still be very easy. After putting on the battle armor and a set of ordinary clothes, it wouldn't be noticeable at all. Although they'd put on a coat, whether it was Lu Piao, Gu Bei, or Li Xingyun, all of them felt a lot more confident. After all, this was a complete set of grade 6 artifact. Wearing it gave them a refreshing feeling. They couldn't help puffing out their chests. Chapter 348. East District. The first batch of people to enter the East District had already been determined. Nieli, Gu Bei, Lu Piao, Long Yuan, and a youth called Shuiyu. A total of 5 people. Originally, Jin Yin had thought that he'd definitely be able to enter the East District. However, a youth called Shuiyu had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His cultivation had far surpassed his expectations and replaced him, causing Jin Yin to fly into a rage. However, things had already turned out this way, and Jin Yin was powerless to change the situation. Nieli, I heard that there's a person called Shuiyu who entered the East District with us. Why don't we have any impression of this Shuiyu? Lu Piao asked in doubt. She didn't even know that there was such a person in the class. Even Nieli only knew that there was a youth called Shuiyu in the class. He was usually very quiet and never spoke to anyone. His strength also didn't seem to be anything special. However, he'd suddenly appeared, surpassed Jin Yin, and entered the East District with them. This person isn't simple, Nieli said after a moment of silence. Get Li Xingyun to help investigate his background. However, try not to incur any enmity with him. Okay, Lu Piao nodded her head. Aside from Nieli's group of 5, there were also a few others who'd entered the East District. They were all from the previous batch, and Xiaoyu was one of them. East District Martial Arts Field. The field was extremely spacious, and it was covered with layers of barriers. There were 500 to 600 students gathered in the martial arts field, all of whom were from the East District. A group of teachers sat at the front of the martial arts field, observing the 60 new students. They were all discussing in low voices. Huang Yu, Nanmin Tianhai, and a few others were also present. There's a total of 60 people who've entered the East District this year. Some of them are pretty good. I heard that there are 5 geniuses from the latest batch. Gu Bei, Long Yuan, and that Nieli are both here. Huang Yu sat in the center as he swept his gaze across the students. He smiled and said, among the new batch of students, there are quite a few with 5-grade heaven spiritual roots and above. Furthermore, Gu Bei of the Gu family and Long Yuan of the Dragon Seal family have both integrated with Dragon Bloodline God level growth rate demon spirits. They're truly formidable. With a Dragon Bloodline God level growth rate demon spirit, there's a high chance of entering the Central District. Nanmin Tianhai knocked on the table. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, according to the rules of the East Courtyard, new students must challenge the seniors of the East Courtyard to warn them that there is always someone better out there. Let the competition begin. Nieli and the others arrived at the training field. He had already received the notice that every batch of new students who entered the East Courtyard had to challenge the seniors of the East Courtyard. This could be considered a show of strength to make the new students restrain their arrogance and cultivate in the East Courtyard. Nieli's gaze swept across the students of the East Courtyard. Li Xingyun was there as well. He also saw a few familiar faces, including Murongyu. Murongyu's cold gaze fell on Nieli and the others as he snorted. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He never thought that he'd bump into Nieli and the others so soon. The East Courtyard has a total of 600 students, all of whom are ranked. With the newest batch, the previous batch's #1 genius was Murongyu, who's currently ranked around 132. The previous batch's genius was Li Xingyun, who was ranked 78. The previous batch's #1 genius was Gu Heng, who's already entered the Central District. Only a few dozen people were able to enter the Central District. As for the remaining geniuses, most of them can only advance to the East Courtyard. Once their cultivation reaches the Heavenly Star Realm, they'll become Hagami Myunmyun's inner disciples. Afterwards, they'll be sent to various places to carry out missions. Of course, many people have other choices. Gu Bei gave Nieli a rough introduction of the East Courtyard situation. Those who are able to enter the Central District are all super geniuses. If you want to become the leader of a large family or the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, there's one thing you must do. That is enter the Central District. The geniuses who enter the Central District will be personally taught by the 5 strongest martial ancestor realm experts of Hagami Myunmyun. Long Yuan added. She was dressed in a neat and tidy outfit, and her battle intent was boiling. Nieli nodded. He'd also heard about this in his previous life. Only by continuously challenging the rankings and entering the top 10 would they be chosen to enter the Central District. However, many of the top 10 were experts from earlier batches. Even Li Xingyun was only ranked 78th. Of course, back then, Li Xingyun had only integrated with an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Now that she had a god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, her ranking would probably increase. However, Li Xingyun hadn't announced the fact that he had a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit. When the students of the East Courtyard saw this batch of newcomers, they couldn't help revealing malicious smiles on their faces. Back then, when they'd entered the East Courtyard, they'd also been taught a terrible lesson. They simply couldn't bear to look back on it. Now it was the turn of this batch of students. All the senior brothers of the East Courtyard are here. You can freely choose your opponent. Everyone can challenge 5 times. There are no restrictions on the number of challenges, but you can't kill anyone. Nanmin Tianhai's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed throughout the entire martial practice field. Each person could challenge 5 times. The new cohort of students looked at each other. They were obviously picking the weakest ones to fight. Although they didn't know what the rankings of the East District seniors were, they could roughly sense the strength of their opponents from their auras. Very quickly, some people began to choose their opponents. Nieli, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao exchanged glances. Gu Bei and Lu Piao were a little eager. Nieli, who's going to handle Morongyu? Nieli narrowed his eyes as he looked at Morongyu in the distance. I'll go. It's time to settle the score from the ghastly ruins. Morongyu couldn't help sneering when he noticed Nieli's gaze on him. From the start, he didn't believe that Nieli would dare to challenge him. Morongyu's cultivation had already reached 6 fate. Although he didn't know what level Nieli's cultivation was, he was certain that Nieli was still a far cry from him. Nieli pointed at Morongyu as he calmly said, I want to challenge him. The surrounding new students exchanged glances, then looked at Nieli in shock. Nieli actually dared to challenge Morongyu? That was simply too inconceivable. Morongyu was the previous year's #1 genius. He was ranked in the top 200 of the East District. They definitely wouldn't dare to challenge someone like that, because they'd definitely lose. As a new batch of students, being able to challenge some of the experts ranked at the bottom of the East District's rankings was already good enough. Nieli immediately challenged Morongyu. Didn't that mean he didn't know his own limits? Morongyu was also a little incredulous at Nieli's words. Nieli actually dared to challenge him? That was simply looking for a beating. Morongyu laughed heartily. Since junior brother Nieli has such thoughts, then I'll give junior brother Nieli some pointers. Morongyu's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He still regretted letting Nieli go last time. He'd always wanted to teach Nieli a lesson, but never had the chance. Now that Nieli had delivered himself to his doorstep, he wouldn't hold back. Chapter 349. Nieli leaped onto one of the stages, followed by Morongyu. Everyone's gazes were focused on the stage. Without a doubt, the battle between Nieli and Morongyu was the most attention-grabbing one. One was the #1 genius from the previous tournament, while the other was the #1 genius from this tournament. Furthermore, there seemed to be a grudge between Nieli and Morongyu. However, from her point of view, Nieli was overestimating himself by challenging Morongyu. After all, the difference between their cultivation levels wasn't just a little bit. After all, Murong Yu had cultivated for many more years than Nieli. Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai exchanged glances. Nieli actually challenged Murong Yu. "He's too daring," Huang Yu said. Nanmin Tianhai shook his head and sighed. It's inevitable for youngsters to be arrogant. They weren't optimistic about Nieli's chances. After all, there was a gap of one tournament. Murong Yu hadn't been able to defeat Li Xingyun yet. In the eyes of others, you might be a genius, but in my eyes, you're nothing. Last time, I was careless and let you escape. This time, I'll crush your head into the ground and ruthlessly crush it. I'll teach you to respect your senior brother. Murong Yu stared at Nieli and eerily said, "You actually dare to challenge me now? In the eyes of others, you might be a genius, but in my eyes, you're nothing." A powerful aura burst out from Murong Yu's body, forming a powerful explosion around him. Although Murong Yu was a 6 fate, and Nieli was only a 4 fate, it was still impossible for Murong Yu to suppress Nieli in terms of aura. Although he was only a 4 fate, Nieli's true strength far exceeded that. However, Nieli didn't release any of his aura. He only calmly looked at Murong Yu. No matter how Murong Yu tried to provoke him, or how he tried to destroy his confidence, Nieli didn't put Murong Yu in his eyes at all. That was because Murong Yu and he weren't on the same level. Nieli looked at Murong Yu as he calmly said, "So much nonsense. Can we start now?" Murong Yu tried to infuriate Nieli, but he never imagined that Nieli would completely ignore his words. It was as if he had punched the air. Oomph! How arrogant! Murong Yu waved his right hand, sending a stream of energy towards Nieli. Whoosh! The energy turned into a stream of light. Just as the energy was about to hit Nieli, Nieli's body suddenly disappeared. His attack missed. Murong Yu's pupils slightly contracted. He snorted coldly, "This trick again." His eyes searched everywhere for traces of Nieli. Right at that moment, Nieli suddenly appeared out of thin air and slashed at Murong Yu's neck. Oomph! Too slow. Murong Yu clenched his fists and sent a powerful punch towards Nieli's chest. The fist force was filled with explosive power. The friction between the fist force and the air created sparks. Whoosh! Even when he saw Murong Yu's punch, Nieli didn't stop and continued to slash at Murong Yu's neck. Nieli actually wanted to use a life-risking method to perish together with him. How could Murong Yu let Nieli get what he wanted? He dodged to the side and dodged Nieli's attack, then sent his fist towards Nieli's chest with an incomparably ferocious force. If Nieli was hit by that punch, he would undoubtedly die. The onlookers held their breaths. There was no way to dodge this attack. Sure enough, Nieli's strength was far inferior to Murong Yu's. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Murong Yu's fist landed on Nieli's chest. However, the rebounding force from his fist made Murong Yu feel that something wasn't right. Something's wrong. Murong Yu could feel the terrifying rebound force from his punch. It was so strong that it nearly crippled his arm. Before Murong Yu could react, Nieli suddenly returned to his human form. He grabbed Murong Yu's arm and used the rebound to fling Murong Yu into the air, as if he was throwing a sandbag. Murong Yu spun in the air, then slammed into the ground. Boom! The pain from Murong Yu's arm hadn't subsided yet. He was slammed into the ground once again, causing him to feel dizzy. Just what's going on? The strength that Nieli had used was at most a 3 fate heavenly fate realm. But why was he able to use his strength? Furthermore, why hadn't he injured Nieli when his fist landed on Nieli's chest? Instead, he'd suffered such a powerful rebound. Before Murong Yu could figure out what was going on, Nieli had thrown him into the air like a sandbag, then slammed him into the ground. Boom! Murong Yu felt as if all his organs were about to explode. Before Murong Yu could react, Nieli had thrown him into the air once again. A dazzling series of moves sent Murong Yu flying into the air, then back to the ground. Bang! 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 Endless attacks landed on Murong Yu's body. Against Murong Yu, Nieli hadn't used his full strength. From his point of view, it wasn't necessary at all. Looking at this scene, all the onlookers suddenly had a feeling that it was unreal. What was going on? Why was Murong Yu the one being beaten up? Logically speaking, Murong Yu's strength should be far above Nieli's. But why wasn't Murong Yu able to retaliate against Nieli's attacks? Why did nothing happen to Murong Yu's attacks when they landed on Nieli's body? The only ones who noticed the problem were Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai. They exchanged glances. Huang Yu looked at Nanmen Tianhai and asked, "Does that kid Nieli count as cheating?" Nanmen Tianhai bitterly smiled. "I don't think so. After all, we didn't limit ourselves to any methods. You're going too far." Murong Yu suffered a series of blows. He tried to retaliate against Nieli several times, but every time his fists landed on Nieli's body, he would receive an even stronger backlash. He couldn't cause any damage to Nieli. Murong Yu furiously roared as his skin turned a strange blood-red color. Boom! 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 Waves of boundless energy burst forth from Murong Yu's body. A pair of huge, scarlet wings suddenly unfurled from his back, and his body transformed into a mighty and awe-inspiring giant eagle. Heavens! It's a Saint Blood Draconic Eagle. It's a Saint Blood Draconic Eagle with an extraordinary growth rate. The Saint Blood Draconic Eagle was one of the top breeds amongst the Draconic Eagles. It could be said to be royalty amongst the Draconic Eagles. Furthermore, a Saint Blood Draconic Eagle with an extraordinary growth rate was extremely rare. No one knew where Murong Yu had gotten his hands on one. Murong Yu wasn't willing to integrate with his demon spirit earlier, so he was hiding his strength. Although a Saint Blood Draconic Eagle isn't a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit, it's still enough to dominate a region. It's the strongest existence, second only to a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit. Nieli actually forced Murong Yu to integrate with his demon spirit. Murong Yu's eyes were blood-red as he floated in the sky. His scarlet wings slowly flapped. Every time they flapped, an astonishing amount of energy burst forth. I didn't want to integrate with my demon spirit, but you forced my hand. Now, I'm going to thoroughly kill you. A powerful aura burst forth from Murong Yu's body as fiery clouds formed around him. Boundless, blazing energy enveloped his body, as if it wanted to destroy everything in its path. Waves of blazing energy surged towards Nieli like raging waves. Everyone's expressions changed when they felt the energy overflowing from the stage. They never imagined that Murong Yu would have become so powerful. It looked like Murong Yu's ranking should have been pushed up a long time ago. In the face of this powerful energy, Nieli took several steps back and raised his head to look at Murong Yu. Finally, Murong Yu wasn't holding back anymore and was displaying all of his strength. Chapter 350. So Murong Yu had integrated with a Saint Blood Draconic Hawk. After forcing out Murong Yu's demon spirit, Nieli had a clear understanding of Murong Yu's strength. Indeed, with Murong Yu's 6 fate cultivation and his Saint Blood Draconic Hawk, even if Nieli had the confidence to defeat Murong Yu, it would be a bitter fight. He might even have to reveal his dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. Now wasn't the time to reveal the Saint Bloodwing dragon. But why would Nieli want to fight Murong Yu? Nieli had already made his preparations before his match with Murong Yu. The corner of Nieli's mouth hooked into a smile. Murong Yu was destined to be miserable if he ran into him. Nieli's right hand moved as he unsheathed the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Thick bolts of lightning converged on the Thunder God's meteorite sword, creating a spectacular scene. The divine lightning and Murong Yu's energy fiercely clashed, causing a series of explosions in the air. On the stage, the two forces were evenly matched. The spectators were shocked. A single weapon was enough to contend against the Saint Bloodwing dragon. Nieli's weapon was probably a grade 7 or 8 artifact at the very least. Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai bitterly smiled as they exchanged glances. The stage didn't forbid the use of artifacts. After all, artifacts were a part of a person's strength. However, in the past, the artifacts used by the disciples of the East District were definitely much better than those used by the new geniuses. However, when it came to Nieli, he seemed to be an exception. Although they didn't know what grade of artifact battle armor Nieli was wearing, Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai were were certain that it was at least a grade 4 artifact. Murong Yu's fist energy couldn't penetrate it all. But now, Nelly had actually taken out a grade 7 or possibly even grade 8 offensive artifact. Nelly didn't know what the artifact in Yeli's hand was, but it could actually contend against his strength. However, he wanted to defeat me with just a single artifact? That's impossible. A cold light flashed through Murong Yu's eyes. With a long howl, he swung his claws towards Nyeli. Those sharp claws were wrapped in a vast and mighty power. The aftermath caused the barrier around the martial arts arena to shake violently. This was Murong Yu's attack filled with rage. He had accumulated a boundless amount of energy, and the energy of the flames was like a torrential downpour from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Some of the flames hit the ground. It caused the ground to instantly shatter and spread out like a spider web. The strength that Murong Yu had displayed shocked everyone in the surroundings. They never imagined that Murong Yu's strength would reach such a frightening degree. This time Nyeli is dead for sure. The spectators around the stage discussed in low voices. He never imagined that Nyeli would be able to force Murong Yu to use his full strength. They didn't believe that a newcomer like Nyeli would be able to contend against Murong Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of flames landed on Nyeli's body. The energy of the flames blasted several large holes on Nyeli's body, revealing the faint silver battle armor underneath. Just as Nyeli was about to be engulfed by the terrifying flames, an invisible force spread out with Nyeli at the center, forming a barrier. The blazing energy of the flames continuously exploded, but they were all blocked by the barrier. They couldn't harm Nyeli in the slightest. Bang! The St. Blood Draconic Hawk's claws landed on the barrier around Nyeli. A powerful rebound force caused the St. Blood Draconic Hawk's body to freeze. This is impossible. Murong Yu roared inwardly. He'd fused with the St. Blood Draconic Hawk's attack. Even a 7-Fate expert wouldn't be able to take a hit from it. But in the end, his attack didn't even leave a scratch on Nyeli's body. The instant Murong Yu's attack came down, the corner of Nyeli's mouth curved into a smile. He brandished the Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand. The energy of the divine lightning gathered around the Thunder God's meteorite sword. With a swing of the sword, a Lei Zhu descended from the sky. With a loud bang, the Lei Zhu landed on the St. Blood Draconic Hawk. Murong Yu instantly felt a powerful electric current run through his body. His entire body was numb to the point where he couldn't feel anything. An intense pain spread throughout his body. Although the Lei Zhu hadn't managed to kill him, he'd still suffered a heavy injury. "I'll kill you." Murong Yu seemed to have gone insane after suffering a heavy injury. He once again brandished his claws and clawed at Nyeli. Bang, bang. Murong Yu's attacks rained down like a storm. However, he couldn't break through Nyeli's defenses. Nyeli completely ignored Murong Yu's attacks. Brandishing the Thunder God's meteorite sword, one Lei Zhu after another shot towards Murong Yu. Arg, arg, arg. Every time the pillar of lightning struck, Murong Yu would let out a blood-curdling scream. One could only imagine how much pain Murong Yu was in right now. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. The stage was filled with sparks and lightning, so they couldn't see what was going on. The battle looked very intense, but why was Murong Yu the one screaming the entire time? Could it be that Murong Yu was being trampled? But that shouldn't be the case. Murong Yu was a 6-Fate expert, and he'd even fused with the St. Blood Draconic Hawk. Could it be that he still couldn't defeat Nyeli? Just how powerful was Nyeli? But the truth was right in front of their eyes. Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai were dumbfounded as they watched Lei Zhu bombarding Murong Yu's body. Wasn't this too shameless? They'd never imagined that Nyeli wasn't wearing a grade 4 artifact battle armor, but a grade 6 artifact battle armor. Not to mention, it was a full set. It was already pretty good for an ordinary person to have a set of grade 4 artifact battle armor. But that brat, Nyeli, had actually gotten his hands on a full set of grade 6 artifact battle armor. Even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert might not be able to break through a full set of grade 6 artifact battle armor. And Murong Yu was only a 6 Fate. A full set of Grade 6 artifact battle armor was simply too rare. Ordinary people had never seen one before, not even Murongyu. Therefore, Murongyu had no idea what was going on. He frantically attacked Nyeli, but what he didn't know was that his attacks were completely ineffective against Nyeli. Aside from a full set of Grade 6 artifact battle armor, the lightning sword in Nyeli's hand wasn't simple either. The Lei Zhu that he wielded was extremely powerful, not to mention the fact that Nyeli was already a 4 fate. Even if he was only a 1 fate, he'd be able to crush Murongyu to death with his luxurious attire. However, the most sinister thing was that Nyeli didn't have any intention of thoroughly defeating Murongyu. Instead, he used Lei Zhu to attack Murongyu again and again, torturing Murongyu until he was hovering between life and death. Too ruthless. Huang Yu felt his scalp go numb. He'd heard that Murongyu had once stepped on Nyeli in the ghastly ruins. This was probably Nyeli's revenge on Murongyu. That's too despicable. Nanmin Tianhai was speechless. He'd never encountered such a situation in any of the previous competitions. A newcomer wearing a Grade 6 artifact battle armor was torturing a senior brother of the East District. There'd never been such a precedent, so there weren't any rules regarding this. After this incident, there'd probably be a new rule in the future. High-grade artifacts weren't allowed to be brought into the martial arts arena. Murongyu's screams never stopped. Everyone knew what had happened with just one listen. Gu Bei and Lu Piao couldn't help laughing. They could already imagine Murongyu's miserable state. Li Xingyan also couldn't help laughing. Nyeli had played Murongyu so miserably. Chapter 351. While Nyeli and Murongyu exchanged blows, two people were quietly sitting in a corner of the stage, sipping tea as they watched the match. One of them was Long Tianming, while the other wore a silver moon robe. His graceful bearing was even better than Long Tianming's. I never thought that Brother Beiyin would be interested in these newcomers. Long Tianming faintly smiled as he looked at the youth beside him. His words carried a hidden meaning. It seemed that their relationship wasn't that harmonious. I just wanted to see what kind of extraordinary genius he is that even you, Long Tianming, would care so much about. Situ Beiyin sat calmly and leisurely. Now that I look at it, it seems that this youth is rather interesting. He only managed to defeat Murongyu by relying on his artifacts. Long Tianming smiled. Brother Beiyin admires him so much. He comes from a tiny world and has no background. Yet before entering the East District, he possessed a set of Grade 6 artifact battle armor and even became Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. Isn't that considered capable? Situ Beiyin smiled. I heard that he and Gu Bei established a force together. In just a few short months, they've grown to several thousand people. It looks like the outside world is going to be even more lively. Long Tianming looked at Situ Beiyin. He didn't know what Situ Beiyin was planning. Logically speaking, Situ Beiyin should have been vigilant when someone rose to power. Yet, he was sitting there watching a good show. Long Tianming didn't know what Situ Beiyin was planning. However, no matter what Situ Beiyin was thinking, Long Tianming wouldn't allow the Demon League to rise. Long Yuan had just established the Profound Note League, which was probably instigated by Nyeli. Long Tianming didn't know what Nyeli was planning, but he could feel that Nyeli's ambition wasn't small. It had already threatened him. At the very least, Long Tianming wouldn't allow Long Yuan to threaten his position as the Dragon Seal family's patriarch. Although Nyeli had given him 3 words, he hadn't been able to see through their profundity. He felt that he'd been tricked by Nyeli, but he had no way to verify it. Therefore, Long Tianming did not have a good impression of Nyeli. Today, there are people who are qualified to compete for the position of Hagami, Munyan Patriarch. Currently, there were only 3 of them: Situ Beiyin, Long Tianming, and Li Yufeng. However, there were a few troublemakers that had popped up now, and they were worth paying attention to, especially since Gu Bei had just become the first successor of the Gu family. Long Yuan also appeared, and Li Xingyun didn't seem to be willing to give up. All 3 of them were related to Nyeli. Since Situ Beiyin had come to observe Nyeli, it proved that Situ Beiyin wasn't as indifferent as he had appeared. At the very least, he was paying attention to the rising Nieli. Roughly half an hour later, the battle between Nieli and Murong Yu finally came to an end. The flames and lightning subsided. In the arena, Nieli had already changed into a new set of clothes. Murong Yu, on the other hand, was lying not far away, looking like a dead dog. His body was completely naked and riddled with scars. He'd clearly fainted. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded at this scene. Holy shit, what's going on? Murong Yu lost? Murong Yu already merged with the Saint Blood Draconic Hawk. How'd he get beaten so badly? They looked at Nieli with a trace of reverence in their eyes. Murong Yu was one of the top 200 experts of the East District. He was the #1 genius of the previous term. In the end, he'd actually been beaten so miserably by Nieli. Didn't that mean that Nieli was already ranked in the top 200 the moment he entered the East District? They looked at the naked Murong Yu lying on the ground. The faces of the girls from the East District turned red as they hurriedly retracted their gazes. Xiao Yu's face couldn't help turning slightly hot as she glanced at Nieli. Nieli had definitely done this on purpose. Even the usually cold Long Yuan's face had turned red. If Murong Yu were to wake up and find out about the current situation, he'd probably be too ashamed to face anyone. This would definitely be worse than death. Nieli glanced at Murong Yu, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently, "Back in the ghastly ruins, you stole my soul scales. Today, I'll get back at you on the stage. We're even." When the surrounding students of the East District heard this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Stealing soul scales was a common occurrence between students. What Nieli had stolen was Murong Yu's clothes. Nieli jumped off the stage and walked towards Gu Bei and the others. Gu Bei and Lu Piao winked at Nieli. This move of Nieli's was really interesting. At that moment, Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai could only smile helplessly. They had to change the rules now. Otherwise, wouldn't all the students of the East District be trampled by Nieli? After all, Nieli was wearing a grade 6 artifact set. While Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai were in the middle of their discussion, Venerable Flameless walked to their side and said in a low voice, "Elders, Hierarch Skycloud has asked me to pass a message to you. He wants me to send a few people to test Nieli." Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai's hearts trembled at Venerable Flameless words. Who was Hierarch Skycloud? He was one of the 5 pinnacle existences of the Hagami Myunyan. At their level, they didn't even have the qualifications to meet Hierarch Skycloud. Venerable Flameless was Hierarch Skycloud's eldest disciple. His words couldn't be doubted. Furthermore, how could they dare to question Hierarch Skycloud's instructions? Venerable Flameless, don't worry. We'll make the arrangements. Huang Yu hurriedly said. And Venerable Flameless responded indifferently, then sat down on a seat to the side. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes as he swept his gaze towards Nieli, who was chatting with Gu Bei and the others. He sneered. The competition continued. Nanmen Tianhai stood up, and his voice echoed throughout the entire arena. "Send Murong Yu down. This time, we'll have to change the rules. No one is allowed to use artifacts of grade 3 or higher." Hearing Nanmen Tianhai's words, all the students of the East District couldn't help but be stunned. There had never been such a rule in previous competitions. Could it be because of Murong Yu's crushing defeat? They recalled the Thunder God's meteorite sword in Nieli's hands. It seemed like Nieli had relied on that artifact to win against Murong Yu. Now, even Elder Nanmen Tianhai couldn't stand it anymore. That's why artifacts of grade 3 and above were banned. No wonder Nieli could defeat Murong Yu. Only then did the students of the East District understand. No wonder. In terms of actual strength, Nieli probably wasn't Murong Yu's match. Hearing this, Nieli looked towards Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu. A familiar figure in the distance caused him to narrow his eyes. He never thought that Venerable Flameless, who he'd clashed with in the Skycloud Shrine, would also be here. I can't even use artifacts anymore. I was still thinking of oppressing those people from the East District like Nieli, Lu Piao said with a hint of regret. She never thought that artifacts would be banned so soon. How boring. Li Xingyan couldn't help but roll his eyes. If Nieli Gu Bei, and Lu Piao were all wearing grade 6 artifact battle armors and oppressing the students of the East District. It'd be strange if Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu didn't make a move. Back then, even he had been beaten up the moment he arrived at the East District. That experience was simply unbearable to recall. As for Niao Li and the other two, they weren't here to be beaten up, but to be beaten up. This was simply intolerable. Nanmen Tianhai coughed, then unhurriedly said, "Logically speaking, since Niao Li defeated Murongyu, he should replace Murongyu's ranking. However, after some discussion with Elder Huang Yu, we've decided to give Niao Li another test. Only if Niao Li passes the test will he have the qualifications to replace Murongyu." It seemed that Elder Nanmen Tianhai couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to give Niao Li a difficult test. Who knew what kind of test it would be? All the students of the East District couldn't help but look forward to it. Niao Li had just beaten Murongyu so miserably, causing them to lose a lot of face. From the looks of it, Niao Li would have to pay the price. Updates have been a little slow lately, but please forgive me. On one hand, I need to adjust my body's condition. On the other hand, I still need to prepare various things for the birth of my baby. I'll be a little busy. After all, this is one of the most important things in life. Chapter 352. Next, we'll choose an opponent to spar with Niao Li and test Niao Li's strength. Nanmen Tianhai said solemnly. During the competition, you're not allowed to use any artifacts of grade 3 or above. Niao Li frowned when he heard Nanmen Tianhai's words. Lu Piao, Gu Bei, and the others looked at each other. There's never been such a rule in the past. Could someone be targeting Niao Li? Gu Bei raised her guard. Niao Li roughly understood what was going on. It was probably Venerable Flameless doing. However, at this moment, he couldn't retreat. The moment he retreated, people would think that he only relied on artifacts to win and didn't have any real skills. Although the East District competition didn't seem important, many of the upper echelons of the Hagami Myunmyun were probably paying attention to this matter. If Niao Li formed a fixed impression in the minds of these upper echelons of the Hagami Myunmyun, then it would definitely have a detrimental effect on his future bid for the position of Patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun. If someone else chose an opponent for him, then Niao Li wouldn't have a choice in the upcoming competition. I wonder how many opponents the two elders have prepared for me? Niao Li asked Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai. If they sent an endless stream of people, then Niao Li would be annoyed to death. Nanmen Tianhai seemed to be waiting for someone's reply. After a brief moment, he looked at Niao Li and said, "Just 2 opponents." Understood. Niao Li nodded. Since the other party had only sent 2 people, it was clear that they were very confident in their strength. However, the other party had probably underestimated his strength to a certain extent. The students of the East District all focused their attention on Niao Li. Who would Elder Nanmen Tianhai send to spar with Niao Li? They couldn't help but look forward to it. If Niao Li couldn't use his artifact, it would be hard for him to avoid being beaten up, right? All the new students who were promoted from the West Courtyard to the East Courtyard had to be taught a harsh lesson. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in awe. A young man around the age of 20 with a robust figure leaped onto the arena. It's Yichong. His ranking is even higher than Murongyu's. To send such an expert at once, Niao Li is definitely going to suffer. Even Murongyu isn't his match. Of course, the 2 elders wouldn't send someone with weak strength up. A student from the East Courtyard said mockingly, "If you want to win by relying on treasures, you will have to pay the price." Of course, these East District students couldn't bear to see their East District students being defeated by the newly promoted geniuses from the West District. If that was the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide. Niao Li put away his artifact and changed his clothes. He leaped onto the stage and faced Yichong from afar. "Yichong, don't hold back. Kill him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Venerable Flameless transmitted his voice to Yichong. He didn't know if Niao Li had left his fate soul in the soul hall. If he hadn't, then Niao Li was dead for sure. He could borrow Yichong's hand to kill Niao Li. As for what would happen after that, in Venerable Flameless' eyes, sacrificing Yichong wasn't a big deal. Yichong's heart trembled when he heard Venerable Flameless' words. He never thought that Venerable Flameless would actually want to kill Niao Li. killing someone in the Sky Soul Institute was a very severe punishment. They might even be locked up in an ice cellar. However, he couldn't disobey Venerable Flameless' words. He looked at Nieli and cupped his hands. Sorry for the offense. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a powerful aura exploded out from Yi Chong as the center. The aura on his body rose like crazy. Nieli felt a trace of pressure. He looked at Yi Chong and saw a trace of killing intent flash through Yi Chong's eyes. Nieli's heart trembled as he immediately understood. Yi Chong wanted to kill him right here in the arena. He didn't have any enmity with Yi Chong. So why did Yi Chong want to kill him? Killing someone in the Sky Soul Institute, even if it was a mistake in a competition, would still be severely punished. However, Yi Chong had still decided to do so. It seemed that Venerable Flameless had given him a death order. Due to the instability of his Fate Soul, Nieli still hadn't placed his Fate Soul in the Soul Hall. He couldn't help raising his vigilance. Venerable Flameless wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Even if Yi Chong lost, Venerable Flameless would still send another person. Nieli's brain quickly spun. How should he deal with this matter? This was the first time his life had been threatened since he'd arrived at the Sky Soul Institute. Sure enough, it was hard to guard against a hidden arrow. As if he didn't want to give Nieli any time to react, Yi Chong's body was surrounded by boundless heavenly energy. He suddenly took a step forward, and a majestic aura surged towards Nieli like a tidal wave. He let out a low roar and icicles grew from his body, turning him into a giant beast. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the heavenly energy on the stage violently surged, and a bone-piercing chill seemed to be able to freeze space itself. The surrounding airflow instantly froze, making everyone feel as if they'd fallen into a swamp. Countless ice shards glowing with a blue light gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. They gathered on the forelimbs of the giant beast as a chilling aura slowly spread out. Frost Dragon Beast. Huan Yu and Nan Tianhai were both shocked at this scene. This Frost Dragon Beast was also an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon beast. They couldn't help glancing at Venerable Flameless. If this was just a test, there was no need to send such a powerful person up right from the start. Although Nieli had defeated Murong Yu, Venerable Flameless should be able to tell that Nieli had only won by relying on a cosmic artifact. The Frost Dragon Beast took a step forward, and waves of ice energy quickly spread across the entire stage. Nieli felt the heavenly energy within his body freeze, and he felt as if he couldn't even move an inch. It was a suffocating chill. An ominous glint flashed through the Frost Dragon Beast's eyes as it swung its huge paw towards Nieli. Die. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk huge icicles rained down like a torrential rain, carrying with them an indescribably terrifying energy as they ruthlessly swept towards Nieli. Bang! The ground began to crack, and cracks quickly spread out. The Frost Dragon Beast's giant palm had yet to land, but the ground of the martial stage had already cracked into pieces. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations, the spectators standing at the edge of the stage couldn't help but retreat. They couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air as expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Yi Chong's strength was too terrifying. This kind of sharp attack seemed to be even stronger than Murong Yu's. Could Nieli, who couldn't use a cosmic artifact, withstand it? Everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on Nieli. Yi Chong's strength was indeed stronger than Murong Yu's. It seemed that Venerable Flameless didn't want to give him any chance. Just as the Frost Dragon Beast's huge fist was about to land on his body, Nieli suddenly merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. With a whoosh, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Frost Dragon Beast's fist landed, and a terrifying energy swept out. The ground was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice. However, its attack missed. Sensing the Frost Dragon Beast's powerful strength, Nieli understood that if he didn't retaliate now, the consequences would be dire. He quickly flew behind the Frost Dragon Beast and merged with the Fang Panda Demon Spirit. He opened his mouth and spat out two balls of light, one black and one white. The black and white balls of light danced in the air as they flew towards the frost dragon beasts, but... Chapter 353. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the black and white balls of light collided and exploded. A powerful force erupted and bombarded the frost dragon beast, almost causing it to be flipped over. Although Nieli's strength was only at 4 fate, the yin-yang blast was able to multiply his strength by several folds. The frost dragon beast furiously roared and sent icicles towards Nieli's fang panda. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, Nieli turned back into the shadow devil demon spirit and quickly disappeared. His switch back and forth was as smooth as flowing water. Although the frost dragon beast's strength far surpassed Nieli's, it couldn't do anything to Nieli for the time being. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk the icicles and the yin-yang blast continued to collide, causing terrifying shockwaves to sweep out. Seeing the battle between Nieli and the frost dragon beast, the students of the East District were all shocked. Before Nieli fought with Yi Chong, they had absolute doubts about Nieli's strength. They felt that if they really fought, Nieli would definitely lose. He probably wouldn't even last 3 moves. However, reality far exceeded their expectations. Although the strength Nieli displayed wasn't as strong as Yi Chong's, he was still able to calmly deal with Yi Chong's attacks and didn't lose too quickly. That kid actually integrated with 2 demon spirits at the same time. Both Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai were a little shocked. They'd never seen anyone that could integrate with 2 demon spirits at the same time. They originally thought that Nieli had relied on his artifacts to defeat Murong Yu, who was at 6 fate. But now, they realized that Nieli had been hiding his strength. He just hadn't displayed it yet. If they hadn't forced Nieli to put away his artifacts, Nieli probably wouldn't have been willing to display his strength. The talent that Nieli had displayed made them very excited. They wondered if Nieli's physique was special. That's why he could integrate with 2 demon spirits. On the stage, the battle had reached its climax. 2 ice dragons circled around in the sky, twisting towards Nieli. Wherever the ice dragon went, the air instantly froze. The frost dragon beast brutally performed all kinds of powerful moves, trying to completely lock Nieli in the space near the arena. Nieli felt an increasing pressure. After all, the frost dragon was an extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon beast. Furthermore, Yi Chong himself was a 6 fate. Nieli's yin-yang blast only burned a part of the frost dragon beast's skin. It did not cause much damage to the frost dragon beast. At that moment, Venerable Flameless gaze was focused on Nieli on the stage with a gloomy expression. No wonder Hierarch Skycloud valued Nieli so much. Nieli's innate talent was indeed very shocking. When he was at Nieli's age, he had only just stepped into the heavenly fate realm. However, the current Nieli could already contend against a 6 fate expert. Furthermore, Nieli had integrated with 2 different demon spirits. The stronger Nieli's talent was, the more Hierarch Skycloud valued Nieli. Therefore, he couldn't wait to kill Nieli. He could feel that Nieli would take away something that belonged to him. Venerable Flameless angrily transmitted his voice to Yi Chong. Yi Chong, hurry up and kill him. You have 15 minutes to kill him. Otherwise, do as you see fit. Venerable Flameless angrily transmitted his voice to Yi Chong. Yi Chong was depressed in his heart. He'd already integrated with the frost dragon beast, but Nieli was as slippery as a loach. No matter what moves he used, he couldn't catch Nieli. Boom, boom, boom. Ice dragons circled in the sky, constantly bombarding. Icicles fell from the sky, but they couldn't catch a trace of Nieli. Suddenly, he had an idea. He roared angrily, and the surrounding ice suddenly formed a huge square chamber. It enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Soon, walls of ice were formed. The instant Nieli's void form ended, an ice dragon drilled out of the ice walls and flew towards Nieli. With a huge explosion, the ice dragon landed on the ground and bombarded Nieli's body, sending Nieli flying. Nieli felt a sweetness in his throat as a trace of blood flowed out. Nieli somersaulted a few times in the air and landed on a block of ice. His heart was heaving up and down. If it wasn't for him protecting his vitals, that attack would have killed him. If the fight continued, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Chong, who'd integrated with the Frost Dragon Beast, with just the Shadow Devil and the Fang Panda. Nieli stared at the Frost Dragon Beast in front of him. It looked like he had to bring out his true abilities. The Frost Dragon Beast that Yi Chong had transformed into coldly looked at Nieli. Although Venerable Flameless had requested for Yi Chong to kill Nieli, Yi Chong was still conflicted and hesitant. After all, this was the Sky Soul Institute. Killing Nieli would result in severe punishment. However, he didn't dare to disobey Venerable Flameless' order. If he did, the consequences might be even more severe than killing Nieli. His parents, his wife, and son were all under Venerable Flameless control. Go to hell. A blazing killing intent exploded from Yi Chong's body. Countless icicles suddenly grew out from the surrounding ice walls and stabbed towards Nieli. Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai were shocked at the sight of this. Not good. They never expected that Yi Chong would actually want to kill Nieli. Yi Chong's profound icicle was a killing move. Nieli was only a 4 fate, not to mention that he was currently injured. It was impossible for him to dodge it. Nieli was a genius that they'd painstakingly unearthed. How could he be killed just like that? However, it was already too late for them to save him. After all, Yi Chong's actions came without any warning. Although Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest knew that Nieli had many trump cards hidden up his sleeves, they couldn't help feeling nervous at the sight of this. That's because Yi Chong's objective was to kill Nieli. Furthermore, Nieli hadn't placed his fate soul in the soul hall. If he died here, it would be too unjust. Their eyes turned red. If Nieli was killed, they'd definitely make someone pay the price, no matter what. The students of the East Courtyard were obviously a little surprised. After all, every time they competed, it was just a spar. Although the newly promoted rookies would be abused miserably, there had never been a situation where someone was killed on the fighting stage. What was going on with Yi Chong? Could it be that he had a deep grudge with Nieli? Just as the sharp icicles were about to pierce through Nieli's body, Nieli let out an enraged roar. His body rapidly merged with the Saint Bloodwing Dragon Demon Spirit. His body suddenly expanded and was covered in pitch-black scales. Boom! 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 The icicles bombarded the Saint Bloodwing Dragon scales, causing them to explode and turn into ice shards. Nieli had accurately estimated the power of the profound frost thorns. Although the icicles had caused some damage to Nieli, they weren't enough to pierce through the Saint Bloodwing Dragon scales. The Bloodwing Saint Jiao Dragon's huge body broke the ice around it. Its pitch-black scales glowed with a faint luster, while the huge wings on its back were filled with a heart-palpitating power. Its bell-like eyes coldly stared at the Frost Dragon Beast in front of it. It was actually the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. Furthermore, it was a god-level growth rate. Oh my god! At this moment, Huang Yu, Nanmen Tianhai, and Venerable Flameless were all dumbfounded. Long Tianming, who was far away, suddenly stood up. Chapter 354. The Saint Bloodwing Dragon was definitely a king amongst dragon bloodline demon beasts, not to mention one with a god-level growth rate. At first glance, the Saint Bloodwing Dragon looked black. However, its true color was dark red, and its entire body was surging with energy. Just this dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit alone was enough to make Nieli one of the most important geniuses in Hagami Myunmyun's younger generation. The Saint Bloodwing Dragon was roughly a third bigger than the Frost Dragon Beast. The boundless energy it emitted made it hard for the Frost Dragon Beast to breathe. Although Nieli was only a 4 fate, a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit was enough for Nieli to ignore 2 or 3 ranks. Venerable Flameless tightly clenched his fists at the sight of this. So it turned out that Nieli had integrated with a 3rd demon spirit. Furthermore, it was a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit. It looked like he'd underestimated Nieli all this while. He never imagined that Nieli had concealed his strength so deeply. He finally understood why Hierarch Skycloud valued Nieli so much. Nieli possessed such great potential. Once he matured, he'd probably become the strongest existence in Hagami Munyan. 1,000 years ago, when Hagami Munyan was on the verge of decline, a genius ancestor rose like a comet, allowing Hagami Munyan to become the most dazzling existence amongst the hundreds of sections. Even after the apocalypse, it was still perfectly preserved. In the past 100 years, Hagami Munyan had been on the verge of decline. Several big shots of Hagami Munyan were looking for a chance to turn things around. They even personally nurtured several geniuses from the Central District. Nieli had only entered Hagami Munyan not long ago, but the speed of his rise was extremely shocking. It was easy for people to associate it with him. Hierarch Skycloud would definitely nurture Nieli at all costs. Who knows, he might even pass down the Skycloud cultivation technique to Nieli. Unlike other divine arts, the Tianyin divine art had always been passed down to only one person. Venerable Flameless would be very unconvinced if the Skycloud technique was learned by Nieli. After all, he had followed Hierarch Skycloud for so many years. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Venerable Flameless' eyes. No matter what, he had to ruthlessly suppress Nieli before he rose to power. At this moment, in Long Tieming's heart, he had the same thoughts. He had done many things to reach his goal step by step. But now, Nieli had popped out of nowhere. This sudden change made him feel extremely uneasy. He would not let anyone spoil his plan. Fortunately, Venerable Flameless had sent someone to probe Nieli's strength. Otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark and wouldn't have placed Nieli in his eyes. If he waited for Nieli to threaten him, it would be too late. He had to get rid of Nieli as soon as possible. Fortunately, Venerable Flameless was standing up for him. Otherwise, he would have to personally suppress Nieli. In the past, he'd felt that Sidu Beiyin was the greatest threat. But now, he realized that Nieli was the greatest threat. Sidu Beiyin looked at Nieli with a profound gaze as he muttered to himself. He never expected that this would be the case. Sidu Beiyin, I feel that we can put aside the conflict between us. You should have sensed his potential. Once he matures, he will definitely threaten your position as the successor to the Patriarch. Long Tianming took a sip of tea as he looked at Sidu Beiyin. Sidu Beiyin shook his head at Long Tianming's words. Long Tianming, I understand what you mean. However, you've misjudged me. I'm not fighting with you for my own benefit. I'm not fighting for the position of the Patriarch. Instead, I want to see who's more suitable for the position of the Patriarch. If a new genius rises, I definitely won't suppress him. Who knows, he might become a figure like that ancestor and lead Hagami Munyan to glory. Why should I suppress him? Long Tianming sneered. Sidu Beiyin, don't joke around. Are you really that selfless? If Hierarch Skycloud had said that, I would have definitely believed him. But since you said it, but do you think I'll believe you? Sidu Beiyin shrugged. It's fine if you don't believe me. In any case, I won't be interfering in this matter. Long Tianming was inwardly annoyed. Sidu Beiyin was clearly planning on watching with folded arms. He was probably trying to reap the benefits. However, Long Tianming was also helpless. If he didn't do anything, was he going to let Nieli grow into the greatest threat? At that moment, Nieli, who had fused with the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, approached the Frost Dragon beast step by step. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk, wherever he crashed into, the ice walls would rapidly shatter. Yichong felt a suffocating pressure as he watched the Saint Bloodwing Dragon approach him step by step. However, he also felt an indescribable relief in his heart. After all, it wasn't that he didn't want to carry out Venerable Flameless orders, but that he didn't have the ability to do so. Yichong also understood why Venerable Flameless wanted to deal with Nieli. Fortunately, he didn't have to take the blame for Venerable Flameless. Otherwise, he'd probably spend the rest of his life in prison for the crime of killing a genius of Hagami Munyan's younger generation. However, he still had to make a symbolic last stand. The Frost Dragon beast roared and waved its forelimbs. Several ice dragons flew towards the Saint Bloodwing Dragon that Nieli had transformed into. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk the ice dragons bombarded the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's body, but they continuously shattered. The Saint Bloodwing Dragon's physical body was simply too strong. The Frost Dragon Beast attacks simply couldn't break through the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's defenses. The Saint Bloodwing Dragon let out a low roar and waved its forelimbs. With a bang, it slammed into the Frost Dragon Beast's chest. The Frost Dragon Beast suffered a heavy blow and was sent flying towards the barrier at the side of the stage. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Frost Dragon Beast let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. It couldn't get up anymore as its body rapidly shriveled and reverted to its human form. Nieli's attack had seriously injured Yicheng. A god-level growth, Rate Bloodwing, Saint Jiao Dragon was truly too powerful. The surrounding students of the East District revealed deep fear in their eyes. This new student really couldn't be provoked. He'd just entered the East District, yet he'd already defeated Murong Yu and Yicheng. If he continued to grow, how powerful would he be? Nieli put away the Saint Bloodwing Dragon and quickly reverted to his human form. Although he'd managed to crush Yicheng after merging with the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, Nieli had also suffered severe injuries. His heavenly energy had also been severely overdrawn. He clutched his chest and gasped for breath. Huang Yu stood up and smiled. Nieli won this match. Since he was able to defeat Yicheng without using any artifacts, both Elder Nanmen Tianhai and I have acknowledged his strength. After this battle, he's also injured. Let him rest for now. Nanmen Tianhai stood up and said, "That's right. Let Nieli's test end here." Hearing the two elders' words, the students of the East District didn't have anything else to say. Nieli's strength had already been displayed for all to see. What else could they say? Wait! A voice suddenly rang out. Venerable Flameless, who was at the side, stood up. Elders, isn't a little too hasty to end things like this? Chapter 355. Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai paused and looked at Venerable Flameless when they heard his words. Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai thought that Venerable Flameless was merely testing Nieli's strength. They never imagined that Yicheng would actually try to kill Nieli. This was a little too much. However, Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai didn't want to expose this matter. Although they were elders of Hagami Myunmyun, Venerable Flameless was Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. After all, his status was much higher than theirs. But no matter what, Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai couldn't just watch as Nieli was killed. Venerable Flameless coldly snorted and said in a clear voice, Yicheng acted on his own and was too heavy-handed during the battle. Men, take him away and lock him up. Hand him over to Hagami Myunmyun's enforcement hall for punishment. A few people rushed onto the stage like wolves and tigers, detained Yicheng, and took him away. Huang Yu hurriedly tried to stop Venerable Flameless and said, Venerable Flameless, isn't this not too good? Although Yicheng was too heavy-handed, he didn't injure Nieli. He could vaguely guess Venerable Flameless' intentions. He wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it. Venerable Flameless' methods were indeed ruthless. Yicheng didn't listen to orders and acted on his own. Fortunately, he didn't injure Nieli. If he had injured Nieli, that would be an unforgivable crime. Venerable Flameless coldly snorted. Since things have come to this, let's forget about this test. Nanmen Tianhai said, even if they had to sacrifice Yicheng, they definitely couldn't sacrifice Nieli. How can we do that? Venerable Flameless immediately rejected. The two elders already said that they would arrange 2 tests for Nieli. How can we go back on our words? Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest understood after hearing the conversation between Venerable Flameless, Huang Yu, and Nanmen Tianhai. So Venerable Flameless had set up a trap to harm Nieli. They still didn't know how Nieli had offended Venerable Flameless. Venerable Flameless. According to the past rules, new disciples are allowed to choose their own opponents. There has never been an arrangement like today. Even if they could do that, they had arranged an opponent like Yicheng for Nieli. Isn't that a little too much? Li Xingyun was the first to step forward and said loudly. Venerable Flameless snorted when he heard Li Xingyun's words and said, Ignorant Junior. I'm talking to Elders Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai. What right do you have to interrupt? Venerable Flameless was overbearing. Li Xingyun said indignantly. Venerable Flameless, are you planning to use your power to suppress others? As a student of the East Campus, you have no respect for your elders. How dare you accuse me of bullying you? I wonder how your teacher usually teaches you. Venerable Flameless swept a cold glance at the East District's teachers. The mentors averted their gazes. Venerable Flameless was the disciple of Hierarch Skycloud. How could they dare to say anything? Li Xingyun was furious in his heart. However, he couldn't say anything at this moment. He quickly thought of how he could help Nieli out of this predicament. At this moment, the East District students all understood. So this was all arranged by Venerable Flameless. All of them were very intelligent, so they could tell that Venerable Flameless was trying to suppress Nieli. It seemed like Nieli had offended Venerable Flameless at some point in time. From the way Yichong was taken away, they could tell that Venerable Flameless didn't just want to teach Nieli a lesson. Instead, he wanted to kill Nieli and make Yichong a scapegoat. They couldn't help sighing in their hearts. This move of Venerable Flameless was too ruthless. Fortunately, Nieli possessed the Saint Bloodwing Dragon Demon Spirit. Otherwise, he'd probably die a wrongful death on the stage. Some of the East District students didn't mind. Since this matter wasn't related to them, they could just let it slide. However, some students were extremely indignant. After all, with Venerable Flameless status, suppressing a newly advanced genius was too inappropriate. However, with Venerable Flameless status, the others couldn't say anything. Even if they did, it probably wouldn't be of much use. Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai were a little angry. Venerable Flameless was using his power to suppress others. As elders, they couldn't resolve this. Venerable Flameless said that Yichong's attempt to kill Nieli wasn't because of him, so there was nothing they could do. However, they definitely wouldn't let Nieli compete again. If they were to compete again, Venerable Flameless would definitely arrange for an opponent that Nieli couldn't defeat. Nieli looked at Venerable Flameless, Huang Yu, and Nanmin Tianhai, who were arguing. Venerable Flameless' intentions were very obvious. He was very touched that Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai were willing to speak up for him. Nieli glanced at Venerable Flameless. Now that he displayed the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, Venerable Flameless would probably be even more impatient to get rid of him. However, Venerable Flameless' actions were very obvious. Even if Hierarch Skycloud didn't know about it now, he'd definitely find out in the future. At that time, it would be even harder for Venerable Flameless to obtain Hierarch Skycloud's trust. Nieli found out everything from Venerable Red Soul. Venerable Flameless' father had once saved Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud might not do anything to Venerable Flameless, but the thing that Venerable Flameless wanted would be getting further and further away from him. As for Hierarch Skycloud cultivation technique, Nieli wasn't the slightest bit interested. Although the Skycloud cultivation technique was indeed an extremely powerful cultivation technique, it was still far from being comparable to the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Although he knew that more enemies would appear soon, the Saint Bloodwing Dragon had already been exposed. Nieli could only fight. He couldn't retreat at this moment. He had to slaughter his way into the Central District and become one of the successors to the Patriarch. Only then would he have more room to display his abilities. Therefore, he had to press forward with an indomitable will. The upcoming battle was probably unavoidable. Nieli quickly swallowed a few medicinal pills, then started to cultivate and recover from his injuries. After this battle, his cultivation seemed to have made some progress. He was slowly forming his fifth fate soul from the 5 fate heavenly fate realm. If he could break through to the 5 fate heavenly fate realm, then he'd have a higher chance of victory. Nieli frantically circulated the heavenly energy within his body. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting above his soul realm circulated endlessly, pouring out heavenly energy endlessly. In just a short moment, Nieli's soul realm was filled to the brim. Nieli felt that his injuries had already healed, and his strength had greatly increased. However, breaking through to the 5 fate heavenly fate realm was still a little too difficult. Venerable Flameless coldly snorted as he glanced at Nieli who was currently recuperating. He looked at Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai and said, Nieli could be considered as my junior brother. As a senior brother, it's only natural for me to want to understand his strength. I've already helped Nieli choose his opponent. Elders, you don't have to say anything more. Huang Yu furrowed his brows and said, Isn't Venerable Flameless overstepping his boundaries? Is this overstepping my boundaries? It's our Sky Cloud Hall's own matters. Isn't it up to the two elders to butt in? Venerable Flameless coldly snorted. Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai weren't sure if Hierarch Sky Cloud was the one who'd arranged to test Nieli. However, they were certain that Hierarch Sky Cloud wouldn't make a move against Nieli. They had to stop Venerable Flameless. Nanmin Tianhai solemnly said, Venerable Flameless, if you really want to do this, then I think it's best if we ask Hierarch Skycloud first. Venerable Flameless coldly swept a glance at Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai. These two stubborn old fellows had truly infuriated him. He solemnly snorted and said, There's no need for the two elders to interfere in my matters. He glanced at a student of the East District and solemnly said, Guohuai, go and test Nieli's strength. Remember to show mercy. Chapter 356. Although Venerable Flameless had said to be lenient, how could Guohuai not understand the meaning behind his words? Yes, Guohuai respectfully replied as he glanced at Nieli with a trace of ruthlessness flashing through his eyes. Compared to Yi Chong, Venerable Flameless clearly trusted Guohuai more. Guohuai was his trusted subordinate. Even if he wanted Guohuai to die, Guohuai wouldn't even frown. Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai were shocked by Venerable Flameless words. Guohuai had reached 9 fate. Even if Nieli had integrated with a dragon bloodline god-level demon spirit, he was still only a 4 fate. How could he defeat a 9 fate student? What's more, Guohuai was a subordinate that Venerable Flameless had meticulously nurtured. Compared to ordinary 9 fate students, he was much stronger. Absolutely not. Huang Yu hurriedly said. He couldn't understand why Venerable Flameless would deal with Nieli in such an unbridled manner. What Huang Yu didn't know was that Venerable Flameless could sense that Nieli had displayed an astonishing amount of potential. Hierarch Skycloud would soon pay more attention to Nieli and focus on nurturing Nieli. Furthermore, the fact that he wanted Yi Chong to kill Nieli had already been exposed. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. That's why Venerable Flameless was so overbearing, completely ignoring Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai's attempts to dissuade him. Venerable Flameless released a powerful aura from his body, suppressing Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai. After all, Venerable Flameless was a Tao of Dragon Realm expert. Although Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai were furious at Venerable Flameless' overbearing actions, they couldn't stop him. The difference in strength between them was too great. Hearing the argument between Venerable Flameless, Huang Yu, and Nanmin Tianhai, Nieli jumped off the stage and put on his grade 6 artifact battle armor. He curled his lips in disdain and said, I refuse to participate in this competition. I quit. Hearing Nieli's words, the students of the East Courtyard were stunned for a moment, and a few of them couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, everyone's attention was focused on Venerable Flameless, Huang Yu, and Nanmin Tianhai. They all knew that Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai were no match for Venerable Flameless and felt that it was over for Nieli. However, they never expected Nieli to say such shameless words. That's right, he knew that he would be sending himself to his death in this competition. Why couldn't Nieli refuse? This was an unfair competition to begin with. Even if Nieli refused, who could do anything to Nieli? Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai definitely wouldn't punish Nieli. Huang Yu said, Venerable Flameless, since the students below refused to participate in the competition, let's just forget about it. Venerable Flameless' face darkened. Nieli was much more difficult to deal with than he'd expected. In the first competition, he'd wanted to borrow Yi Chong's hand to toy with Nieli to death without causing any huge waves. Who could have expected that Nieli would actually integrate with a god-level growth rate Saint Bloodwing Dragon? In the entire Hagami Myunmyun, How many people could integrate with a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit? If he'd known, he would have sent Guo Huai for the first round. He wanted to send Guo Huai for the second round. But who could have expected that Nieli would refuse to participate? Nieli pointed at Guo Huai and said, I can go up and fight him, but I want to wear an artifact. Why can't I use my own artifact? What kind of lousy rule is that? At Nieli's words, the students of the East District looked at each other. They'd already heard from others that Nieli had a complete set of grade 6 artifacts. If he were to go up and fight with an artifact, then what was the point of fighting? With a full set of grade 6 artifacts, even if he stood there and let Guo Huai hit him, he still wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert might not be able to penetrate it, not to mention a Heavenly Fate Realm expert. If you don't let me wear an artifact, then I won't play. At worst, I won't enter the East District and will return to the West District. Nieli shrugged his shoulders, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. At Nieli's words, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, and the rest couldn't help laughing. That's right. Since Venerable Flameless was clearly using his power to suppress others, then why couldn't Nieli act shamelessly? Venerable Flameless was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Nieli. Was he supposed to drag Nieli onto the stage? Huan Yu and Nanmin Tianhai looked at each other and smiled. This kid, Nieli, was pretty smart. As long as they sent Venerable Flameless away today, the two of them definitely wouldn't punish Nieli. After all, Venerable Flameless had gone too far in this matter. In the distance, Situ Beiyin laughed. I'm starting to like that kid's personality. Long Tianming. Although he doesn't have much power, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to suppress him. Beside him, Long Tianming looked at Nieli with a deep gaze and sneered. That's not necessarily true. That kid only knows how to play some petty tricks. A true expert wouldn't play such petty tricks. Expert? Situ Beiyin smiled. What kind of expert is Nieli? He's only been the Sky Soul Institute for a year. He's only at the Heavenly Fate Realm. Yet he's able to put you in such a terrible situation. Long Tianming. Why do I feel like you might not be able to beat him? Long Tianming coldly looked at Situ Beiyin, who was rejoicing in Nieli's misfortune. Indeed, this kid, Nieli, was a little too unexpected. Venerable Flameless looked at Nieli with contempt and said, You're so afraid of a competition between newcomers? Do you think a coward like you has the qualifications to become Hierarch Skycloud's disciple? So what? Hierarch Skycloud is willing to accept me as his disciple, so Venerable Flameless doesn't care. Furthermore, I want to tell Venerable Flameless that I'm only a 4 fate, yet you're arranging a 9 fate opponent for me. Just who's the scoundrel here? You're currently at the Tao of Dragon Realm, right? Why don't I arrange a Martial Ancestor Realm opponent for you? If you can win, then you're pretty capable. Nieli sneered. Hearing Nieli's words, the students of the East District couldn't help laughing out loud. Their laughter made Venerable Flameless feel even more embarrassed. As Hierarch Skycloud's disciple, he'd always lived like a prince. Who in his generation wouldn't give him some face? Who dared to speak to him like that? But today he'd been humiliated by Nieli. If you want to play, then go play. I'm not going to play with you guys. Nieli confidently walked towards Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest. Do you think the East District is a place where you can come and go as you please? Venerable Flameless narrowed his eyes as an ominous glint flashed through his eyes. He pointed at Nieli and said, Recently, I've investigated and found out that Nieli is a spy from the Yaoshan sect. Although you can deceive Hierarch Skycloud, don't even think of escaping my eyes. I'll drag you out sooner or later. Hearing Venerable Flameless words, everyone was slightly stunned. Venerable Flameless words were vicious to the extreme. It was the same as pushing Nieli into the teeth of the storm. The reason why I'm targeting Nieli is because I've discovered that he has ill intentions. I want to thoroughly eliminate this spy. Although my actions were a little extreme, my loyalty to Hagami Myunmyun can be witnessed by the heavens and earth. Venerable Flameless proudly puffed out his chest as he spoke righteously. Hearing Venerable Flameless words, Gu Bei, Lu Piao, Li Xingyun, and the rest all revealed expressions of anger. Venerable Flameless was obviously making irresponsible accusations. Chapter 357. Everyone was slightly surprised. They clearly hadn't expected that Venerable Flameless would actually accuse Nieli of being a spy for the Yaoshan sect. Did Venerable Flameless have conclusive evidence, or was he intentionally framing him? Practically all the East District students were observing the development of the situation. Most of them didn't believe it unless Venerable Flameless was able to produce conclusive evidence. Anyone could tell that Venerable Flameless and Nieli didn't have a good relationship, so the possibility of him being framed was obviously higher. Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai couldn't help but frown. They already knew what kind of person Venerable Flameless was. It was likely that he flew into a rage out of humiliation after failing to plot against Nieli. Li Xingyun pointed at Venerable Flameless and loudly said, "Actually, Venerable Flameless is the spy." He noticed that Nieli's talent was extraordinary and felt extremely threatened. So, he wanted to kill Nieli and get rid of a disaster for the Yaoshan sect. "That's right. I can testify." Lu Piao stood out. "I can testify as well." Gu Bei stood out as well. "Me too." Long Yuan and Xiao Yu stood out as well. The rising and falling voices caused Venerable Flameless to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He pointed at Li Xingyun and the others and shouted, "You're all slandering me. What proof do you have?" Li Xingyun roared with laughter when she heard Venerable Flameless words and said, "Venerable Flameless said that Nieli is a spy. But what proof do you have?" "I, Li Xingyun, can guarantee on my honor that Nieli is absolutely not a spy." "Me too," Gu Bei said in a deep voice. "Me too," Long Yuan said without hesitation. "You guys." Venerable Flameless was extremely furious in his heart. He didn't expect so many people to stand on Nieli's side. Furthermore, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and Long Yuan's identities were a little special. They were all standing on Nieli's side. If Nieli was a spy, didn't that mean that Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and Long Yuan were all harboring a spy? Venerable Flameless said in a low voice, "The three of you, don't be deceived by his methods." A person from the tiny world without any background was able to make the direct descendants of the three major families speak up for him. Isn't it very strange? Then Venerable Flameless has decided that I'm a spy. In the past few hundred years, have there been any spies from the Yaoshan sect that have infiltrated the Hagami Union? Even Hierarch Skycloud trusted me and accepted me as his disciple. However, Venerable Flameless has decided that I'm Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. I wonder what his intentions are by saying that his junior brother is a spy from the Yaoshan sect. Isn't it because he's jealous of me? Nieli pointed at Venerable Flameless as he coldly sneered. Hearing Nieli's words, those that didn't know the truth were 70 to 80% convinced. The possibility of Venerable Flameless competing with Nieli for his favor was higher. Competing? Ha ha ha. Venerable Flameless laughed as he continued. A coward like you, who doesn't even dare to step on the stage, is worthy of it. No matter what you say, I won't be provoked by you. If you have the guts, go challenge a martial ancestor realm expert. If you have the guts, I'll challenge him. Nieli calmly said as he pointed at Guohuai. Nieli didn't know what his chances of winning were if he fought with Guohuai, but he definitely had a chance of winning. Although Nieli had merged with the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, he had only used a portion of its power. He hadn't been able to unleash the full power of the Saint Bloodwing Dragon after its mutation. However, there was no need for Nieli to risk his life. Venerable Flameless was a Tao of Dragon Realm expert, but he actually used such a despicable method to deal with him. Nieli had to be more careful in the future. He couldn't give Venerable Flameless another chance. At this moment, 5 powerful intents were paying attention to the situation here. They knew everything that was happening here like the back of their hands. The 5 powerful intents were communicating with each other. Skycloud, this Nieli, you've already accepted him as your disciple? That's right. Hierarch Skycloud's voice drifted over. Hierarch Skycloud's movements are truly fast. It's rare for Hagami Union to see such an outstanding genius in the past 100 years. The voice sounded distant and somewhat regretful. Could it be that even Lord Patriarch is tempted? You could just focus on teaching your grandson, Situ Bayan. A charming voice said with a smile. Situ Bayan's talent isn't bad. However, with his talent, I reckon that he can barely break through to the martial ancestor realm. It's enough for him to control a region, but it's too difficult for him to become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. The voice sighed. I didn't think that Lord Patriarch would think so highly of Nyeli. Why don't you let Nyeli become Patriarch's disciple instead? Hierarch Skycloud faintly smiled. A gentleman doesn't take away what others love. If there are outstanding geniuses among the younger generation that can stand on their own, they must be nurtured well. As for this Nyeli, we still have to observe him. The voice calmly said, 100 years from now, Hagami Myunmyun will be under the control of the younger generation. Therefore, we naturally have to be cautious when selecting them. Venerable Flameless and Nyeli seem to have some conflict. Hierarch Skycloud, aren't you going to mediate? The charming voice chuckled. This is a meaningless dispute between the younger generation. Let them be. Hierarch Skycloud said indifferently. Aside from the three voices, the other two auras were also observing Nyeli. A 15-year-old youth had actually integrated with a god-level growth rate, Saint Bloodwing Dragon. Furthermore, with the strength of a 4 fate, he was actually able to suppress a 6 fate genius. It was truly rare. Just as Nyeli was about to turn around and leave, he heard a voice that was like a thin thread entering Nyeli's ears. Nyeli. Hearing that voice, Nyeli's heart trembled. He straightened his body and said, Master Skycloud, do your best to compete with Guohuai. There's no need to hold back, nor do you need to worry. I'll ensure that your fate soul doesn't dissipate. There are a few lords that want to see your strength and talent. Hierarch Skycloud said. Yes, Nyeli replied. His heart slightly trembled. The lords that Hierarch Skycloud mentioned should be the 5 heavyweights of Hagami Myunmyun. Since Hierarch Skycloud wanted him to make a move, a blazing fighting intent flashed through Nyeli's eyes. Since the 5 heavyweights were watching, then he really had to put on a good performance. After all, if he wanted to become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, then he had to obtain the acknowledgement of the 5 heavyweights. Nyeli didn't know what kind of people the 5 heavyweights were. However, as long as he could obtain the support of any one of them, aside from Hierarch Skycloud, it would definitely be extremely beneficial to his future. The exchange between the 5 heavyweights was completely unknown to the ordinary students of the East District, as well as the instructors, including Venerable Flameless and the 2 elders. Venerable Flameless looked at Nyeli's back and was feeling resentful. However, he saw Nyeli turn around. Nyeli stared at Venerable Flameless and said, I agree to the second round. Furthermore, I won't use any artifacts. Hearing Nyeli's words, everyone was stunned as they stared at Nyeli. Did Nyeli have a screw loose? He didn't agree to it earlier, so why did he agree to it now? A 4 fate against a 9 fate? Furthermore, the other party was obviously trying to kill Nyeli. Did Nyeli not want his life anymore? That was simply courting death. Chapter 358. Master Nyeli, don't be rash. Long Yuan said anxiously with her brows furrowed. The concern on her face was evident in her words. This was the first time she'd ever expressed concern for someone. Xiaoyu glanced at Long Yuan and couldn't help snorting as she turned her head away. Nyeli even said that he wasn't having an affair with Long Yuan. It'd be a miracle if he believed that. He also didn't want Nyeli to take the risk. Although he was worried, he didn't say anything. Lu Piao and Gu Bei also spoke up. Nyeli, there's no need for you to fight him. You're only a 4 fate, and he's already a 9 fate. I know what I'm doing, Nyeli said with a faint smile. Seeing how calm Nyeli was, whether it was Lu Piao, Gu Bei, or Li Xingyun, all of them were a little puzzled. Could it be that Nyeli was confident? Venerable Flameless narrowed his eyes. Nyeli actually dared to agree. Was he being arrogant, or did he have something to rely on? Nyeli's change was too quick, which made Venerable Flameless vaguely feel that something was amiss. Venerable Flameless raised his head and looked at the sky with a pondering expression. Then his expression gradually turned gloomy as he coldly snorted, "Guo Huai, go up and teach him a lesson." "Yes," Guo Huai respectfully replied as he jumped onto the stage. Nelly put away his artifact and also jumped onto the stage. Facing a powerful opponent like Guo Huai, Nelly took a deep breath and started to circulate his soul realm. A trace of blazing fighting intent flashed through his eyes. Although he didn't know what his chances of winning were, Nelly would disregard everything and fight. Guo Huai stared coldly at Nelly as his aura surged out. Guo Huai arrogantly looked at Nelly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. "I admit that I've underestimated you. You were actually able to defeat Yi Chong with your 4 fate cultivation. But when it comes to me, you'll definitely lose. How would we know if we don't fight?" Nieli's mouth twitched as a stern look flashed across his eyes. Guo Huai raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect Nieli to be in front of him. How could he still be so arrogant? Arrogant confidence. "I hope you won't lose so quickly." Guo Huai snorted coldly. Looking at the 2 people on the stage, the students of the East Courtyard stared intently. They knew that Guo Huai was up to no good. Nieli actually dared to take the initiative to challenge Guo Huai. All of them had a strong interest in Nieli. A 4 fate against a 9 fate. Could it be that Nieli had any chance of winning? Long Yan, Gu Bei, Xiao Yu, and the rest looked at the stage worriedly, worried for Nieli's safety. After all, Nieli was only a 4 fate. Nieli constantly circulated the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting in his soul realm. He could feel the vine in his soul realm growing at a crazy pace under the nourishment of the heavenly energy. A powerful aura burst out from Nieli. Humph. Feeling the surging energy from Nieli, a trace of astonishment flashed through Guo Huai's eyes. He coldly snorted, and the heavenly energy gradually condensed into the image of a meter-long heavy sword before him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavy sword trembled slightly, forming countless sharp wind blades in the surroundings, leaving cracks of varying depths on the profound stone floor of the martial stage beneath his feet. Both of their auras started to rise. An invisible gale surged on the stage, causing the spectating East District students to involuntarily take a few steps back. Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. They never imagined that the 2 of them would be so powerful. "I want to see exactly what you're capable of." Guo Huai heavily took a step forward, and his body turned into an afterimage as he swung his heavy sword towards Nieli. Wind blades filled the sky as they shot towards Nieli. Rumble. Under the gazes of everyone on the white cloud battle stage, Guo Huai was like a bloodthirsty beast. He pounced towards Nieli. The extremely condensed gale was like a long waterfall. Wherever the gale passed, cracks that were several inches deep and 7 to 8 meters long appeared on the hard violet stone stage. He hadn't integrated with a demon spirit. He's actually powerful to such an extent. Feeling the terrifying energy rushing towards him, Nieli quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and disappeared. His sickle-shaped forelimb turned into a cold light as it slashed towards Guo Huai. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 figures were so fast that even the naked eye couldn't catch their movements. In just a few moments, they had already exchanged over 10 moves. One after another, explosions of air continued to erupt. Although Nieli could rely on the shadow devil demon spirit's shocking speed to confront Guo Huai, however, Nieli still felt a strong pressure. In the heavenly fate realm, the difference of 1 realm is already huge. Not to mention, there's a difference of 5 realms between Nieli and Guo Huai. It's already not easy for Nieli to resist to this extent. Die! The heavy sword in Guo Huai's hand slashed towards Nieli's neck at lightning speed, trying to kill Nieli with 1 slash. Void form. Nieli's body quickly disappeared, causing Guo Huai's attack to miss. Nieli reappeared. Just as Nieli's body was about to solidify, the corner of Guo Huai's mouth revealed a strange smile as he sent a kick towards Nieli's chest. In the previous battle, he saw through the weakness of Nieli's shadow devil demon spirit. It was the moment when it solidified. Seeing that Guo Huai's kick was about to land on him, Nieli roared and his body rapidly expanded. At that critical moment, Nieli chose to merge with the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Guo Huai's kick landed on the Bloodwing Saint Jiao Dragon's body and bounced back. The corner of Guo Huai's mouth rose into a smile. Indeed, under his coercion, Nieli had merged with the Bloodwing Saint Jiao Dragon first. Everything was going according to his expectations. Nieli's body rapidly expanded to 7 to 8 meters tall. His skin was a strange dark red color, and his huge wings blocked the sunlight. Nieli raised his forelimbs and attacked Guo Huai. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli's forelimbs constantly bombarded the ground. Guo Huai was constantly jumping as he judged Nieli's strength. He was inwardly shocked. A god-level growth rate Saint Bloodwing Dragon was indeed very powerful. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. He had already tested out Nieli's strength. With Nieli's strength, it's impossible for him to fight against him. Nieli was like a raging Tyrannosaurus Rex. He wreaked havoc on the stage like a beehive, filling it with huge holes. Although he seemed to be brainlessly attacking Guo Huai with his strength, he was actually very calm. With his battle experience, how could he not see that Guo Huai was testing his strength? Since Guo Huai wanted to test his strength, he would show it to Guo Huai. While urging the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's strength, he was also sensing the dragon blood in the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's body. Although Nieli could urge the Saint Bloodwing Dragon to mutate, he didn't have complete control over the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's true strength. Nieli could sense that the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's body contained boundless potential that had yet to be fully developed. While urging the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, Nieli could feel his soul realm surging violently. He was only a step away from the 5 Fate realm. As long as he could condense his 5th Fate soul, his strength would greatly increase. Guo Huai even sent his heavenly energy into Nieli's body. Sensing the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's strength, he now had a clear understanding of Nieli's strength. A cold smile appeared on Guo Huai's face. You have no chance of winning against me. Now, you can die in peace. Chapter 359. Guo Huai quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Nieli. With an angry roar, his body rapidly expanded, turning into a huge Nethermoon draconic beast. Although this Nethermoon draconic beast was a bit shorter than the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, its aura was far stronger than Nieli's Saint Bloodwing Dragon. All of its bones grew on the outside of its body, forming a hard bone armor. The bones on its body emitted a dark luster as a surge of energy surged out like a flood. It was also an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Furthermore, it was a 9 Fate demon spirit. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Nethermoon draconic beast stomped on the ground, and with a bang, the ground caved in, forming a huge crater. It charged towards the Bloodwing Saint Jiao Dragon with unparalleled momentum. Sensing the Nethermoon draconic beast's powerful attack, Nieli slightly crouched down and took a defensive stance. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a heavy, muffled sound rang out like a clap of thunder as a majestic aura burst forth. Following the muffled sound of thunder, a large pit appeared on the hard, profound stone battle platform. Rubble flew in all directions, and huge cracks spread in all directions with the 2 giant beasts as the center, extending for dozens of meters. This caused the students to immediately retreat. The protruding stage was completely flattened. What terrifying strength! The surrounding students of the East District were all shocked. Under the impact of the Nethermoon draconic beast's attack, the Saint Bloodwing Dragon staggered back, nearly flying out of the stage. The difference in strength between Nieli and the 9 Fate Guo Huai was too great. Guo Huai's Nethermoon draconic beast's strength suppressed Nieli's Saint Bloodwing Dragon. Sensing that Nieli's strength was inferior to his, the corner of Guo Huai's mouth slightly curved into a smile. Just as he'd expected, Nieli wasn't his match at all. Nethermoon strike. Guo Huai's Nethermoon draconic beast suddenly swung its palm towards the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's neck. Seeing that the Nethermoon draconic beast's huge paw was about to hit him, Nieli let out an angry roar. His entire body glowed with a golden light as spikes grew out of his back at an astonishing speed. His body also suddenly swelled up a little. The surrounding heavenly energy surged wildly, and the mutated Saint Bloodwing dragon was greatly enhanced. Puff! The Nethermoon draconic beast slapped one of the spikes on the Saint Bloodwing dragon's neck. The spike directly pierced through the Saint Bloodwing dragon's palm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Howl! The Nethermoon draconic beast let out a miserable shriek. His voice was practically hoarse. This sudden change stunned everyone. They had never seen a Saint Bloodwing dragon with spikes on its back. Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai abruptly stood up in shock. So it turned out that Nye Li's god-level growth rate Saint Bloodwing dragon. It was actually a mutated one. To begin with, a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit was extremely rare. Furthermore, due to the fact that a dragon bloodline demon spirit's bloodline was already extremely powerful, the number of mutated ones was even rarer. Its preciousness was unimaginable. Such a demon spirit was actually obtained by Nye Li. Even Huang Yu and Nanmin Tianhai couldn't help feeling envious. Very few people could remain unmoved when facing such a demon spirit. Just this mutated Saint Bloodwing dragon alone was enough for Nye Li to become one of Hagami Myunmyun's most important geniuses. Venerable Flameless clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He never imagined that Nye Li's god-level growth rate Saint Bloodwing dragon would actually be a mutated one. Why would Nye Li have such a precious dragon bloodline demon spirit? Venerable Flameless was filled with resentment. If it wasn't for the fact that demon spirits couldn't be transferred after fusing, he would have snatched Nye Li's demon spirit. Why was the one who fused with the god-level growth rate Saint Bloodwing dragon Nye Li and not him? No wonder the old man valued Nye Li so much. Venerable Flameless was extremely unwilling in his heart. The crowd of East District students looked at Nye Li's Saint Bloodwing dragon, which was glowing with a golden light. Some were envious, some were jealous. My God, that Saint Bloodwing dragon is something that can't be bought even if you have the money. Such a demon spirit is placed in front of me. I feel that my demon spirit can be directly taken away and destroyed. Many people couldn't help sighing at the unfairness of fate. In Hagami Myunmyun, there were simply too few people who could fuse with a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit. So few that there were only a few. Without a doubt, this group of people were the pride of the heavens. They were the future rulers of Hagami Myunmyun, existences that they could only look up to for their entire lives. At this moment, even the 5 auras that had been observing the match couldn't help having a slight fluctuation. A deep voice resounded. It's actually a mutated one. It's been a few hundred years, and none of us have ever seen a mutated dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit. Spread the word. From today onwards, Nye Li will be under Hagami Myunmyun's protection. Hierarch Skycloud, I'll leave Nye Li's teachings to you. All right, Hierarch Skycloud replied. Hierarch Skycloud replied as his gaze fell onto Nye Li. Nye Li had indeed surprised him. Lu Piao, Gu Bei, and the rest were currently rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Guo Huai was in such a miserable state. He'd slapped the Saint Bloodwing dragon's back. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how painful it was. Lu Piao laughed. I knew that Nye Li wouldn't do something that he wasn't confident in. The Nethermoon draconic beast retreated a few steps. Guo Huai endured the pain as his heart trembled. He never thought that Nye Li would still be concealing his strength. Nye Li's Saint Bloodwing dragon had actually completed its first mutation. A mutated god-level growth rate Saint Bloodwing dragon. No wonder Venerable Flameless was so determined to get rid of Nye Li. His life was saved by Venerable Flameless. Although he knew that the consequences of killing Nye Li would be severe, he still threw a punch towards the Saint Bloodwing dragon in rage. The Nethermoon draconic beast's huge fist was about to land on Nye Li's body when Nye Li's body slightly leaned to the side. Poof! The Nethermoon draconic beast's fist once again landed on one of the back spikes. The Saint Bloodwing dragon's back spikes were extremely sharp and directly pierced through the Nethermoon draconic beast's fist. Guohuai's face contorted from the pain. He raised his other huge palm towards Nie Li's head, only to see Nie Li's head turn. Puffed. The Nethermoon draconic beast's left palm also landed on the back spikes on the back of the Saint Bloodwing dragon's head. Asterisk the Nethermoon draconic beast painfully roared. The Saint Bloodwing dragon's back spikes were too many to even touch. The first time the Nethermoon draconic beast's palm landed on the back spikes, everyone thought that it was just a coincidence. However, the second and third time, they understood that Nie Li was using the Saint Bloodwing dragon's back spikes to counterattack the Nethermoon draconic beast. What amazed them was that Nie Li's every defense was so precise, as if he had predicted the Nethermoon draconic beast's attack in advance. The Nethermoon draconic beast's two palms were heavily injured and dripping with blood. Seeing this miserable scene, everyone could imagine how much pain Guohuai was in. How pitiful! Roar! The Nethermoon draconic beast angrily roared and retreated a few steps. The Saint Bloodwing dragon's back spikes were too sharp, causing him to feel endless fear. Heavenly energy frantically surged around his body, and a violent, devastating power formed a terrifying storm. Huge wind blades formed around the Nethermoon draconic beast's body. Go to hell! Guohuai angrily roared. He had already been thoroughly enraged by Nie Li. Chapter 360. The Nethermoon draconic beast was a draconic bloodline demon beast that lived in wind caves. From birth, it could control the power of the wind. The wind blades it could condense could even shatter artifacts of the same level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades slashed towards Nie Li's Saint Bloodwing dragon. The Saint Bloodwing dragon's entire body flickered with a dazzling golden light as its aura continued to rise. Waves of scorching heat spread out from the Saint Bloodwing dragon. The Saint Bloodwing dragon opened its mouth and spat out a scorching longyan. The longyan tumbled and collided with the wind blades. Boom! Boom! The longyan and the wind blades collided in a frenzy. The intense battle continued. Powerful energies wreaked havoc, seemingly wanting to tear the barrier around the stage apart. The scene of the battle left the surrounding students dumbfounded. They weren't surprised by Guohuai's strength. What shocked them the most was that Nie Li could actually fight against the 9-fate Guohuai for so long. One must know that Nie Li was only a 4-fate. There was a difference of 5 realms between them. Nie Li had really hidden his strength well. Venerable Flameless angrily transmitted his voice to Guohuai. How much longer are you going to fight? Hurry up and finish him. Guohuai was a little depressed. Although Nie Li's strength was inferior to his, he was extremely nimble in battle. His wind blades were either dissolved by Nie Li or dodged by Nie Li. The Saint Bloodwing dragon's strength had far exceeded Guohuai's expectations. Roar! The Nethermoon draconic beast let out a furious roar as its chest rapidly swelled. Its entire body suddenly doubled in size as boundless heavenly energy rapidly condensed in its mouth, forming a stagnant pressure in the surroundings. The powerful pressure forced the Bloodwing Saint Jiao dragon to continuously retreat. The Nethermoon draconic beast's wind cannon. Nie Li's heart trembled. He was also afraid of the Nethermoon draconic beast's wind cannon. It was a destructive attack. Nie Li wanted to dodge, but it was too late. So fast. The Nethermoon draconic beast suddenly spat out a huge ball of wind that shot towards the Saint Bloodwing dragon. An invisible wind power locked onto Nie Li, making it difficult for Nie Li to move. The huge ball of wind was about to hit him. The Saint Bloodwing dragon suddenly struggled and escaped to the side. Boom! The wind cannon grazed the Saint Bloodwing dragon's body, making a loud noise as a terrifying force swept out. The Saint Bloodwing dragon was sent flying. Nie Li felt a heavy blow on his chest. His forelimbs and some of his wings were directly torn apart by the terrifying force. Blood splattered, and his whole body flew out involuntarily, slamming into the ground. In an instant, a big pit appeared on the ground. This wind cannon had seriously injured Nie Li. The difference in strength between the Bloodwing Saint Jiao dragon and Guohuai was too great. The blood-winged Saint Jiao Dragon's body exploded with a dazzling golden light as new flesh regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Among the many dragon bloodline monster beasts, the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's body was undoubtedly the most powerful and had a strong physical regeneration ability. However, Guohuai didn't want to give Nieli a chance to catch his breath. His chest and abdomen expanded again, and he spat out a second wind cannon. The third, the fourth, the fifth, one after another, the wind cannons kept bombarding the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. Nieli continuously dodged, but he was still swept up by the terrifying force of the wind cannon's explosions. Bang! 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 The powerful force from the wind cannons continuously bombarded Nieli's body. The Saint Bloodwing Dragon's body was covered with cuts and bruises, and its flesh was a bloody mess. With such serious injuries, even its physical regeneration ability was completely useless. Compared to a 9-Fate expert, it was still too far away. After releasing 9 wind cannons in a row, the Nethermoon Draconic Beast was also a little exhausted. It stood still, gasping for breath. Guohuai looked at the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's broken body, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. So what if Nieli had a mutated god-level growth rate, Saint Bloodwing Dragon? Wasn't Nieli still defeated? Although the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's physical body was strong, it couldn't withstand the power of the Nethermoon Draconic Beast's wind cannons. Nieli was heavily injured, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. He vaguely felt as though he'd returned to the battle with the Sage Emperor. Back then, he'd been surrounded by 6 deity-rank demon beasts and was on the brink of death. However, he still stubbornly fought. But when he was fighting the 6 deity-rank demon beasts, he could only watch as the Holy Emperor annihilated the souls of everyone related to him. This continued until Nieli's existence lost all meaning, and he died in grief and indignation. After his rebirth, he had another chance. There were many fetters by his side. His parents, friends, clansmen, Yiziun, Ning-Er, and the others' figures flashed through his mind. He had no path of retreat. He couldn't lose. Without the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, he wouldn't have a third chance. Nieli frantically increased his strength and expanded his strength, all for the sake of his battle with the Holy Emperor. How could he die here? How could he lose to a 9-Fate? Everyone looked at the stage. The students of the East District couldn't help sighing. Nieli had finally lost. As a 4-Fate, Nieli had won everyone's respect for being able to fight against a 9-Fate. The 5 auras that were observing Nieli conversed with each other. It's already pretty good that Nieli was able to do this. The deep voice sounded out once again. I'm getting more and more interested in this kid. The charming voice chuckled. Nieli had undoubtedly displayed shocking talent. Hierarch Skycloud revealed a knowing smile. Who knows, maybe Nieli could grow into a new pillar of support for Hagami Myunmyun and lead Hagami Myunmyun to glory. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest were worried for Nieli. At the sight of this, Gu Bei immediately barked, "Let's go and save him." Just when Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest were about to make their move, Li Xingyun blocked their path and said, "Wait, Li Xingyun, get out of the way." Lu Piao said with her brows furrowed. He never thought that Li Xingyun would block him at this moment. Right at this moment, a huge explosion sounded out, and a majestic aura shot into the sky from the stage. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations, everyone was slightly startled and directed their gazes at the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. That powerful aura was coming from the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. What was going on? Boom! Boom! With the Bloodwing Saint Jiao Dragon at the center, a series of explosions spread out in all directions. This aura was several times stronger than before. At this moment, aside from the red, blue, yellow, and black Fate Souls, a 5th Fate Soul was formed in Nieli's body. A soul fire formed in his soul realm and quietly burned. 5 Fate Realm. For ordinary people, it'd be pretty good if they could double their strength from 4 Fate to 5 Fate. However, Nieli's strength had increased by at least 5 or 6 times. At this moment, the broken parts of the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's body were rapidly regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, Its originally golden skin was now covered in a black gold luster, as if it was made of metal. The spikes on its back had also become thicker and sharper. Chapter 361. 5 Fate Realm. Nieli could sense that the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's physical body had also grown stronger. After reaching 5 Fate, the 5 Fate souls hovered above his soul realm and continuously revolved around it. The 5 Fate souls provided an endless supply of heavenly energy. At this moment, Guohuai was extremely depressed. He'd used so many wind cannons in a row and had practically exhausted all the heavenly energy in his body. However, even after so many wind cannons, he still wasn't able to kill Nieli. He never imagined that Nieli would actually break through to 5 Fate. The Saint Bloodwing Dragon's shattered body had actually recovered. Guohuai furiously roared as he pounced towards Nieli and swung his huge palm towards Nieli's head. He absolutely couldn't allow Nieli to fully grasp the power of 5 Fate. "Watch out!" Long Yuan and Xiao Yu couldn't help exclaiming at the same time. Just as the Nethermoon Draconic Beast's huge palm was about to land on Nieli's head, Nieli suddenly opened his eyes and a sharp light flashed through them. Ordinary people would need several hours to fully grasp the power of 5 Fate from 4 Fate to 5 Fate. However, that wasn't the case for Nieli. After breaking through to 5 Fate, Nieli quickly circulated the Heavenly God cultivation technique and mobilized his 5 Fate souls. Through various methods, he'd already fully grasped the power of 5 Fate. How could he be so fast? When Guohuai saw Nieli open his eyes, his heart trembled. However, it was already too late for him to react. Nieli let out a low roar and fiercely flapped his wings. He slightly tilted his body and ruthlessly slammed his back towards the Nethermoon Draconic Beast. Bang! With a dull thud, the two giant beasts collided with each other. At the sight of this, the surrounding East District students couldn't help feeling their scalps go numb. Nieli had used his back spikes to ram into the Nethermoon Draconic Beast's body. Sure enough, the Nethermoon Draconic Beast began to howl. There were hundreds of sharp spikes on Nieli's back. Each one of them was incomparably sharp and pierced deep, bloody holes into the Nethermoon Draconic Beast's body. Fresh blood flowed. Guohuai screamed mournfully. He simply hated Nieli, the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, to the bone. After colliding with Nieli, the Nethermoon Draconic Beast's body was already full of bloody holes. Moreover, he could feel the pain. Without waiting for Guohuai to react, Nieli roared and charged towards the Nethermoon Draconic Beast once again. Bang! Bang! On the martial stage, the Nethermoon Draconic Beast was constantly being hit by the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. Miserable screams could be heard from all over the place. To the Nethermoon Draconic Beast, this was even more terrifying than hell. After reaching 5 Fate, Nieli had grasped 2 new combat skills, the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. However, Nieli wasn't prepared to use them. Since he could already defeat Guohuai, he believed that he displayed enough talent. The remaining 2 combat skills could be considered his trump cards, and he'd continue to hide them. After experiencing all sorts of things in his previous life, Nieli understood a certain principle. No matter what kind of situation he encountered, he needed to have a hidden trump card. Those without a trump card would often die quickly. Under Nieli's frenzied attacks, the Nethermoon Draconic Beast was sent flying and heavily fell to the ground. His body flew out and landed heavily on the ground behind him. He lay there, his body a bloody mess, and he could no longer stand up. Venerable Flameless never expected that even Guohuai would be defeated. He was infuriated as he cursed coldly. Trash! Seeing that the Nethermoon Draconic Beast couldn't get up, Nieli's body rapidly shrunk. He recalled the Saint Bloodwing Dragon and jumped off the stage. Looking at Venerable Flameless, Huang Yu, and Nanmen Tianhai, Nieli asked, "Elders, we've already fought twice. Can we contest now?" It took a long time for the students of the East District to recover from their shock. With the status of a newly promoted student, he'd actually defeated so many experts of the East District and directly entered the top 200. This was something that had never happened in the past several hundred years. Nieli's talent was simply too shocking. especially the mutated god-level growth rate Bloodwing Saint Jiao dragon, which left a deep impression in everyone's minds. Huang Yu laughed and said, Nieli has defeated 2 senior brothers. Today's test will end here. He looked at Venerable Flameless and asked, I wonder if Venerable Flameless has any objections? That's it then. Venerable Flameless said in a deep voice as he swept a glance at Nieli. Since he'd failed to ambush Nieli this time, he was afraid that it would be even more difficult to find an opportunity the next time. Although he was a little unwilling, he had no other choice. He'd already realized that Hierarch Skycloud had most likely noticed this place. He no longer had any chances, so he could only let it go. After Nieli, Liu Piao, Gu Bei, and the rest also went up to compete. Although Liu Piao and Gu Bei's performances were also very outstanding, with a gem like Nieli in front of them, the students of the East District weren't as shocked. From today onwards, Nieli and the rest would become students of the East District. However, Nieli's goal was to quickly enter the Central District and gain power in Hagami Munyan. He didn't have that much time to waste. After the competition ended, the people in the martial arts arena slowly dispersed. The news of Nieli making it into the top 200 after entering the East District quickly spread throughout the entire Sky Soul Institution. Gradually, it also spread to Hagami Munyan. The disciples of Hagami Munyan also started to pay attention to the rising genius, Nieli. After his match with Guohuai, Nieli didn't receive any more messages from Hierarch Skycloud. He didn't know what Hierarch Skycloud's thoughts were. If something happened to Hierarch Skycloud, he'd definitely send someone to look for Nieli. Since he just entered 5 Fate, Nieli had to continue cultivating and consolidate his cultivation. As for Li Xingyun, Liu Piao, Gu Bei, and the rest, they continued to carry out their plans. Recently, whether it was the Demon League or the Tianxing League, geniuses were continuously joining them. Aside from the Demon League's generous treatment, Nieli's fame had also greatly affected the Demon League. With Nieli's astonishing talent, who knew what realm he'd reach in the future? Following Nieli was definitely a promising prospect. The sky gradually darkened. Nieli continued cultivating as usual. His Fate Soul had already stabilized. Tomorrow, he'd be able to entrust his Fate Soul to the Soul Hall and continue his journey to the outside world. Entrusting his Fate Soul to the Soul Hall would be a lot safer. Nieli quietly sat cross-legged as a powerful aura lingered around him. He'd already finished cultivating the first part of the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Nieli didn't know when he'd finished cultivating the first part. He quietly pondered over the profoundness of the Heavenly God cultivation technique as waves of comprehension flashed through his mind. Just as Nieli was about to enter the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, he suddenly felt something strange. He immediately put the painting away and vigilantly looked at the door. A gust of wind blew and the door opened with a bang. "Who's there?" Nieli coldly barked as he stared outside. It was dark outside, and there wasn't a single soul in the garden. Nieli felt an intense sense of danger. The door wouldn't be blown open for no reason. He couldn't see anyone from the outside, nor could he sense any aura. This proved that the other party's strength far surpassed his own. Not knowing where the other party was hiding, Nieli circulated his heavenly energy and prepared for battle. Could it be an assassin sent by Venerable Flameless? Nieli's right hand moved, and the Thunder God's meteorite sword appeared in his hand. He was also wearing a grade 6 artifact set. Even so, he didn't feel any sense of security. Just what realm was the other party in? Chapter 362. Nieli vigilantly stared outside and expanded his perception to the maximum. However, he still couldn't sense the other party's presence. Beads of sweat appeared on Nieli's forehead. His cultivation had already reached 5 Fate, so his perception had reached an astonishing level. As long as it was within a radius of 50 meters, even a Heavenly Axis realm expert could barely sense the other party's aura. However, the other party was completely hidden from his perception. The other party's strength was at least that of a Tao of Dragon Realm existence. Although he couldn't sense the other party's aura, Nieli's rich combat experience from his previous life allowed him to sense a strong sense of danger. Assassinating a student within the Sky Soul Institute was something that was absolutely not allowed to happen. It was strictly forbidden by the Hagami Munyan. Even if Venerable Flameless had an illustrious status, he would still be investigated if he did such a thing. He would have to pay with his life. The Hagami Munyan's rules weren't something that could be violated by anyone. If it was Venerable Flameless, Nieli wouldn't be able to understand why he would do such a thing. After all, no matter how secretive Venerable Flameless was, the 5 heads of the Hagami Munyan would definitely find out about it. Wasn't he being a little too reckless? Nieli slowed down his breathing as he coldly scanned the area. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately retaliate. If the other party was too strong, then he could only use the Heavenly God cultivation technique and fight to the death. He hoped that the commotion and aura fluctuations from the fight would attract the attention of the upper echelons of the Hagami Munyan. Nieli was observing his surroundings, ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, an invisible energy locked onto Nieli from the surrounding space. Not good. Nieli's heart trembled as he brandished the Thunder God's meteorite sword and slashed forward. Streaks of Lei Zhu formed out of thin air and shot towards the invisible energy. However, just as Lei Zhu was about to unleash it, he heard a bang. It shattered and dissipated. How could this be? Nieli's pupils violently contracted. The other party was so strong. The invisible force continued to lock onto Nieli. Nieli furiously roared. He immediately prepared to integrate with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. However, just as Nieli mobilized the energy within his soul realm, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit suddenly appeared. Just when Nieli was about to integrate with the Shadow Devil, a bizarre energy blasted towards Nieli's soul realm. His soul realm shook and dispersed, instantly interrupting the demon spirit integration process. Then, an invisible force wrapped around Nieli's right foot and lifted Nieli into the air. The opponent's attack speed was simply too fast. Nieli was greatly alarmed in his heart. He straightened his body and brandished the Thunder God's meteorite sword to slash at the invisible force on his feet. Just as Nieli was about to make a move, another 2 invisible forces entangled Nieli's hands. A force slapped Nieli's pulse. Nieli felt pain in his wrist, and the Thunder God's meteorite sword flew out of his hand. His hands and feet were completely locked by the invisible force. Under the opponent's hands, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Nieli didn't even know where the opponent was. The opponent's strength was at least at the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon Realm. Nieli furrowed his brows for a brief moment. Perhaps he was wrong. The opponent might not be someone under Venerable Flameless. An expert of this level of strength wasn't something that Venerable Flameless could mobilize. Although he knew that the opponent was very strong, Nieli wouldn't just let himself be bound. If he had a hidden method that could deal with this level of strength, it would be that mysterious vine. Nieli immediately activated the vine in his soul realm. He felt the boundless energy in his soul realm surging to his hands and feet. The vine in his soul realm rapidly grew, frantically absorbing the surrounding energy. The invisible force that was binding Nieli's hands and feet entered Nieli's body and was devoured by the vine. The invisible force that was binding Nieli's hands and feet immediately collapsed. Nieli descended from the sky and pounced towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword. He wanted to grab the Thunder God's meteorite sword once again. Seemingly surprised that Nieli had managed to break free, a voice in the air exclaimed in surprise. Nieli was just about to grab the Thunder God's meteorite sword. However, at this moment, the Thunder God's meteorite sword seemed to have been slapped by some kind of force. It shot out and stabbed into the ground in the distance, trembling nonstop. Nieli felt countless invisible forces binding him once again, lifting him into the air. Nieli immediately activated the vine in his soul realm. However, his soul realm suddenly shone with a golden light. A mysterious inscription pattern array had already locked the vine in Nieli's soul realm. Even the vine was completely useless. Nieli was tied up by the invisible force, lying on his back in the air. Nieli bitterly smiled. The opponent's strength is not something that he can confront. He doesn't even have a chance to integrate with his demon spirit. Even if he were to use the heavenly god cultivation technique, he's probably not the opponent's opponent. Nieli guessed the opponent's identity. Is there a need to mobilize such a powerful expert just to deal with me? At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground. This person was wearing a black, tight-fitting night suit. Even his face was covered under the cloak, making it hard for others to see him clearly. This person's aura seemed to be completely hidden in the void, making it impossible for others to detect him. It's simply like the shadow devil-demon spirit that had turned into a void. This person slowly walked towards Nieli. Although she was wearing a night suit, he could still feel the astonishing hot figure under the night suit. Her perky buttocks, slender legs, and the astonishing fullness of her chest. All of them were filled with extreme charm. With every step she took, her graceful figure exuded an astonishing charm, and a fragrant scent wafted towards them. Just this hot figure alone is enough to make countless men fall head over heels for her. Although he couldn't see the opponent's face clearly, Nieli had a feeling that this person is definitely a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. She slowly walked towards Nieli, step by step. A hint of killing intent pierced through Nieli's heart, causing the blood in Nieli's body to freeze. She slowly walked to the front of Nieli. Nieli was lying on his back in front of her, like a little lamb that was stripped naked. Her right hand moved, and a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. A cold light flashed. Someone sent me to take your life. However, it's too much of a pity to kill you like this. It's really a waste of your good looks. Therefore, I intend to play with you. If you can make this old lady happy, maybe I can let you die a little easier. Her voice was sharp with a hint of seduction. The dagger in her hand slowly moved towards Nieli's thigh. With a pu sound, Nieli's pants were cut open, revealing the skin underneath. On top of it, a shallow bloodstain appeared. Nieli felt a chill in his crotch. The dagger was only an inch away from the important part. Nieli's scalp went numb. Senior, please wait a moment. May I know who sent Senior here? Who did I offend? Even if I die, you should at least let me die knowing, right? Nieli's thoughts quickly turned, thinking about the other party's intention. Chapter 363. Brat, are you afraid now? You've offended so many people, and there are plenty of people who want to kill you. However, I'll let you die knowing that Venerable Flameless sent me. The black-clothed person smiled seductively and continued. Whether you want to die an easy or painful death is up to you. The black-clothed person's slender fingers slowly slid across the skin of Nieli's thigh. That ice-cold aura made Nieli suck in a breath of cold air. Every now and then, a threatening sensation came from his thigh. How could Nieli not feel his scalp go numb? Senior, please don't joke with this junior. Nieli bitterly smiled. Joke? Do you think I'm joking? The black-clothed person patted Nieli's crotch with the dagger in her right hand and said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Senior definitely wasn't sent by Venerable Flameless. It'd be weird if Venerable Flameless could order Senior around. Venerable Flameless is at most a 3-stage Tao of Dragon Realm, but Senior is at least an 8-stage Tao of Dragon Realm. Senior can crush Venerable Flameless with a flick of his finger, so why would he listen to Venerable Flameless orders? Nieli said as he looked at the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person was clearly a little shocked. She never imagined that Nieli would be able to determine the difference in strength between Venerable Flameless and her. After all, Nieli was only in the Heavenly Fate realm. How could an ordinary Heavenly Fate realm expert know who is stronger or weaker in the Tao of Dragon realm? Continue. If you can give me another reason, perhaps I can spare you today. The black-clothed person crossed her arms and smiled. Because of the pressure from her arms, her chest had swelled to a shocking angle. Nieli bitterly smiled. With his ability, how could he easily guess the other party's identity? Such a bewitching woman with such strength would definitely be a top-notch figure in the Hagami Union. He carefully tried to recall which person was more suitable. From the strength that Senior just displayed, it doesn't feel like you're in the Tao of Dragon Realm, but a martial ancestor? Nia Li's eyes were fixed on the other party. The cloak of the man in black moved slightly. Nia Li's heart stirred. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? If it was a Wu Zong, then it was very likely to be that person. According to the technique he used, it should be from the Dragon Seal family. As for the Dragon Seal family, their experts had reached the martial ancestor realm. I think Senior's identity is already obvious. There's no need to guess. Nelly thought for a moment and said, Haha, you're wrong. I haven't reached the martial ancestor realm yet. It's the 9th layer of the Tao of Dragon. The black-clothed man giggled. She laughed so hard that her breasts were bouncing up and down. But you can guess that I'm from the Dragon Seal family. You're quite capable. Dragon Seal family? 9 levels of Tao of Dragon? Nelly didn't know who the other party was. He helplessly smiled bitterly and said, I guessed wrong again. The black-clothed man patted Nia Li's crotch with the dagger and said, You bullied my daughter so badly. It's not too much for her mother to come and get revenge, right? Nia Li finally understood after hearing the black-clothed man's words. So this black-clothed man was Long Yuan's mother. Auntie, listen to me, Nia Li hurriedly said, wanting to explain. The black-clothed man waved her hand and said, I already know the whole story. Since you've guessed so much, I'm not going to kill you. Nelly finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the black-clothed man's words. You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll only cripple you. You don't have any objections, right? The black-clothed man patted Nia Li's crotch with a dagger. Feeling a cold light flash under his crotch, Nia Li hurriedly shrank his buttocks and secretly complained in his heart. He didn't entrust his life's soul to the soul hall. If he was crippled, it would take a lot of effort to cure him. Moreover, the feeling of being crippled once was always very depressing. Auntie, you misunderstood. I didn't bully Long Yuan. Moreover, Long Yuan is now my disciple. Nieli hurriedly explained. Oh, is that so? The black-clothed man took off the cloak on her head, and her waterfall-like hair scattered down. Her eyebrows were very similar to Long Yuan's, but she was more mature and charming than Long Yuan. That beautiful face was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. Under the black cloak, her figure was much hotter than Long Yuan's, especially the fullness of her chest. A thought flashed through Nieli's mind. Would Long Yuan be so spectacular when she grew up? Yes. Nieli hurriedly nodded, feeling depressed in his heart. Back in the day, he was also someone who had a decisive battle with the Holy Emperor. Although his cultivation had risen very quickly in this life, he was still too far away from the Tao of Dragon Realm. Facing this Tao of Dragon Realm before him, he couldn't fight back at all. I've heard everything from my daughter. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, you marry Long Yuan. Second, I'll cripple you right now. Choose one. Long Shuyun patted Nieli's crotch and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Where do you think I should start? That won't do. I'm already master and disciple with Long Yuan. Wouldn't that mess up the seniority? Nieli hurriedly said, TCH, that master-disciple relationship of yours is just like children playing house. How can you take it seriously? But so what if it messes up the seniority? Whoever dares to say anything, I, Long Shuyun, will cut off their tongue. Long Shuyun coldly snorted. Nieli was depressed in his heart. Could this Long Shuyun not be so arrogant? Auntie, this matter needs to be considered at length. I already have a family. It's not that I dislike Long Yuan, but I feel that I'm not worthy of her. Nieli hurriedly said, So what if you have a family? It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I only have one request, and that is that my daughter must be the legal wife. Long Shuyun curled her lips and said, You're already like that. Although you're indeed not worthy of her, my daughter can only make do with it. Like that? Nieli simply had an urge to vomit blood. What did I do to Long Yuan? Wait, doesn't Long Yuan already have a fiancé? Oh, why don't we just tear up the engagement? Long Shuyun waved her hand and said, It's immoral to casually break the engagement. Nieli said righteously. Moral, bullshit moral. The fist is the truth. Nieli, I'll put it here. Are you going to marry Long Yuan or not? If you still make excuses, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Shuyun's eyes flashed a cold light. She coldly snorted and said with a murderous look, "Auntie, I'm not making excuses, but there's one thing I don't quite understand. Speak." Long Shuyun coldly looked at Nieli. "Your Dragon Seal family has an illustrious background, and Long Yuan is one of the successors of the Dragon Seal family. As for me, I'm just a poor brat from the tiny world without any background. Why does Annie want to marry Long Yuan to me?" Nieli said with a bitter smile. "Brat, you don't have to belittle yourself. I have a good eye for people. Although you're from the tiny world, you now have the Saint Bloodwing Dragon and the Hierarch Skycloud as your disciple. Your future is limitless. Therefore, you're worthy of my daughter." Long Shuyun faintly smiled as she looked at Nieli. Chapter 364. Nieli was depressed. Regardless of whether she was worthy or not, you have to ask if she is willing first. Don't you know that a forceful melon won't be sweet? Nieli's thoughts turned quickly. How should I deal with Long Yuan's shrewish mother? Feeling the cold dagger, Nieli was extremely depressed. He heard that Long Yuan's fiancée, Hu Yong, had been crippled by Long Yuan twice. Did she learn it from her mother? Long Xian looked at Nieli and said coldly, "Why? Are you still not willing?" A trace of cold aura made Nieli shiver. "Wait, I want to ask a few things. Why is Long Yuan's surname Long, and your surname is also Long?" Nieli asked immediately. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Shuyun was obviously stunned. Nieli's topic was too sudden. After a moment, she said, "We belong to the Dragon Seal family. Of course, our surname is Long. If you marry my daughter, of course, your surname will also be Long. It's actually marrying into my family. You should be proud to be qualified to be surnamed Long." Long Shuyun said as a matter of course. "This won't do." Nieli immediately shook his head and said, "My surname was bestowed by my ancestors. Not to mention being crippled. Even if I'm killed, I won't easily change my surname. This is disrespectful to my ancestors." Long Shuyun shrugged and said, "Well, since you don't want to be surnamed Long, I won't force you. As long as your first child with my daughter is surnamed Long, it's fine." Nieli looked at Long Shuyun in a daze. Long Shuyun compromised so quickly? This is too unprincipled. "Before you marry my daughter, if you have any other requests, feel free to state them. As long as they are not too excessive, I can agree to them." Long Shuyun looked at Nieli and said meaningfully, "I know that you're ambitious, and your plan is pretty good. However, if you want to fight for the position of Patriarch, just the support of Hierarch Skycloud isn't enough. As long as you marry Long Yuan, you can obtain the full support of another big shot. At that time, even Situ Patriarch would have to consider carefully. Your chances of winning are very high. If you don't marry Long Yuan, then our Dragon Seal family will stop you at all costs. Did you want more help or more enemies? Do as you see fit." Hearing Long Shuyun's words, Nieli felt depressed in his heart. This was simply a naked threat. Who would marry off their daughter like this? He really didn't know how the brains of the Dragon Seal family worked. Nieli felt depressed. However, he also understood some of Long Shuyun's considerations. Just based on Long Yuan's ability, her chances of winning against Long Tianming for the position of Patriarch of the Dragon Seal family were very small. If Nieli married Long Yuan, the result would be completely different. Two juniors that had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, one of which was even a variant one. Presumably, the Dragon Seal family's resources will be tilted towards Nieli and Long Yuan. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Previously, no matter how I tried to persuade my daughter, she wasn't willing to fight for the position of Patriarch of the Dragon Seal family. I never thought that after following you, she would actually be willing to fight for it. In this world, there are many things that must be fought for in order to belong to you. I can see that Ina likes you. Since that's the case, as her mother, I naturally have to help her. Nieli, if you dare to let Ina down, humph. Don't talk to me about the rules of the Hagami Yumyan. This old lady has never placed rules in my eyes." Long Shuyun said in a domineering tone. Encountering someone who loved his daughter so much, Nieli also had a headache. He constantly tried to change the topic. However, Long Shuyun still pressed on. "Ani, how about this? After all, Long Yuan and I are still young. It's not suitable for us to get married now. Why don't we wait for another 5 years? If Long Yuan still likes me at that time, then I'll marry her, Nieli said after a brief pondering. Who knew what the situation would be like after 5 years? Even if Nieli went back on his word, Long Shuyan wouldn't be able to do anything to him. What's not suitable about it? There are many people getting married at this age. Of course, waiting for another 5 years is fine as well. You guys just have to settle the marriage first and give birth to your children. Since I'm free right now, I can take care of your grandchildren, Long Shuyan said after a brief pondering. Nieli was dumbfounded as he looked at Long Shuyan. She's too invincible. Nieli didn't know how to reply to Long Shuyan. Auntie, shouldn't you ask your parents first before getting married? My parents are both in the tiny world. The entrance to the tiny world will only open in another 5 years, Nieli immediately said. He couldn't help being impressed by his own wit. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Shuyan finally hesitated for a brief moment. However, she soon turned her sharp gaze towards Nieli and said, Are you trying to brush me off? How would I dare to brush you off? Nieli immediately replied, My parents are both in the tiny world. You don't have to worry about that. After you guys give birth to your children, you can enter the tiny world 5 years later and let your parents know, Long Shuyan said firmly after a brief pondering. That won't do. Without my parents' permission, I wouldn't dare to do such an unfilial thing, Nieli immediately said righteously. I finally understand. You don't want to marry my daughter. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll see how long you can be so stubborn. Long Shuyan was enraged as her chest violently heaved up and down. She brandished her dagger and slashed towards Nieli's crotch. Feeling the chill in his crotch, Nieli still proudly said, I'll say it again. It's not that I don't want to marry Long Yuan, but before I marry her, I have to ask my parents first. Otherwise, no matter what Ani does to me, I won't give in. Just as Long Shuyan's dagger was about to slash Nieli, she suddenly stopped. She was also in a dilemma. After all, Nieli didn't completely reject her. If she really crippled Nieli, then Long Yuan might get angry at her. However, this brat was extremely crafty. Who knew if Nieli was purposely brushing her off? Just as Long Shuyan fell into silence, the door to Nieli's room suddenly opened and a person walked in. It was Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu saw this scene, she was stunned on the spot. You! Xiaoyu stared blankly at this scene. When she passed by Nieli's room, she heard a woman's voice coming from the room. She angrily thought that it was Long Yuan again, but when she opened the door, she saw this scene. Nieli was lying on his back in the air. His posture was extremely ambiguous, and the mature and hot woman in front of him was doing something to Nieli. Who are you? Xiaoyu stared at Long Shuyan and guessed the identity of Long Shuyan. After all, such a strange woman appearing in Nieli's room was definitely an unusual thing. Long Shuyan patted Nieli, giggled, and said, Nieli, how is it? Did I serve you well? She looked at Nieli, and a cold light flashed in her charming eyes. Seeing the look in Long Shuyan's eyes, Nieli smiled bitterly in his heart. This woman was really annoying. He knew that if he didn't cooperate, the consequences would be very serious. Chapter 365. There was no point for Xiaoyu to continue staying here. Long Shuyan was at the 9th stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm, while Xiaoyu was only at the Fate Realm. There was no way, Xiao, you could save him. Thank you, big sister. You've worked hard. Although Nieli felt depressed in his heart, he still replied in such a manner. Xiaoyu's face darkened. She looked at Nieli and cursed. Nieli, you're filthy. It was Long Yuan before, and now it's another woman. How shameless. He slammed the door shut with a bang. Seeing that Xiaoyu had left, Long Shuyan patted Nieli's thigh and said with a smile, Not bad. At least you're tactful. Nieli smiled bitterly. He couldn't understand. Was Long Shuyan really Long Yuan's mother? Why were the personalities of this mother and daughter so different? Long Yuan might have a fiery temper, but she was actually more reserved. She was an iceberg in the eyes of others, but Long Yuan's mother was bold and unrestrained. Xiaoyu probably thought that there was something going on between him and Long Shuyan. But what did that man mean when he said it was Long Yuan before? Long Shuyan looked at Nieli with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nieli groaned inwardly. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to save him, but why did she still hit him when he was down? What a careless friend. Kid, don't tell me you're trying to deny it after you've eaten it all. My daughter is a little weak, but if you think that we're easy to bully, humph. Long Shuyan snorted. Long Shuyan seemed to think that there was something going on between him and Long Yuan, but there was nothing going on between him and Long Yuan. At most, they were just master and disciple. Everything he did was in accordance with the rules. Nie Li's most beloved woman had always been Yi Ziyun. Although he later learned that Xiao Ninger had an inexplicable bond with him since his previous life. Nie Li's heart more or less had a place for Xiao Ninger. However, to Long Yuan, Nie Li was only a master and disciple. Moreover, he had only known Long Yuan for a short period of time. How could there be unforgettable feelings? As for Long Shuyan saying that they were easy to bully, what was that all about? Who would dare to bully Long Shuyan? Wasn't that courting death? Auntie, I think this matter should be asked. Isn't it better to ask Long Yuan? Nie Li looked at Long Shuyan with a wry smile. I don't want to disgrace Long Yuan's innocence. Since you want to see my daughter, I also brought my daughter. Long Shuyan looked at Nie Li with a faint smile. She waved her right hand, and a figure appeared out of thin air, only to see Long Yuan standing a few meters away from them. At this time, Long Yuan was looking at Nie Li with a very complicated look. Nie Li was stunned. It turned out that Long Shuyan brought Long Yuan with her. It's just that Long Shuyan used some means to hide Long Yuan, so that he couldn't see it. He had to say that this mother and daughter looked very similar. Long Yuan had at least 90% of Long Shuyan's charm, but Long Shuyan was more charming. Long Yuan's expression was even colder. In addition, her figure wasn't as hot as Long Shuyan's. But Long Yuan hasn't grown up yet, so she might not be inferior to Long Shuyan. This was indeed the case in his previous life. In other words, the conversation between Nie Li and Long Shuyan was heard by Long Yuan. What was this? Long Shuyan treated him like this, but Long Yuan actually spoke up for her master. Mother, don't force him anymore. There really isn't anything between me and him. That day, he only used golden needles to help me open up my acupuncture points. Long Yuan's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. The reason why she didn't show up was because she wanted to hear what Nie Li had to say. But Nie Li obviously had the intention to evade. She didn't know why her heart felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, even if those men came up to her, including Hu Yong, Long Yuan wouldn't put them in her eyes at all. She wouldn't have any trace of emotional fluctuations. But this time, hearing Nie Li used all kinds of methods to deal with her mother and every possible way to evade, her heart actually had a trace of faint pain. Could it be that in Nie Li's heart, she was so unbearable? Even if her mother threatened him, Nie Li still wasn't willing to marry her? But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, she and Nie Li had only known each other for a few months. From the beginning, she gave Nie Li the impression that she was an overbearing and rude person. It was always Nie Li who was giving, but she didn't give Nie Li anything in return. Nie Li was willing to accept her as a disciple and help her awaken her bloodline, which was already extremely benevolent. What did she have that was worthy of Nie Li's affection? Master Nie Li, my mother was just joking with you. Please don't take it to heart. Long Yuan looked at Nie Li and said apologetically. Only then did Nie Li let out a sigh of relief. It was good that she was joking. He had already been miserably played by Long Shuyan. Looking at Nie Li's relieved expression, Long Shuyan couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Long Yuan. She understood Long Yuan very well. Long Yuan obviously had Nie Li in her heart, but she had retreated. Iner, are we just going to let this brat off like this? That won't do. Since we're already here tonight, how can we just leave empty-handed? This is my Long Shuyun style. Long Shuyun snorted coldly and said, Iner, since you like this brat, then get pregnant with this brat's child first. If he doesn't admit it, then kill him. This is how I dealt with your father previously. Previously, your father also attracted bees and butterflies everywhere, but he was still subdued by me. However, that fellow was unlucky and died in the hands of the Yaoshan sect. Now that I'm here, I can teach you step by step. Dumbfounded, Nie Li stared at Long Shuyan. He was simply speechless. Is there anyone in this world who teaches their daughter like this? What exactly is this woman's brain made of? Hearing Long Shuyun's words, Long Yuan stomped her feet anxiously and said anxiously, "Mother, what are you doing?" Men are cheap wretches. You have to listen to me on this. Long Shuyun said resolutely. That's enough. Long Yuan angrily shouted. That angry voice stunned Long Shuyun. Long Yuan had never spoken so loudly to her before, causing Long Shuyun to fall silent. Between me and him, it's our own business. It's none of your business, Long Yuan said with a frown. She was really a little angry. Long Shuyun didn't care about her inner feelings at all. Long Shuyun looked at Long Yuan. She thought for a moment, then sighed softly and said, "If that's the case, then forget it." Long Shuyun felt that she owed Long Yuan very much. Since Long Yuan strongly stopped her, she let it go. Long Shuyun glanced at Nie Li and snorted coldly. "I'll let you go today. If I find out that you bullied Long Yuan in the future, don't blame me for being impolite." She waved her right hand, and the rope that bound Nie Li suddenly loosened. Finally free, Nie Li landed on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't understand the concept of bullying in Long Shuyun's words, but he finally didn't have to be threatened by Long Shuyun with a dagger. Nie Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm leaving." Long Shuyun turned around and walked outside. Her expression was a little lonely. "Wait," Nie Li called out. "What else is there?" Long Shuyun turned around and looked at Nie Li. Hasn't Nie Li been taught a lesson enough? Chapter 366. Auntie, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it, Nie Li said. Although he had just been tormented by Long Shuyun, he didn't have many opportunities to meet Long Shuyun. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he'd get another chance. "Speak." Long Shuyun glanced at Nie Li and snorted. She was still a little unhappy about what had just happened. If it weren't for Long Yuan's presence, she would have already flared up. Auntie has a high position in the Dragon Seal family. With your support, Long Yuan's chances of winning the Patriarch's position won't be too far off. Although it's slightly inferior to Long Tianming's, it won't be too far off. Nie Li probed. Then you're wrong. Our Dragon Seal family's ancestor supports Long Tianming. Therefore, it won't be easy for Yin to ascend to the Patriarch's position. Long Shuyun swept an indifferent glance at Nie Li. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. The three great families will each support one person to ascend to the position of Patriarch. However, it won't be easy for the three people you've chosen to ascend to the Patriarch's position. Auntie, you've misjudged me on this point. I'm not trying to get close to the three of them on purpose. I'm trying to support them to pave the way for myself. Nie Li shook his head. Oh, then what's your goal? Did we misjudge you? Long Shuyun looked at Nie Li with a smile that wasn't a smile. It was clear that she didn't believe Nie Li's words. Long Yuan looked at Nie Li. She firmly believed that Nie Li wasn't using her. After all, there were many coincidences between her and Nie Li. Nie Li didn't seem to be trying to get close to her on purpose. If Nie Li had intentionally wanted to get close to her from the start, he would not have fought so intensely with her in the spiritual eye. I'm sure Annie has noticed that there are many factions within the Hagami Myunmyun, and the fighting is getting more and more intense. There are many people who want to change, but they are powerless. Hierarch Skycloud, for example, had chosen to retire from the sex affairs. I dare say that if this continues, within 200 years, Hagami Myunmyun will definitely split, Nie Li said with certainty. Hearing Nie Li's words, Long Shuyun remained silent. Long Yuan's eyes widened. She was obviously shocked by Nie Li's words. She had never thought so far ahead before. Continue, Long Shuyun said quietly. Everyone in the world cares about their own interests. Although they knew that there were many problems within the Hagami Myunmyun, they were still fighting for their own interests. If this continued, the decline of the Hagami Myunmyun was inevitable. 100 years ago, Hagami Myunmyun was still ranked third among the 6 great sects. Now it is at the bottom. Even Situ Patriarch wanted to change the current situation, but the 3 great clans had their own thoughts. He was powerless. After all, the power of the 3 great clans is already above the Hagami Myunmyun to a certain extent. Nyeli said, in that case, are you implying that you alone can change it? Long Shuyun asked with a hint of disdain in her voice. Doing it is better than not doing it at all. Although I can't change anything by myself. I couldn't change anything, but I met Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuan. I felt that their talent wasn't bad, and they were trustworthy people. They are much better than Gu Hong, Long Tianming, and Li Yufeng. If Gu Hong, Long Tianming, and Li Yufeng control the three great clans, it can be foreseen that the future of the Hagami Myunmyun will be bleak, and it will inevitably be divided. But if Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuan become the masters of the three great clans, I'm afraid the situation will be different. Nyeli said passionately, although it is difficult for me to do it by myself, I, Nyeli, am willing to do everything I can. I will help Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuan to become the masters, not for myself, but for Hagami Myunmyun to be our shelter after 100 years. Looking at Nyeli's solemn expression, Long Shuyun couldn't tell the truth from the lie. For a moment, she couldn't tell the truth from the lie. In this world, whatever the people did, it was mostly for the sake of the word benefit. Who would do something that would harm themselves to benefit others? Long Shuyun still didn't quite believe it. Hearing Nyeli's words, Long Yuan was extremely moved. It turned out that in Nyeli's heart, he had such great ambitions. She looked at Nyeli. Compared to Nyeli, she felt that she was too lowly. She only thought of her own benefits, but Nyeli thought of the whole Hagami Myunmyun. Nyeli's image became incomparably lofty in her heart. Long Shuyun curled her lips in disdain and said, these words of yours can deceive little girls, but you want me to believe you? Ha, you can't be thinking that I'm that childish, right? Although Nyeli's objective wasn't only for Hagami Myunmyun, Nyeli still had a clear conscience. In the entire Draconic Ruins realm, the greatest threat wasn't the Yaoshan sect, but the supreme existence, the Holy Emperor. Countless ancestors of the Draconic Ruins realm had fearlessly sacrificed themselves to fight against the Holy Emperor. How many of them had died? In order to protect his family and clansmen, Nyeli had a clear conscience and was extremely magnanimous. Nyeli looked at Long Shuyun and smiled. It doesn't matter if Auntie believes it or not. As for Auntie, there's no harm, right? That's true. What are you going to do next? Long Shuyun went silent for a brief moment. No matter what Nyeli decided to do, it was enough that one of the people that was pushed to the top was her daughter. As long as it wasn't a threat to her, why would she care about what Nyeli did? Nyeli looked at Long Shuyun and sincerely said, what I'm going to do next might be extremely difficult. I hope that no matter what, Auntie can stand on my side. Helping me is equivalent to helping Long Yuan. That will depend on my mood. Long Shuyun crossed her arms and lightly said, but if there's anything that you need my help with, you can get in her to pass it to me. I'll consider it when the time comes. Seeing Long Shuyun's indifferent expression, Nyeli knew that there was an 80 to 90% chance of success. Long Shuyun had treated Long Yuan very well. As long as he could convince Long Yuan and get Long Yuan to coax and pester Long Shuyun, he wouldn't have to worry that Long Shuyun wouldn't agree. With the help of a 9th-stage Dao of Dragon Realm expert, many things would be much easier to handle. Nyeli, boy, are you really not going to marry my daughter? If you marry my daughter as your mother-in-law, how can I not help you? When Iner ascends to the top, we will also do our best to help you ascend to the position of Hagami Myunmyun Patriarch. Otherwise, aren't you afraid of pushing Iner to the top without any benefits for yourself? Long Shuyun looked at Nyeli and said patiently, Mother. Long Yuan stamped her feet in embarrassment. Nyeli immediately said righteously, there are very few men in this world who wouldn't be tempted by a good girl like Long Yuan. However, I feel that it's an insult to Miss Long Yuan to link marriage with personal benefits. How can I, Nyeli, be that kind of filthy person? Therefore, it's better to think about this matter at length. Long Shuyun stared blankly at Nyeli. She couldn't understand Nyeli at all. Logically speaking, if Nyeli pushed Long Yuan to the top, if he could marry Long Yuan first, he would definitely be able to obtain even greater benefits. Not to mention, Long Yuan's appearance and family background were also impeccable. However, no matter how she tried to persuade him, Nellie just wouldn't agree. Could it be that there were people in this world who didn't care about themselves and only cared about helping others? Chapter 367. Could it be that Nellie was really as noble as he claimed to be? Long Shuyan didn't believe it. She had seen too many people deceiving each other, but she had never seen someone like Nellie who was willing to help others without asking for anything in return. Could it be that Nellie was so sure that Long Yuan would help him? No matter what Annie thinks, I feel that Annie might as well wait a few years. Annie thinks that my talent is outstanding, but there are many geniuses who have fallen. Aren't you afraid that I won't make any progress if you betroth Long Yuan to me? Of course, Annie can also break the engagement like she did with Hu Yong, but if you break it again and again, I'm afraid that your reputation won't be good. Nieli was still trying hard to convince Long Shuyan. Long Yuan anxiously looked at Nieli. She wanted to explain that her engagement with Hu Yong was something that her mother had established with Hu Yong. She was still young at that time and didn't know that she had never treated Hu Yong as her fiancé. But just as the words were about to leave her mouth, Long Yuan sadly swallowed them back down. Nieli probably didn't care about my engagement at all, right? Long Shuyan glanced at Long Yuan and sighed in her heart. She said to Nieli, "No matter what your goal is, I admit that you've convinced me. In the future, as long as it's beneficial to my daughter, I'll do my best to help you." Hearing Long Shuyan's words, Nieli finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Long Shuyan had finally agreed. With the help of a 9-stage Tao of Dragon Realm expert, many things in the future would definitely be much simpler. At this time, in the Sky Cloud Hall, Hierarch Sky Cloud withdrew his thoughts and quietly sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. After a long moment of silence, he sighed with emotion. "It's funny that I was born in Hagami Myunyan. Because of some troubles, I became disheartened and secluded myself from the world to cultivate. I can't see things as clearly as a youth. Long Yuan, Gu Bei, and Li Xingyan are indeed outstanding among the younger generation. In terms of character, it's not bad. If these 3 youths can take power, then Hagami Myunyan's 3 great families might really be able to unite. In addition, there have been many rising geniuses recently. Who knows, Hagami Myunyan might be able to restore its glory." Hierarch Sky Cloud actually saw a glimmer of hope. Before Nieli came to Hagami Myunyan, Hagami Myunyan's future was bleak. Among the various great families, there were many people who schemed against each other and competed with each other. However, there was no one who took the overall situation into consideration. At that time, Gu Bei was still biding her time, and Long Yuan didn't stand out to compete for the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position. After Nieli's arrival, he affected Long Yuan, Gu Bei, and Li Xingyun, causing some changes in the situation. The heirs of 3 great families, 3 unrelated people, had come together because of Nieli. "Since you have the heart to do such a thing, then I'll lend you a hand." Hierarch Sky Cloud thought to himself. He, who had secluded himself from the world for so many years, couldn't help but feel a trace of palpitation in his heart. The other 4 intents also swept past. Hierarch Sky Cloud faintly smiled. Those who were sincere would definitely be moved by their sincerity. He wondered what the other 4 thought about it. He wondered if Nieli's sincerity would be able to move the other 4. But of course, Hagami Myunyan was still a sect that respected the strong. If Long Yuan, Gu Bei, and Li Xingyan weren't able to support them, then it would be useless. At that moment, in Nieli's room after sending Long Yuan and Long Shuyan off, Nieli cast a glance at the sky. A 9-stage Tao of Dragon Realm expert had appeared here. He didn't know if the big shots of Hagami Myunyan had sensed it or not. Normally, the big shots of Hagami Myunyan wouldn't pay much attention to the Sky Soul Institute. However, such a powerful aura should have attracted their attention. After all, the Sky Soul Institute was the most important place in Hagami Myunyan. Practically all the geniuses of the younger generation were gathered there. Of course, this was only a thought and a guess in Nieli's head. He had to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, Long Shuyan hadn't come with the intention of killing him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. He had to hurry to the Soul Hall and deposit his fate soul. Furthermore, he had to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't it be dangerous if Venerable Flameless really sent someone to assassinate him? Nelly pondered for a brief moment. Since he had enough spiritual stones, he might as well buy a dozen courtyards in the Sky Soul Institute. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. That way, he wouldn't be so easily assassinated. As the sky gradually brightened, Nelly quietly left to finish his tasks. Even Xiao Yu and Lu Piao weren't aware of it for the time being. After depositing his fate soul, Nelly could finally head to the outside world once more. In Li Xingyun's courtyard, Gu Bei, Lu Piao, Xiao Yu, Nelly, and a few others appeared. When Nelly saw Xiao Yu, he was about to greet her. However, Xiao Yu's face turned black, and she turned her head away. Nelly awkwardly rubbed his nose. Even if he had contact with other women outside, Ninger hadn't said anything. Wasn't Xiao Yu a little too nosy? Nelly was a little speechless. With Igui's help, we've managed to kill Gu Heng 3 times. That brat Gu Heng is a Heavenly Star Realm brat, and he'll recover his fate soul in about 5 days. He's probably alive and kicking again by now. However, his cultivation has dropped by a lot. He should only be in the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Star Realm. Furthermore, under our deliberate efforts, that brat, Gu Heng, has started to suspect Chai Yu. Gu Bei looked at Nelly and lightly smiled. Since you've recovered your fate soul, let's go collect Gu Heng's deity's lake. Okay. Nelly nodded, then turned to Gu Bei and smiled. How's the Demon League's development recently? Ever since your competition, we've announced that you're a member of the Demon League. Since then, there's been an endless stream of people joining us. Quite a few of them are Heavenly Star Realm and even Heavenly Axis Realm. Right now, the Demon League has over 6,000 members. Gu Bei smiled. Although the loyalty of those who have just joined still needs to be tested, our Demon League's strength has been rising very quickly. Even Li Xingyun was speechless. In such a short period of time, they'd managed to recruit so many people. The Demon League's expansion was too fast. Not to mention the number, but in terms of strength, it was already on par with the Tianqing League. Among all the forces controlled by the younger generation, the Demon League could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Aside from that, Li Xingyun also heard that Long Yuan had established the Profound Note League. It was said that when it was first established, hundreds of Heavenly Axis Realm experts joined. There were even a few Dao of Dragon Realm Elders and Grand Elders that expressed their support for the Profound Note League. The Profound Note League's strength had surpassed the Tianqing League at an astonishing speed, and was now ranked 5th among the forces. Although the Profound Note League wasn't as strong as the forces controlled by Long Tianming, Li Yufeng, Situ Beiyin, and Gu Heng, the Profound Note League's rise had exceeded everyone's expectations. What excited Li Xingyun the most was that the Profound Note League had already formed an alliance with the Tianqing League and the Demon League. The heirs of the 3 great families had actually joined forces. This was absolutely unprecedented. According to this trend, it was hard to imagine how far the Profound Note League would develop in the future. Chapter 368. The one that Li Xingyun admired the most was Nieli. In the past, Li Xingyun rarely admired someone. Although Nieli was much younger than him, he'd accomplished something that even he couldn't imagine. The Demon League and Tianqing League quietly set off for the outside world. Recently, the Tianqing League, Demon League, and Gu Heng's forces had fought several times. The battles had already reached the climax. Both sides were in a killing frenzy. Gu Heng didn't care about his losses as he besieged the Tianqing League and Demon League. The Tianqing League and Demon League launched a fierce counterattack against Gu Heng's forces. Gu Heng's losses were much greater than the Tianqing League and Demon League. However, Gu Heng's forces suddenly had over 200 Heavenly Axis Realm reinforcements. Therefore, Gu Bei and Li Xingyun's forces immediately avoided the brunt of the attack. What puzzled Gu Bei and Li Xingyun was that they didn't know where those Heavenly Axis Realm experts came from. Therefore, they immediately became more cautious and couldn't confront Gu Heng's forces head-on for the time being. The outside world. Heiyun Deity's Lake. This was the most important deity's lake under Gu Heng's control. There were over 600 people guarding this place, with 16 of them being Heavenly Axis realm experts. The defensive strength of this deity's lake was pretty good. However, Gu Heng's main forces weren't here, so he only needed to send a portion of them to guard the deity's lake. These people sat on the grass near the deity's lake to cultivate. The heavenly energy here was extremely dense, so it was much faster to cultivate than in other places. Therefore, these people weren't willing to waste time, and only a few were responsible for patrolling. They'd always followed Gu Heng and acted without fear. They'd never thought that anyone would dare to attack their deity's lake. At this moment, a few kilometers away from the deity's lake, the Tianqing League and Demon League's forces quickly gathered. Is everyone here? Gubei looked back and asked. I've done a head count. More than 3,000 people are here. 56 Heavenly Axis realm cultivators. Lu Piao said. This time, they had only brought over 3,000 people with them. However, it was more than enough to conquer the Heiyun deity's lake. It's about time. Li Xingyan looked at Nieli and said with a smile. And Nieli nodded. All right, let's go. Gubei waved her hand and shouted. He appeared high-spirited. Once upon a time, in order to conceal his strength and bide his time, he had willingly degenerated, making the elders of his family feel that he was a useless person. However, the passion in his heart never stopped burning. From that day onwards, he could finally stand up and fight against Gu Heng. His sister's illness was cured by Nieli. The dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was also given to him by Nieli. Even if Nieli wanted him to die, he wouldn't say a single word. Kill. More than 3,000 people charged towards the Heiyun deity's lake. From afar, the dense crowd looked like a swarm of bees in the sky. Nieli also followed. He wore a grade 6 artifact set and held the thunder god's meteorite sword in his hand. The black and white wings on his back flapped as he flew towards the Heiyun deity's lake. Although Xiao Yu was at odds with Nieli, she still followed beside him. However, he still followed beside Nieli as they flew. The people in the Heiyun deity's lake were still cultivating and hadn't noticed anything. A few sentries were chatting when one of them pointed into the distance and said, Look, why are there so many people over there? Maybe some force has mobilized their men? Another person looked into the distance. Such a scene was too normal. They didn't think that anyone would dare to attack the Heiyun deity's lake. If the Heiyun deity's lake was attacked, Gu Heng would definitely rush over within a few hours. So what if they managed to attack the Heiyun deity's lake? Wouldn't they still be beaten back? While they were chatting, a large group of people came whistling over from afar. It's the Demon League. There's also the Tianqing League. By the time they realized that something was wrong, Nieli, Gu Bei, and the rest had already led their men to the deity's lake. Nieli swung the thunder god's meteorite sword down. Thick bolts of lightning fell and blasted several heavenly fate realm experts away. Several heavenly Axis realm experts charged towards Nieli, but were quickly intercepted by the heavenly Axis realm experts from the Demon League and Tianqing League. An intense battle broke out around the deity's lake. At this moment, it was a completely unequal battle. Even a heavenly Axis realm expert on Gu Heng's side had to face 5 to 7 people. Very quickly, they were killed, one after the other. Under the escort of everyone, Nieli arrived at the deity's lake. He stood in the middle of the deity's lake and started laying down inscription patterns. Rays of light circulated as the inscription patterns were imprinted on the deity's lake, quickly forming a complete inscription pattern array. A deity root slowly rose from the center of the inscription pattern array. Nieli's right hand moved, grabbed the deity root, and threw it into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He looked into the distance and saw that the battle had already calmed down. The guards of the Heiyun deity's lake had basically been wiped out. Gubei looked at Nieli and asked, Are we done? Yeah. Nieli lightly smiled and nodded. All right, let's go to the next deity's lake. Gubei said excitedly. Although she didn't know where Nieli had placed the deity root, Gubei knew that in Nieli's hands, the deity root would definitely be extremely valuable. Nieli would be able to get countless spiritual stones out of it. Very quickly, over 3,000 people left and rushed to the next location. Like a swarm of locusts, the Heiyun deity's lake began to collapse. Half an hour later, Guhung arrived at the Heiyun deity's lake with over 10,000 people. However, where was the Heiyun deity's lake? At the sight of this, Guhung simply wanted to vomit blood. The Heiyun deity's lake had been under his control for several years, and had provided him with a large amount of spiritual stones every year. But now, the Heiyun deity's lake was gone? He couldn't understand why the Heiyun deity's lake would suddenly disappear. Even a martial ancestor realm expert would find it hard to destroy a deity's lake. Furthermore, what good would it do? Nieli, Gubei, I'm not done with you. Guhung roared furiously. Guei's eyes flickered as he said in a meaningful tone, Boss Guhung, I think there's something fishy about this. Since they destroyed the Heiyun deity's lake, they must be heading to the next deity's lake. We have to chase after them. The Guyu deity's lake is the closest to this place. They must be heading there. Chayu was infuriated when he heard Gui's words. Recently, he had been the subject of suspicion. He had almost fought with Gui. Gui, this despicable person, always bad-mouthing him in front of Guhung. It seemed like Chayu was no longer trusted. Previously, Chayu and Guhung had been ambushed out of nowhere. Guhung had died, while Chayu was lucky enough to escape. From then on, Chayu was no longer trusted. Later on, Guhung had been killed twice, but Chayu had not been there either time. Chayu felt that Gui was up to no good and hurriedly said, Boss Guhung, they might be heading to the lightning deity's lake. If we rush to the Guyu deity's lake and miss them, the lightning deity's lake will be lost. Guhung glanced at Chayu indifferently. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, Come, let's go to the Guyu deity's lake. Guhung flew away. Gui glanced at Chayu and sneered before following Guhung. Chayu's heart sank as he watched Guhung and Gui's backs. It seemed like Guhung no longer trusted him. Chapter 369. Guyu deity's lake. When Guhung and the others arrived, it was already empty. There was no trace of Guyu deity's lake. Gone again? Guhung was about to go mad with anger. Gubei was going to kill them all. Not only did she destroy the Heiyun deity's lake, she even destroyed Guyu deity's lake. They must have left not long ago. Guhung was about to go crazy. He shouted hysterically, Search the surrounding area. Everyone else, follow me to the lightning deity's lake. I want to kill them all. Even if he killed Gubei and the others, it wouldn't be enough. If Gubei and the others died, they could still be resurrected in the Soul Hall. However, if the deity's lake was gone, there would be nothing left. Gubei, I'm not done with you. Guhung gritted his teeth. Thinking about the deity's lake, he felt like he was being stabbed in the heart. Guhang's subordinates began to search for traces of Nieli and the others, especially in the direction of the lightning deity's lake. On the way to the lightning deity's lake, the members of the Demon League and Tianqing League were flying. Guhang's men have caught up. What are we going to do? Li Xingyan looked at Nieli and asked. By the time they reached the lightning deity's lake and took it, Guhang's men would probably arrive. It will be a fierce battle then. Don't worry. Let's continue to the lightning deity's lake. That's Guhang's last deity's lake. Even if we all die, it'll be worth it. Nieli said, after taking all three deities' lakes, they could take drastic measures against Guhung. What was there to be afraid of? Let's take his last deity's lake. Let's see how he'll survive in the great world. A trace of hatred flashed in Gubei's eyes. When she thought of Gulan, who was once paralyzed and sat in a wheelchair, Gubei felt a strong surge of hatred. Since Guhung had tried to harm his sister, he should have known that this day would come sooner or later. Everyone increased their speed and flew toward the lightning deity's lake. Lightning deity's lake. When Nieli and the others arrived, they discovered that something was amiss. There were 3,000 people guarding the lightning deity's lake. While Guhung was rushing to the Guyu deity's lake, he had also sent a group of people to strengthen the protection of the lightning deity's lake. There are too many people at the lightning deity's lake, Li Xingyun said with a frown. Escort me inside, Nieli said after some thought. Although the other party had many people, Li Xingyun and the rest should be able to escort him to the center of the deity's lake. All he had to do was collect the deity's root of the lightning deity's lake. Li Xingyun barked, everyone from the Tianqing League, listen up. Escort brother Nieli sighed. Everyone from the Demon League, listen up. Escort boss Nieli sighed. Gubei also yelled. At this moment, the guards of the lightning deity's lake had already formed a powerful defense and were eyeing the Tianqing League and Demon League. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens. Li Xingyun, Gubei, Lu Piao, and the rest led a group of Heavenly Axis realm experts as they charged ahead. They were all wearing Grade 6 artifacts, so even if they encountered a Heavenly Axis realm expert, they wouldn't be afraid. Very quickly, the two parties engaged in a chaotic battle. Nieli and Xiaoyu followed closely behind as they charged towards the center of the deity's lake. Bang! 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 Xiaoyu helped Nieli kill a few Heavenly Fate realm experts that were charging towards them. Thanks. Nieli lightly smiled toward Xiaoyu. Oomph. Xiaoyu's face turned black. She turned her head away. Why is Xiaoyu's heart like a woman's? She's still holding a grudge, even at a time like this. Nieli was speechless as he brandished the Thunder God's meteorite sword and shot out bolts of lightning. Roar! The people in front started to merge with their demon spirits. Huge beasts appeared out of nowhere and started to fight in the sky. Blood rained down like a huge meat grinder. Both sides had people dying one after another, under the escort of the Heavenly Axis realm experts. Nieli and his group quickly approached the lightning deity's lake. Don't let them in. Boss Guheng and the rest will be here soon, shouted a golden-armored guard from the lightning deity's lake as he led a large group of men towards Nieli's group. Just as they were about to reach them, the Heavenly Axis realm experts beside Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the rest all integrated with their demon spirits. Roar! 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 Huge beasts appeared out of nowhere. All of them were extraordinary level growth rates, dragon bloodline demon spirits. Their huge bodies were filled with malevolence. Their extremely powerful auras suppressed their opponents to the point of suffocation. At the sight of this, the guards of the lightning deity's lake were all dumbfounded. Dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits were extremely rare. Only a few people in the entire Hagami Munyan possessed them. Dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits were extremely rare. However, they were also extremely rare. Among the younger generations of the Hagami Munyan, it was already pretty good if there were only a few hundred dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits. Furthermore, the majority of them possessed dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits. They were all extremely important members of the younger generation. However, there were actually over 20 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits in front of them. To others, dragon bloodline god level growth rate extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits were extremely rare. They were practically impossible to purchase in the market. However, to Nieli, obtaining over 20 dragon bloodline god level growth rate extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits wasn't difficult at all. He had a large number of deity roots. Nieli had already accumulated an astonishing amount of spiritual stones. He'd used a lot of spiritual stones to get Gu Bei to purchase a large number of dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits and integrate them with dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits. Nieli had given Gu Bei and Li Xingyun 50 to 60 dragon bloodline god level growth rate extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits. Gu Bei and Li Xingyun had chosen a few loyal subordinates from the Demon League and Tianqing League to integrate with dragon bloodline god level growth rate extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits. After integrating with the dragon bloodline god level growth rate extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, these Heavenly Axis realm experts became even more loyal. They deeply felt that joining the Demon League was definitely the right choice for them. How could they receive such treatment if they joined another force? As for the other experts that didn't receive dragon bloodline god level growth rate extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, Gu Bei and Li Xingyun would continue to observe them. It didn't matter if it was for their own benefit or some other reason. The members of the Demon League and Tianqing League were fighting with their lives on the line. When they fought against Gu Heng's subordinates, Every single one of them was like a pack of wolves and tigers as they charged forward without a care for their lives. Over 20 Heavenly Axis Realm experts with Dragon Bloodline God, level growth rate, extraordinary level growth rate, demon spirits pounced forward like wolves and tigers. The guards of the Lightning Deity's Lake were instantly terrified. What a joke! Heavenly Axis Realm experts were already strong enough. Now that they'd integrated with Dragon Bloodline God, level growth rate, extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, how were they supposed to fight them? Even if they died in battle, they'd only receive a few dozen spiritual stones as compensation. Why would they risk their lives? They'd heard that the members of the Demon League and Tianqing League would receive 5 to 6 times more compensation than them. Furthermore, they'd receive additional rewards for killing them. This was truly infuriating. The guards of the Lightning Deity's Lake retreated one after another. Under the escort of the Heavenly Axis Realm experts, Nieli finally arrived at the center of the Lightning Deity's Lake. He started drawing inscription patterns with his demon blood and bombarded the Lightning Deity's Lake. Chapter 370. While Nieli was bombarding the Lightning Deity's Lake with inscription patterns, Gu Heng had already arrived with his men. Seeing Nieli's group gathered in the center of the Lightning Deity's Lake, Gu Heng was instantly enraged. He didn't know what method Nieli had used to destroy the Heiyun and Guyu deities' lakes. But now that he saw Nieli standing in the center of the Lightning Deity's Lake, he knew that Nieli was definitely preparing to destroy the Lightning Deity's Lake. With the Heiyun and Guyu deities' lakes gone, they only had the Lightning Deity's Lake left. But now, Nieli wasn't even going to leave the last deity's lake for them. Gu Heng was going crazy. Kill them all. Gu Heng roared as he pointed his long sword at Nieli's group. Soon, tens of thousands of people charged towards the Lightning Deity's Lake. Nieli, we'll do our best to hold them off. You have to hurry. Gu Heng's men are already here. Li Xingyun anxiously barked as she formed a tight defensive array with her men. Boom, boom, boom. An intense battle broke out. There were simply too many people on Gu Heng's side. They were 3 to 4 times more than the Tianqing League and the Demon League. They began to frantically attack the Tianqing League and the Demon League. Under Gu Heng's lead, over 300 Heavenly Axis Realm experts charged towards the Lightning Deity's Lake. Beside the Lightning Deity's Lake, the Tianqing League and the Demon League's experts were locked in a bitter battle. Gu Heng led over 300 Heavenly Axis Realm experts. They were simply invincible as they slaughtered their way towards the Lightning Deity's Lake. Nieli, we can't hold them off any longer. Gu Bei anxiously yelled. There were simply too many Heavenly Axis Realm experts. Boom! A lightning arrow struck Nieli, causing electricity to shoot out in all directions. Thankfully, Nieli was wearing a Grade 6 prized artifact set. Thus, a protective power was able to deflect the lightning arrow. If it weren't for that, Nieli would have been killed by the lightning arrow. Seeing the lightning arrow hit Nieli without any effect, Gu Heng felt extremely depressed. Yet another damned Grade 6 prized artifact. Stop them, Gu Bei said anxiously. A group of people rushed to block Gu Heng and the others. At this moment, Nieli was concentrating on blasting inscription patterns into the deity's pool. Very quickly, the inscription pattern array started to be perfected. They formed a revolving path of light. Success! Nieli smiled faintly. He could vaguely see a god root gradually appearing, and he reached out to grab it. Just at this moment, a Longyin suddenly blasted onto the inscription pattern array. With a loud bang, the inscription pattern array was shattered. What's going on? Nieli furrowed his brows for a brief moment. He realized that a few hundred meters away, one of Gu Heng's subordinates, a Heavenly Axis Realm expert that had integrated with a Dragon Bloodline demon spirit, was fighting with an expert from the Tianqing League. He was the one that released the Longyin. Nieli didn't know if that person was doing it on purpose. The Longyin struck the inscription pattern array, causing it to shatter. The god root that had just appeared with great difficulty hid back inside. Nieli quickly continued to write inscription patterns, preparing to repair the inscription pattern array. Nieli, we can't hold on much longer. Lu Piao and the rest anxiously yelled. It wouldn't be long before the 3,000 members of the Tianqing League and Demon League would be completely annihilated. All of you go to hell. Gu Hong had a sinister expression on his face as he fiercely pounced towards Nieli. Just as his sword was about to slash down, Li Xingyun stepped out from the side. Boom! Gu Heng's sword slashed onto Li Xingyun's body. A protective barrier formed around Li Xingyun's body, reflecting Gu Heng's attack. Gu Hong was simply depressed. He had no idea where Nieli, Li Xingyun, and the rest got so many grade 6 artifact sets. Although he was stronger than Li Xingyun, he couldn't even break through Li Xingyun's grade 6 artifact set with his own strength. Grade 6 artifact sets and a large amount of dragon bloodline, extraordinary growth rate demon spirits. The more he fought with the Tianqing League and the Demon League, the more frustrated he became. What annoyed Gu Hong wasn't that the Tianqing League and the Demon League were too strong, but that the Tianqing League and the Demon League were too rich. If he was given that much money, he would be able to create a powerful force. Furthermore, there was one more thing that annoyed him. He had no idea how much money the Tianqing League and the Demon League had. In such a short period of time, the Demon League already had over 6,000 people. Furthermore, many Heavenly Axis Realm experts had also joined the Demon League. If the Demon League continued to grow, then what? However, with the protection of the sex, although they could slightly restrict the development of the Demon League, what could they do? They couldn't stop the momentum of the Demon League that was like a hot knife through butter. Kill him! Gu Hong furiously barked. 6 Heavenly Axis Realm experts charged towards Li Xingyun. Protect Boss Xingyun. The surrounding experts all gathered around Li Xingyun. At this moment, the Tianqing League and the Demon League had already lost over 1,000 people. However, the casualties of Gu Heng's forces weren't light either. Over 2,000 people had died. The people of the Tianqing League and the Demon League weren't afraid of death. They stubbornly blocked Gu Heng's men. Although they were outnumbered, their morale was unstoppable. Their fighting intent soared to the sky. Before they died, they'd drag a few people down with them. The forces under Gu Hong were all depressed. How could they not be depressed when they encountered a group of wolves and tigers that would self-destruct at the slightest provocation? As for the Tianqing League and the Demon League, even if they died in battle, the spiritual stones they'd receive would guarantee that they wouldn't suffer a loss. If they could kill 1 or 2 more people, they'd still make a profit. So how could they not fight with their lives on the line? Just as the Heavenly Path and Demon League were about to be wiped out, a dark mass of people appeared in the distance. They were like a black cloud that was charging towards them. The reinforcements from the Tianqing League and the Demon League are here. The reinforcements numbered 8,000 to 9,000, and they charged towards the lightning deity's lake. Boss Xingyun, Boss Gubei, we're here to support you. War cries shook the heavens. Almost all of the Tianqing League and the Demon League's forces were mobilized. Although the number of experts they had was still a lot lower than Gu Heng's forces, they weren't inferior in terms of numbers. Seeing this scene, Gu Heng's face darkened. Since when did the Tianqing League and the Demon League have so many people? He hadn't even realized it yet. Not long ago, when the Demon League had just been established, Gu Hong didn't care about the Demon League at all. But now, the Demon League was a threat to them. With the addition of the Tianqing League, they could definitely be evenly matched with the dozens of forces he'd roped in. Just thinking about it made Gu Hong want to vomit blood. If he'd known earlier, he would have poisoned Gu Bei and turned Gu Bei into trash, just like his sister. Just when Gu Heng's 200 Heavenly Axis Realm experts surrounded Li Xingyun and the rest, over 100 Heavenly Axis Realm experts suddenly appeared and pounced towards Gu Heng's group. Just where did these 100 Heavenly Axis Realm experts come from? Since when did the Tianqing League and the Demon League have so many Heavenly Axis Realm experts? It wasn't easy for Gu Hong to borrow over 200 Heavenly Axis Realm experts. Who would have thought that the Tianqing League and the Demon League would suddenly have so many reinforcements? The baby would probably be born in a few days. He'd be staying in the hospital from morning to afternoon. In terms of updates, Snail would try his best to maintain the current updates. If he couldn't, he'd ask for a leave of absence. Chapter 371. What Gu Hong didn't know was that aside from the Tianqing League and the Demon League, Long Yuan had also sent over 100 Heavenly Axis Realm experts to help. Long Yuan's Profound Note League hadn't announced their alliance with the Tianqing League and the Demon League. However, in reality, the Profound Note League had been secretly supporting the Tianqing League and the Demon League. That included sending over 100 Heavenly Axis Realm experts to help the Tianqing League and the Demon League. These 100 Heavenly Axis Realm experts had all changed their appearances, so Gu Heng's men couldn't recognize them as Profound Note League's men. Since Gu Hong had found reinforcements, it wasn't surprising that the Tianqing League and the Demon League had found reinforcements as well. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, another 5,000 to 6,000 people flew over and joined the fray. These people were obviously helping Gu Hong. It's Li Yufeng's men. Li Xingyun frowned his brows. He never thought that Li Yufeng would also join the fray. However, Li Yufeng had always been in conflict with him, so it wasn't surprising that Li Yufeng would join the fray. Although Li Yufeng's Fengyi League was inferior to the Tianqing League in terms of experts, it was still a considerable force with many members. Li Yufeng himself didn't come. This was also Li Yufeng's style of doing things. He was a person who was stingy with his cultivation, so he didn't participate in the fray at all. This was also the reason why there weren't many experts following him. The Tianqing League and the Demon League were already in a disadvantageous position, so the pressure suddenly increased. However, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the rest had a very simple goal. They didn't want Gu Heng's men to get close to Nieli. Their defense was very solid, and Gu Heng's men couldn't get close at all. Nieli had already completed the inscription pattern array. Rays of light circulated, emitting a dazzling radiance. Under the pull of the inscription pattern array, a deity root slowly appeared. Stop him! Seeing this scene, Gu Hong shouted anxiously. He didn't know what Nieli was doing. If Nieli completed it, it would be troublesome. Streaks of Longyan shot towards Nieli. Just as the countless Longyan beams were about to hit Nieli, the 10 Heavenly Axis Realm experts from the Tianqing League and Demon League, who had integrated with the Dragon Bloodline Demon Spirit, stood in front of them. Bang! Bang! Countless Longyan exploded, and raging flames scattered in all directions. Although Longyan had caused some damage to those Heavenly Axis Realm experts, he had still managed to injure them. But it was not enough to kill them directly. Whoosh! 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 3 Longyan streaks passed through the gaps between the Heavenly Axis Realm experts at a crafty angle and shot towards the inscription pattern array below. A sinister expression flashed across Gu Heng's face. If he didn't dismember Nieli into 1,000 pieces, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. No matter what, he wouldn't let the lightning deity's lake be destroyed so easily. The 3 Longyan beams whistled over and were about to hit the inscription pattern array below. Facing the incoming Longyan beams, Nieli didn't move an inch. Nieli stood there motionlessly, his expression calm. He quickly extended his hand and grabbed the deity root in his hand. Boom! Boom! 3 Longyan beams bombarded Nieli's surroundings. One of them even exploded on Nieli's body, sending raging flames flying. The Grade 6 artifact set's barrier quickly opened up and blocked the flames. Not a single spark landed on Nieli's skin. The deity root was still in his hands. The corner of Nieli's mouth rose into a faint smile as he threw the deity root into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Since the deity root was in his hands, there was no longer a need to continue fighting. Brother Xingyun, Gu Bei, retreat. Conserve our strength. Nieli transmitted his voice to Li Xingyun and Gu Bei. Hearing Nieli's words, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the others rejoiced. Nieli had succeeded. What was the point of fighting? Let Gu Hong cry on his own. In any case, they weren't going to play with Gu Hong anymore. Everyone retreat. Gu Bei shouted. Charge out with me. Li Xingyun took the lead and charged out. The Tianqing League and Demon League's experts all charged out. Without the deity root, the lightning deity's lake began to crumble. Seeing this scene, how could Gu Hong not understand what had happened? His heart ached so much that he was on the verge of tears. This lightning deity's lake was his last remaining deity's lake. So what if he killed Nye Li's group? All 3 of his deity's lakes were gone. Not a single one was left. Nye Li, that goddamn bastard. If he wanted to fight for a new deity's lake, he would have to fight with the other forces. Moreover, he definitely couldn't find anything better than the Heiyun, Guyu, and lightning deity's lakes. I'm going to kill all of you. Gu Heng roared furiously as he led his subordinates to attack Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the others. Nye Li, Xiao Yu, Lu Piao, and the others followed Li Xingyun and Gu Bei, but the battle was too intense. Very soon, everyone was pushed away. Kill that brat. We must take his interspatial ring. Gu Heng pointed in Nye Li's direction as he cursed. Nye Li must have taken something from the lightning deity's lake and hidden it in his interspatial ring. He had to take it back. A group of people surrounded Nye Li. When Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the rest saw this, they immediately wanted to rush over to help Nye Li. Don't worry about me. You guys retreat first. Nye Li hastily yelled. His deity, root, wasn't in his interspatial ring, but the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. At most, he'd just die here. Even if he died, the deity root wouldn't be taken back by Gu Heng. At most, he'd have to stay in the Sky Soul Institute for a period of time. A group of Heavenly Axis Realm experts surrounded Nye Li. Bang! 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 Streams of energy bombarded the barrier around Nye Li, causing the barrier to show signs of shattering. Once the Grade 6 artifact's barrier shattered, Nye Li would undoubtedly die. With his strength, it was impossible for him to fight against a Heavenly Axis Realm expert. I have to put the Grade 6 artifact set into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting before the barrier breaks, and I'm killed. Nye Li thought to himself. This Grade 6 artifact set definitely couldn't fall into the hands of Gu Heng. A group of Heavenly Axis Realm experts pounced towards Nye Li. Just when Nye Li was about to put away the Grade 6 artifact set, Xiao Yu, who was standing beside Nye Li, suddenly extended her hand and grabbed onto Nye Li. Follow me, Xiao Yu urgently said. Her left hand quickly activated the inscription pattern array on the ring on her index finger. Streaks of light quickly enveloped Nye Li and Xiao Yu. A strange space-time fluctuation quickly spread out. Nye Li was also shocked in his heart. He never thought that the ordinary-looking ring on Xiao Yu's finger would actually be a space-time artifact. Seeing this scene and feeling the strange space-time fluctuation, Gu Heng was shocked and barked, "Quick, stop them!" Streaks of Longyan shot towards Nye Li and Xiao Yu. One of the Longyan hit Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu let out a groan. However, she still managed to activate the artifact on her finger in time. With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared. They actually let Nye Li and Xiao Yu escape. At the sight of this, Gu Heng's eyes turned bloodshot. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. 3 deities' lakes were destroyed, but the culprit actually escaped? Chapter 372. Seeing that Nye Li and Xiao Yu had disappeared, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest were overjoyed. Since Nye Li had already escaped, what was there for them to worry about? Everyone retreat. Li Xingyun shouted. The Demon League and Tianqing League split into dozens of forces and charged out, fighting as they retreated. Gu Heng led his men and chased for a few hundred miles. Although both sides suffered casualties, more than half of the Tianqing League and Demon League's forces retreated safely. Gu Heng could only watch as the Tianqing League and Demon League's forces left. After a quick calculation, the Tianqing League and Demon League's forces suffered over 5,000 casualties, while his side suffered over 6,000 casualties. On Li Yufeng's side, there were also over 1,000 casualties. 3 deities' lakes were gone, and the death toll was even higher than that of the Tianqing League and Demon League. Gu Heng was extremely depressed. As Gu Heng watched the Tianqing League and Demon League's forces disappear into the distant horizon, his eyes flashed with anger. If it was a simple revenge, the elders might not care. However, you guys even dare to destroy someone's deity's lakes. I don't believe that the elders will sit idly by. Gu Bei, I want to see if you can still hold your position as the first-in-line successor. Gu Heng led a group of people in the direction of the Hagami Munyan. He must instigate the elders to impeach Gu Bei. Destroying 3 of his deity's lakes was simply too vicious. He must make Gu Bei pay the price. One day later, in the Sky Soul Institute, in Gu Bei's courtyard, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, Lu Piao, and the rest gathered together once again. Why isn't Yeli back yet? Gu Bei frowned and asked with some doubt. The inscription pattern array that Xiaoyu released at the end seems to be some kind of mysterious space-time array. Anyway, they have already set up their life souls. At worst, they will be killed once. There's no need to worry about them. Li Xingyun said with a smile. The outside world was so vast and boundless, it was not a good idea for them to send people to search for it. Gu Bei nodded and said, "All right, then forget it for now." Lu Piao wasn't worried about Nyeli. They were talking about the arrangements of the Tianqing League and the Demon League, as well as the compensation for the members who would die later. A servant hurried in. This person was called Gu Teng, one of Gu Bei's direct subordinates. Well, it just received news. Gu Heng and the rest are contacting the elders of the Gu clan to impeach you. Gu Teng said anxiously. Impeach me? Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. It seems to be because the Tianqing League and the Demon League destroyed 3 of their deities' lakes. Gu Teng reported. Gu Bei frowned. Something like destroying the deities' lakes had never happened before. It was indeed a little too much. However, what if Gu Heng poisoned his sister? That was the cruelest and most vicious thing to do. This was an eye for an eye. How is Gu Heng going to impeach me? Gu Bei asked with a frown. Since Gu Heng wanted to do something, he had to be on guard. Li Xingyun and Lu Piao were also listening by the side. They couldn't help much when it involved the internal affairs of the Gu clan. They could only follow behind and give suggestions. Gu Heng has gathered more than 10 elders of the Gu clan and is going to put pressure on the patriarch. He wants you to give up your position as the first successor or compensate for the loss of 3 deities' lakes. One of the elders was a supporter of Miss Gulan and had secretly told her about this news. Miss Gu asked me to pass the message to you. Gu Teng said. A cold light flashed across Gu Bei's eyes. Before he displayed his strength, Gu Heng had always been the first successor of the Gu clan. Many elders were on good terms with Gu Heng. This time, they had destroyed 3 of Gu Heng's deities' lakes. Gu Heng was definitely not satisfied, so he wanted to use the power of the Gu clan to deal with Gu Bei. Gu Bei, what are you going to do? Lu Piao looked at Gu Bei and asked. Gu Bei was silent for a moment. After thinking for a while, she said, I have an idea. Gu Teng, go and investigate which elders Gu Heng has contacted. Yes. Gu Teng bowed. Gu Bei started to get busy. In a deep and secluded valley in the macro world. This place was surrounded by steep cliffs, and in the middle was a valley with lush flowers and grass. Spring water flowed, and the forest was dense. The heavenly energy here was also much denser than other places. It was unknown how far this place was from Hagami Munyan. Nyeli had never been to this place in his previous life. After Xiaoyu activated the space-time array in her ring, she brought Nyeli to this valley, avoiding the pursuit of Gu Heng's group. However, Xiaoyu was also heavily injured. He was almost killed by Long Yin's attack. Xiaoyu was only at the heavenly fate realm. After being attacked by Long Yin, his body was covered in black burns. With his current cultivation, it would be hard for him to recover. Nyeli couldn't help but feel guilty that he should have bought a 6th-grade artifact set for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu struggled to sit up against a tree. He struggled to raise his head to look at Nyeli and weakly said, My injuries are already hard to heal. You might as well just kill me. That way, I can revive in the Soul Palace. Although your injuries are serious, it's not hopeless. Nyeli squatted beside Xiaoyu and checked his injuries. He smiled confidently and said, As long as your soul realm isn't completely shattered, it won't be a problem for me. Xiaoyu revealed an awkward expression on his face as he said, Forget it. Since you can be saved, why do you want to give up on healing? Nyeli didn't understand. He looked at the ring on Xiaoyu's finger and said, I didn't expect you to be hiding something. This seems to be a space-time ancient treasure. Even I didn't recognize it before. This treasure seems to be connected to your bloodline and has fused with you. Xiao Yu looked down at the ring on her finger and said with a distant gaze, "I'm an orphan. I was adopted by my foster father. At that time, I was just a baby and didn't know anything. Anything related to my past is gone. All that's left is this ring. To me, this ring has a very important meaning. It's the only proof of my existence in this world." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli smiled and shook his head. A person's existence isn't something that can be proven by an item. I don't know if you've heard of this phrase. Empty like this life, quiet like a flower, illusory and faintly discernible. But the heart is like a clear mirror. When a person comes to this world, they are originally empty. Your existence doesn't need anyone to prove it. You just need to enjoy the process of life with a happy heart. Where you come from is actually not that important. Xiao Yu stared blankly at Nieli. Although Nieli was younger than him, he was like a wise man who had already seen through the falsehood. Hearing Nieli's words of consolation, his lonely heart seemed to have obtained a trace of comfort. Xiao Yu looked at the ring on his finger and solemnly said, "Although I understand what you're trying to say, and I will do the same as you and savor the process of life, I still want to know its origin." Chapter 373. Okay, I'll help you heal your wounds. Nieli looked at Xiao Yu and said, "No need." Xiao Yu paused for a moment, looking a little bashful and embarrassed. Nieli creased his brows. "If you don't heal, your wounds won't be able to be healed. When that time comes, it will greatly affect your own cultivation. Healing is too troublesome. I'll just go back to Soul Palace and directly revive," Xiao Yu said resolutely. He seemed a bit restless. "Although your wounds look very serious and cover your entire body, healing isn't troublesome at all. At most, it'll take 1 or 2 hours." Nieli creased his brows and said, "Compared to losing a stage of cultivation, this is clearly much simpler and more appropriate." Xiao Yu's expression was anxious as he shook his head. "Forget it. There's no need." His entire body was covered in burns. If he wanted to recover, wouldn't that be, "Are you worried about my medical skills?" Don't worry. I guarantee that in less than 2 hours, you'll return to your original handsome appearance. When that time comes, Huang Ying and the others will still scream when they see you." Nieli laughed and said, "I didn't mean it like that." Xiao Yu hastily wanted to explain that he had a reason that was hard to say. Then what's there to hesitate about? We're all men. There's no need to be so distant. Nieli extended his hand and grabbed Xiao Yu's shoulder to check on Xiao Yu's wounds. He prepared to heal Xiao Yu. "Speaking of which, you were injured because of me, so I have a duty to heal you. Don't worry about my medical skills. I guarantee that your cultivation will be even higher than before." "No, I really don't need it." Xiao Yu raised his hand with difficulty, wanting to stop Nieli. Nieli was confused. What was wrong with Xiao Yu? He could clearly be healed, but he insisted on dying once and then reviving in Soul Palace? Could it be that after being sprayed by Long Yin, his brain was spoiled? In order to save him, Xiao Yu was seriously injured. Nieli already felt guilty enough, but Xiao Yu still wanted to die. Wouldn't that make him feel even more guilty? "No matter what, I will definitely cure you." Nieli stretched out his hand and sealed Xiao Yu's acupuncture points, making Xiao Yu unable to move. "I really can't," Xiao Yu said anxiously. "Don't say any more. I understand." Nieli tapped on Xiao Yu's neck, causing Xiao Yu to be unable to speak. Xiao Yu could only stare at Nieli with her black and spirited eyes. Nieli had sealed her acupuncture points. She couldn't move at all and couldn't even speak. Whoa! Xiao Yu struggled with all her might. She twisted her body, but it was completely useless. Her clear eyes were filled with anxiety. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Nieli patted Xiao Yu's shoulder as he lowered his head to look at Nieli's skin. The corner of his mouth rose into a slight smile. It was merely a burn from the dragon flames and didn't harm his soul realm. It could still be treated. The one who used Long Yin's attack was at least a Heavenly Star Realm expert. Logically speaking, Xiao Yu should have been killed in one hit. However, because Xiao Yu used the space-time array on her ring to block a portion of Long Yin's attack, Xiao Yu is only seriously injured. With Xiao Yu's Heavenly Fate Realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to recover from being injured by a Heavenly Star Realm Long Yin's attack. Logically speaking, a heavenly fate realm cultivation shouldn't be able to treat Xiao Yu's injuries. However, Nellie was different from others. With Li's methods, it was more than enough to treat Xiao Yu's injuries. Whoa! Xiao Yu's face turned red when she saw Li examining her body. She desperately wanted to say something. However, she couldn't say anything. Li patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, "This injury is nothing. It'll heal very quickly. I'll help you take off your clothes first." Rip, Li slowly tore apart Xiao Yu's clothes. Very soon, Xiao Yu's shoulders were completely exposed. Li took out a bottle of ointment from his spatial ring, dipped it in some medicinal paste, and slowly applied it on Xiao Yu's shoulders. While applying the ointment, Li also injected his heavenly energy into Xiao Yu's shoulder. The skin on Xiao Yu's shoulders slowly recovered its rosy and fair complexion. The degree of delicacy was not inferior to Xiao Yu's when she wasn't injured. It was so delicate that even women would be jealous of it. "How is it? Do you believe in my ability now?" Li said with satisfaction. His heavenly energy seeped into Xiao Yu's body and completely healed the internal injuries on Xiao Yu's body. Whoa! Xiao Yu kept struggling. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. "I understand." Li patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said with a confident smile. He applied the ointment and slowly healed the injuries on Xiao Yu's face, neck, and shoulders. It was exactly the same as before. It had to be said that Xiao Yu was indeed beautiful. It was no wonder that Huang Ying and the others had a soft spot for Xiao Yu. Even Li couldn't help but feel a little jealous. The top is healed. Next is the bottom. Li lifted Xiao Yu up and then put him down on the ground. With a rip, he tore off all the clothes on Xiao Yu's back. Xiao Yu's chest seemed to be injured. There were a lot of bandages wrapped around it. Li directly tore off all the bandages, revealing Xiao Yu's entire back. Xiao Yu's back was covered with hideous burns. Whoa! Xiao Yu kept twisting his body. His face was red to the neck. His eyes were filled with shock, but he couldn't speak at all. Li smeared the medicinal paste on Xiao Yu's back and then slowly applied it. The burn wounds on Xiao Yu's back quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A brief moment later, his entire back became incomparably smooth. His skin glowed with a jade-like luster, and his two exquisite shoulder blades looked like they were carved out of white jade. Li was dumbfounded by this sight. His skin could simply be described as ice and jade. Li couldn't help but sigh. If Xiao Yu was a woman, he would definitely charm a lot of men. Li quickly expelled the unrealistic thoughts in his head and focused on treating Xiao Yu's burns. Soon, the wounds on his back were all healed. Li also tore off Xiao Yu's pants, revealing his slender thighs. He began to treat it. He slowly smeared the ointment on every burn on his thighs and then carefully massaged them. Traces of heavenly energy were injected into Xiao Yu's body. After a while, the burns on his thighs were all healed. That tight and slender thighs could be said to be perfect. There was no flaw at all. Li didn't know how to describe it. It looked like Xiao Yu had been living like a prince since he was young. He'd been raised too well. And Xiao Yu's throat emitted a strange sound. Li's hands almost massaged the back of his thighs. A trace of strange heat passed through Li's palms into his body. Although he couldn't move, that clear feeling was constantly transmitted. "Thank you everyone for your blessings." He saw some arguments about why the snail called his daughter a golden daughter. In fact, the various titles in modern times weren't so exquisite. The reason why he called his daughter a golden daughter was because his daughter lacked gold in the 5 elements. He felt that the title of golden daughter was quite good. Chapter 374. Xiao Yu struggled for a long time, but to no avail. She could only open her eyes wide and helplessly accept her fate. After treating her back, Li flipped Xiao Yu over and made Xiao Yu sit beside a big tree. Li was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. Xiao Yu is very slender. Her chest is flat and clean. Although there are a few burns on the front, it's not serious. You could see a lot of snow-white skin. However, the skin on her chest is intact. The white skin is densely covered with a mysterious tattoo. This tattoo is extremely complicated, like some kind of extremely profound inscription pattern. Even Nieli doesn't understand it at all. This inscription pattern is probably related to Xiao Yu's background, a strange ring with the power of time and space. As well as this strange inscription pattern, it's all very profound. Nieli guessed that Xiao Yu probably has an extraordinary background. Being stared at by Nieli, Xiao Yu's face turned red all the way to her neck. She could only slightly turn her head away. Nieli shrugged and said, "I say, we're all men. What's there to be ashamed of?" Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu looked a little ashamed and angry. Nieli started to treat Xiao Yu's front. He applied medicinal paste on Xiao Yu's wounds and slowly massaged them, carefully treating every wound. Nieli looked abnormally serious as he lowered his head to treat her wounds. Xiao Yu looked a little absent-minded. Her eyes flickered, not knowing what she was thinking. "I say, can you not look at me like that? It's giving me goosebumps," Nieli said gloomily. "Xiao Yu wouldn't have that kind of weird fetish and like men, right?" However, Nieli still healed all the wounds on Xiao Yu's body, leaving only a few private places for Xiao Yu to heal herself. Nieli was about to release Xiao Yu's acupuncture points when his gaze once again fell on the mysterious inscription pattern array on Xiao Yu's chest. Vaguely, Nieli seemed to feel a mysterious energy fluctuation spreading from the inscription pattern array on Xiao Yu's chest. It was as if the surrounding time had stopped. His gaze fell on it. It was as if he was attracted by a magnet, and it was difficult for him to move away. Nieli's heart is filled with doubt. Just what is the inscription pattern on Xiao Yu's body? Nieli subconsciously reached out his hand slowly. He touched the inscription pattern on Xiao Yu's chest. It was as if his body was no longer under his control, attracted by deep power. Woo woo woo. Xiao Yu's body violently twisted for a moment. However, Nieli acted as if he didn't hear it all. His right hand has already covered the mysterious inscription pattern. Bang! A mysterious power surged out, only to see the inscription pattern array on Xiao Yu's chest quickly revolving. Mysterious inscription pattern chains quickly extended in all directions, and then locked onto Nieli's body. A deep whirlpool pulled Nieli's consciousness into it. Nieli completely lost consciousness. After a long time, Nieli's consciousness entered a dark and vast space. Just like that, he quietly sat cross-legged, surrounded by a boundless emptiness. A kind of fear of nothingness assaulted him from all directions. "Where's this?" Nieli frowned in doubt. Why did he touch the inscription pattern array on Xiao Yu's chest? Why did it become like this? Nieli felt that the surrounding space was filled with a powerful will. Compared to this powerful will, his own was like a drop in the ocean. This is the space inside the void spirit array. A deep and hoarse voice came from the end of the endless space. Void spirit array? Nieli frowned for a moment. Very quickly, he recalled some information about the void spirit array. This was an inscription pattern array that only people who had cultivated the heavens divination technique to an extremely powerful level could set up. Heavens divination technique. It was a mysterious, forbidden technique. In the space-time controlled by the Holy Emperor, the heavens divination technique absolutely could not be learned. If someone learned the heavens divination technique and was found out, they would be chased to death by the Holy Emperor's divine generals. However, although it was forbidden to learn, there were still countless people with lofty ideals who passed down the secret technique. There were still many people who cultivated the heavens divination technique. It was said that the heavens divination technique, they could inherit the heavenly Tao and break through the space-time seal set up by the Holy Emperor. However, once the cultivation of those who cultivated the heavens divination technique reached a certain level, they would be detected by the Holy Emperor and die without a doubt. Therefore, there were only a few people in history who could cultivate the heavens divination technique to the level of being able to set up a void spirit array. The strength of these people had already reached an unimaginable level. To a certain extent, they could even fight against the Holy Emperor. That's right, this void spirit array was set up on my daughter when I was alive. That was already something that happened millions of years ago. I fought against the Holy Emperor and eventually fell. In order to protect my only daughter, I used a secret space-time technique to teleport my daughter to the present millions of years in the future. It was because I caught a trace of an intense space-time aura in this space-time. There was an existence who had cultivated the heavens divination technique to the same realm as me. Your daughter? Nelly furrowed his brows. Could this person be referring to Xiaoyu? Although he had always suspected that Xiaoyu was a woman, Nelly had never been able to confirm it. Thinking of Xiaoyu's flat chest, Nelly bitterly smiled. Just now, Nelly thought that he had already confirmed that Xiaoyu was a man. The voice didn't seem to care about what Nelly was thinking as it continued. Although I don't know where that expert is, I can sense an intense space-time aura from your body. His body contained an intense space-time aura. Could it be the 2 remnant pages of the temporal demon spirit book? Or something else? Senior, may I ask why you placed the void spirit array on your daughter's chest? Nelly asked as he looked into the void. My wife and I have sealed our entire lifetime's worth of cultivation into our daughter's bloodline through this void spirit array. As time passes, our daughter's bloodline will slowly awaken and she will become an expert that surpasses us. However, with her current strength, she still won't be able to fight against the Holy Emperor. We can only wait for that expert who has cultivated the heavens divination technique to the pinnacle. The voice resounded. I wonder if there's anything I can help you with? Nelly asked after a brief pondering. The void spirit array, sucking his consciousness, and was probably the intention of this expert. This expert must have a reason for doing so. Although I don't know where you came from, I can feel that my daughter's relationship with you isn't ordinary, the voice said. Cough, cough. Nelly couldn't help feeling a little awkward. Previously, he didn't know that Xiaoyu was a woman. Now that he knows that Xiaoyu is a woman, Nelly couldn't help feeling a little awkward. Xiaoyu's entire body seemed to have been touched by him. We are indeed very good friends. Nelly awkwardly smiled. Since you're her good friend, I would like to entrust you with something, the voice said. Senior, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it. Nelly straightforwardly replied. After all, his relationship with Xiaoyu was pretty good. Previously, he was saved by Xiaoyu and even touched Xiaoyu. If he didn't agree to her father's request, it would be a little too much. Chapter 375. I can sense the aura of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting from you. I didn't think that you'd actually obtain this ancient artifact. Furthermore, you've completely fused with it. The voice sighed with emotion. Nieli was inwardly startled. He didn't think that Xiaoyu's father would be able to sense the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting hidden in Nieli's soul realm. Once the power in my daughter's bloodline is released, she'll possess the cultivation we had when we were alive. The aura of the heavens divination technique will be exposed, and the Holy Emperor will be able to sense it. Therefore, I would like to ask you to send my daughter into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting before the power in her bloodline awakens. That way, she'll be able to escape this calamity, said the voice. Isn't it just sending her into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting? No problem. Nieli patted his chest and said, May I ask when the power in Xiaoyu's bloodline will awaken? The voice hesitated for a moment before it finally said, Either when her cultivation has reached the martial ancestor realm, or when she's a married woman. Hearing this, Nieli was clearly stunned for a moment before a strange expression flashed across his face. Thinking about it, reaching the martial ancestor realm shouldn't be difficult. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting is indeed an astonishing treasure. It can form a small world within it. Back then, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting caused a series of battles. One time, 2 pinnacle experts risked their lives to hide the painting in order to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Holy Emperor. In the end, both of them died in the hands of the Holy Emperor. The voice sighed. This was the space-time domain of the Holy Emperor. Any existence that could threaten the Holy Emperor, be it a person or a treasure, would be eliminated by the Holy Emperor the moment the Holy Emperor learned of it. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was also one of the treasures that the Holy Emperor wanted to eliminate. However, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was still preserved by some people with lofty ideals. Back then, in order to fight against the Holy Emperor, countless experts fell. Until today, there's only one method left that can keep the Holy Emperor in check. That was the ancestral godland, which had been created by countless powerful beings, had suppressed one of the Holy Emperor's demonic bones, causing the Holy Emperor to temporarily be unable to use all of his power. The Holy Emperor could only use his doppelganger to control this space-time. This doppelganger's strength is only 1/10 of his main bodies, so it gave us some opportunities. Otherwise, the dozens of nearby domains would have been barren. They were all refined by the Holy Emperor, the voice said with a sigh. Nieli's heart shuddered when he heard that voice. It turned out that the Holy Emperor's devil bone had been suppressed by the ancestral godland. In a decisive battle in his previous life, Nieli felt that the Holy Emperor was unexpectedly weak. It looked like the Holy Emperor had yet to recover his peak strength. According to what Nieli knew, the reason why the Sage Emperor had become so fearless in his previous life was because the Holy Maiden of the ancestral godland had suddenly disappeared. The ancestral godland had also been destroyed by a golden flame. Perhaps it was because the Holy Emperor hadn't had the time to recover his strength after the ancestral godland was destroyed. In this life, how was he going to resolve this situation? Nieli remained silent for a long time. Although the Holy Emperor is very powerful, you don't have to be too pessimistic. There are many powerful beings hiding in the corners of the various domains. They're diligently cultivating, ready to confront the Holy Emperor at any time. The tiny world in the Draconic Ruins realm was a seal placed by a powerful being before his death. Even the Holy Emperor couldn't break it. That powerful being hid many treasures in the tiny world. If you can obtain those treasures, they might be of great help to you. The seal of the tiny world is extremely powerful. Only people from the tiny world can enter and exit it. My daughter happens to be from the tiny world, so she might be able to help you, the voice said. Hearing the words of Xiao Yu's father, Nieli finally understood the ins and outs of the tiny world seal. So this was the origin of the tiny world. What Xiao Yu's father didn't know was that Nieli also came from the tiny world. He didn't know that the tiny world was hiding some treasures. Just what kind of treasures were hidden there? The Temporal Demon Spirit Book, Thunder God's Meteorite Sword, and Nightmare Demon Pot should be one of them. Although Nieli had also found treasures like the Green Poison Pearl, those treasures paled in comparison to the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, Thunder God's Meteorite Sword, and Nightmare Demon Pot. Nieli never thought that the tiny world would be so important. Only the natives of the tiny world could freely enter and exit it. No wonder the Yao Shun sect wanted to nurture a force in the tiny world and let the Demon Beast clan control the entire tiny world. After understanding all of this, the fog in Nieli's heart gradually dispersed. So that's how it is. When the next entrance to the tiny world opens, he must enter it as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to obtain the treasures of the tiny world before the experts of the Yaoshan sect. Although Nieli had been reborn, he felt that he already knew a lot of things. However, there were still many mysteries that he couldn't solve. For example, the mysterious Kong, Ming the Great. Nieli had no idea who he was or where he was right now. I'll leave my daughter in your hands. Senior, rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will touch a single hair on your daughter. Of course, I can't guarantee anything if I'm dead. Nieli shrugged. Hearing Nieli's words, the voice lightly laughed and said, If you can hide, then hide. If you can't, then that's fate. Since that's the case, you can go back first. The voice gradually faded into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Nieli's consciousness slowly withdrew and returned to his own body. He pinched his right hand, and a strange feeling was transmitted into his palm. The softness and fullness were so plump that he couldn't even grasp them with one hand. What is this? A crisp sound rang out. Nieli instantly felt a burning pain on his face. He opened his eyes and saw that Xiaoyu had already put on her clothes and was glaring at Nieli. Pervert! Xiaoyu couldn't help spitting out. Her face was still burning hot. Nieli's consciousness had entered Xiaoyu's body for roughly 2 hours. The acupuncture points on Xiao Yu's body had already been automatically unsealed. However, what was that feeling just now? Nelly looked at Xiao Yu's chest. It was clearly flat. Could it be his misconception? Could it be that he had fallen asleep? Nelly shrugged and said, I didn't know you were a woman. Who asked you to pretend to be a man all the time? You. Xiao Yu was depressed. She thought of what happened just now. Her whole body was touched by Nelly. However, this wasn't Nelly's fault. Who asked her to pretend to be a man all the time? Thinking of how she was put on the ground by Nelly and massaged naked, Xiao Yu's cheeks were burning. Forget it. Today's matter. You can just pretend that nothing happened. Xiao Yu shook her hand and said with a little resentment, although she knew that she suffered a loss. What could she do to Nelly? Chapter 376. Seeing Xiao Yu's sullen look, Nelly couldn't help but find it funny. He never thought that things would turn out like this. He always thought that Xiao Yu was a man, but who knew that Xiao Yu hid it so deeply? It probably has a lot to do with the inscription patterns on Xiao Yu's chest. Nelly looked at Xiao Yu and said, How's your recovery? Xiao Yu couldn't help but think about what happened earlier. She turned her head away with a burning face. I'm fine. Xiao Yu's voice was very soft. That's good. Nelly nodded and said, Since you've recovered, let's go back. Xiao Yu responded. Nelly stood up. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching him. Be careful. Nelly immediately pulled Xiao Yu's hand and hid in the nearby forest. Then he dipped his right hand in some demon blood and quickly wrote inscription patterns. One after another, inscription patterns flowed out. At the same time, his right hand pointed at Xiao Yu's chest. Pervert. Xiao Yu's face was ashen. Nelly just took advantage of her, and now he's doing it again? Nelly grabbed Xiao Yu's wrist with his left hand and covered Xiao Yu's mouth with his right hand. He said in a low voice, If you don't want to die, then don't talk. Xiao Yu was hugged from behind by Nelly. She whimpered and struggled, but was unable to break free. Her eyes were filled with shame and indignation. She could only let Nelly hug her from behind. That strange feeling made her cheeks burn. Nelly and Xiao Yu hid together behind a tree, their eyes fixed on the forest outside. They held their breaths because they felt that the auras were extremely strong, not something they could resist at the moment. As for whether or not the inscription patterns on their bodies could avoid being tracked, Nelly wasn't sure. After spending so much effort to survive, if he would be killed here again, it would be too much of a waste. When Xiao Yu wriggled just now, Nelly could feel Xiao Yu's perky and soft buttocks. He couldn't help but recall some of his experiences in the tomb of the god of death in the nether realm. In the past, she thought that Xiao Yu was a man, so she didn't feel anything. But now, Nelly couldn't help but curse inwardly. To be honest, although Xiao Yu was dressed in men's clothing, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Nelly collected his thoughts and stared into the distance with a sharp gaze. But at this moment, two figures landed on a grassland in the distance. These were two experts of other races. One was covered in hair, the other had crimson ears. They were obviously experts of the demon race. Just now, I clearly felt two auras here, but I don't know where they went. The two auras just now should have nothing to do with that kid. That kid's aura isn't so weak. The two demon race experts were talking. These two demon race experts should be tracking someone. That kid killed so many of our people. If I don't kill him, it will be hard to resolve the hatred in my heart. One of the demon race experts said while gnashing his teeth, his eyes searching around. He clearly felt two extremely weak auras, but after rushing over, why couldn't he feel any auras at all? Logically speaking, such two weak auras shouldn't be able to escape their perception at all. These two demon race experts searched around. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally understood. So it turned out that Nelly had sensed the two demon race experts. That's why he had acted earlier. Although her posture was extremely ambiguous with Nelly, Xiao Yu didn't dare to move and held her breath. Sensing that one of the demon race experts was heading their way, Nelly's heart couldn't help racing. According to his judgment, these two demon race experts were at least heavenly axis realm existences. The moment they got within 10 meters of Nelly and Xiao Yu, they'd easily see through Nelly and Xiao Yu's concealment. At that time, with Nelly and Xiao Yu's strength, they wouldn't be a match for these two heavenly Axis Realm experts. It was simply impossible for him to be a match for two heavenly Axis Realm experts. He'd be easily killed. Just when that demon race expert was about to approach Niel Li and Xiao Yu, he suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Over there, that demon race expert's eyes flashed with joy. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures quickly flew over. Seeing the two demon race experts far away, Niel Li finally felt relieved. Only then did Niel Li feel relieved. Let go of me. Xiao Yu struggled a little as she spoke in a soft voice. Thinking of today's encounter, she wished that she could find a hole to hide in. Niel Li released Xiao Yu and said, "The situation was urgent. I had no choice but to do what I did earlier." Xiao Yu glanced at Niel Li with a little depression. She naturally understood that Niel Li didn't do it on purpose. However, how could she not be bothered? The two demon race experts have left. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave quickly, Niel Li said. Just when he was about to leave, he saw a figure standing 2 meters away from them. Niel Li's heart slightly trembled. Niel Li glanced at the other party. It was a small child. Aside from a pair of sharp, furry ears, he looked no different from an ordinary human. He looked like a 13 or 14-year-old child with an extremely handsome appearance. Although the other party looked like a 13 or 14-year-old child, Niel Li didn't dare to be careless. The age of the demon race was different from that of humans. Although he looked like a 13 or 14-year-old child, there was a high possibility that he was an old demon that had lived for thousands of years. He blinked his eyes and examined Niel Li and Xiao Yu with his clear eyes. Although he didn't know what the other party's intention was, Niel Li's expression was tense and vigilant at all times. Although he couldn't tell how strong the other party was, he was sure that the guy in front of him was stronger than the two demon race experts. He was able to approach them silently and was only a few meters away from them. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Which divine sect are you from? Hagami Myunmyun or Skyblaze sect? He looked at Niel Li and Xiao Yu and asked with a smile. Who are you? Niel Li looked at the other party and asked. He didn't understand what the other party's intention was. My name is Wiyazi. I'm already over 80 years old. You guys should call me Grandpa. I asked you a question, but you guys didn't answer first. Instead, you came to ask me? Wiyazi said with an air of seniority. Hearing Wiyazi's words, Niel Li smiled in his heart. This demon had only lived for 80 years. He was still a child in the demon race. Many demons at this age didn't even have spiritual wisdom. However, this Wiyazi should have a higher spiritual wisdom. Judging from Wiyazi's tone, it didn't seem like there was any malice. If the other party wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. You demon clans aren't the same as us humans. An 80-year-old is still a child among the demon clans. Niel Li shrugged. Aren't you two children? Wiyazi said a little gloomily. Then, he put on a straight face. Aren't you worried that I'll kill both of you? You're only at the heavenly fate realm. Taking care of the little guy was very tiring. He couldn't even sleep at night. During the day, he had to run around with the birth certificate and vaccination. Recently, he's been too busy, so he didn't update much. When Snail is done, he'll take a break and then update normally. I'm very sorry. Chapter 377. Niel Li faintly smiled as he looked at Wiyazi. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done a long time ago. Indeed, with their strength at the heavenly fate realm, they weren't a match for Wiyazi. Wiyazi shrugged. Consider yourselves lucky to have run into me. Since we've come to the outside world, we've already prepared ourselves to die. There's no such thing as good or bad luck. Niel Li calmly looked at Wiyazi. He didn't know the origins of this demon race youth. There are space-time fluctuations coming from your bodies. Wiyazi's gaze swept across Niel Li and Xiao Yu with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Niel Li's heart trembled. He never thought that Wiyazi's perception would be so keen. He paid attention to the changes in Wiyazi's expression. Xiao Yu stood beside Niel Li in silence. She understood that Wiyazi's strength far surpassed theirs. The more she spoke, the more likely she'd make a mistake. Thus, it was better for her to remain silent. But don't worry, I have no enmity with you. I won't do anything to you for no reason. Wiyazi shrugged. He looked at Nieli and Xiaoyu. You're also here for the Void Illusionary Divine Palace, right? Void Illusionary Divine Palace? Nieli slightly furrowed his brows as he pondered. Seeing Nieli and Xiaoyu's clueless expressions, Wuyazi was stunned for a moment. You're not here for the Void Illusionary Divine Palace? If you're not here for the Void Illusionary Divine Palace, then why are you here? Don't you know that this place is dangerous? Nieli recalled what kind of place the Void Illusionary Divine Palace was. The Void Illusionary Divine Palace was a palace left behind by an ancient powerhouse. This palace opened once every 6 years, and because there were many secret treasures in the palace, every time it opened, countless masters would flock to it. In his previous life, Nieli had heard of the Void Illusionary Divine Palace's legends. There were many treasures in the Void Illusionary Divine Palace, but they were also filled with hidden dangers. Roughly 60 years later, the Yaoshin sect entered the Void Illusionary Divine Palace and opened the treasury of that ancient powerhouse. Wuyazi pondered for a moment, then said, My questions were unnecessary. With your heavenly fate, realm strength, entering the Void Illusionary Divine Palace will only lead to death. Wuyazi waved his hand. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible. With Nieli and Xiaoyu's strength, it'd be extremely difficult for them to enter the Void Illusionary Divine Palace. Even if they encountered other Demon Clan experts, they'd only end up dead. Why were those 2 Demon Clan experts chasing you just now? Nieli pretended to casually ask. That's right. How could those 2 idiots be my match? The Yaoshin sect has 6 spiritual halls. They're from the Fire Spirit Hall, and I'm from the Rain Spirit Hall. Earlier, I obtained an unknown object near the Void Illusionary Divine Palace. They wanted to steal it from me, but I killed a few of them. Then they started chasing me. I could have easily killed those 2, but if I killed them, I'd be exposed. That's why I couldn't be bothered to make a move against them, Wuyazi said with a little arrogance. An unknown object? What is it? Nieli asked after pondering for a moment. Wuyazi clearly didn't place Nieli in his eyes. He wasn't on guard against Nieli either. You 2 are only in the heavenly fate realm, so there's no harm in showing it to you. This round stone was about the size of a fist, and its entire body was pure and translucent. Although no energy fluctuations could be felt from it, there were rays of red light within it, as if it was boiling. That's it. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's something good. Wuyazi looked very happy. He had nothing to do here anyway. Chatting with Nieli and Xiaoyu for a while wasn't a big deal. He'd leave after hiding for a while. As for Nieli and Xiaoyu, he'd soon forget about them. Nieli's gaze fell on the stone in Wuyazi's hand. He laughed involuntarily and said, Red smoke stone, you know what this is? Wuyazi's interest was immediately piqued. He looked at Nieli and asked, Of course, this red smoke rock is indeed a rare item, extremely rare, but it's not a treasure. At most, it could be used to forge a grade 5 artifact. Nieli shrugged. That's impossible. You're kidding me, right? Wuyazi immediately looked at Nieli warily. I don't believe that such a rare item isn't a treasure. A rare item isn't necessarily a treasure. If you don't believe me, go look through the God of Crafts book in the God of Crafts Pavilion. It's page 761. Nieli shrugged and said indifferently, God of Crafts book? I think I have one here. Wuyazi immediately rummaged through his spatial ring. After a long time, he took out a tattered book. Although I took a few pages to the toilet last time, it's still usable. I wonder if page 761 is still here. Wuyazi flipped to page 761. There was indeed an introduction to the red smoke stone. It was exactly the same as the item in his hand. Wuyazi suddenly felt as if he had swallowed a fly. So this is what I got after spending so much time and effort, and I even killed dozens of people for this thing? Wuyazi said angrily. He was a little depressed when he thought of how he had been chased all the way. Nieli laughed. That's why I say, you should read some books before you fight. Get lost. I hate it when people ask me to read. My old man always makes me read those stupid books. I'm so annoyed. Wuyazi waved his hand. He thought for a moment and rolled his eyes. Anyway, I got this thing. Although it's not anything good, since it's so rare, I'll sell it to my friend's best friends. I think I can make a lot of money. Anyway, they definitely won't recognize what it is. At Weazi's words, Nieli and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, speechless. Becoming Weazi's best friends was really bad luck. Weazi re-examined Nieli and said, I never thought that you'd be so knowledgeable even though your cultivation is only in the heavenly fate realm. Xiao Yu couldn't help glancing at Nieli. Indeed, she admired Nieli's knowledge. Nieli looked at Weazi and smiled. You'll definitely get nothing if you go to the void, illusionary divine palace like this. Don't tell me you know something about the void, illusionary divine palace. Weazi couldn't help looking at Nieli. I do know a little. Nieli pondered. Weazi didn't seem reliable. If he entered the void, illusionary divine palace and obtained something good, it might not necessarily belong to him or Xiao Yu. Weazi's brows twitched. The void, illusionary divine palace is surrounded by the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array. For thousands of years, countless martial ancestor realm experts have been unable to break it. They can't enter the void, illusionary divine palace. However, there were people who accidentally entered and obtained quite a few good things. Weazi rolled his eyes and said, Do you guys want to go in with me? The 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array isn't hard to break, but we're only in the heavenly fate realm. We'll just be throwing our lives away. Let's not go. Nieli shook his head. Chapter 378. At Nieli's words, Weazi felt extremely depressed. If Nieli had said that he couldn't break the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array, then forget it. At worst, he'd just go by himself. However, if Nieli said that he could break the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array, then Nieli wouldn't go. Nieli was just like many others. He was just trying his luck. After all, passing through the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array was too difficult. Can you really break the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array? You're not lying to me, right? Why don't you tell me the method to break the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array? If I get anything good from the void, illusionary divine palace, then I'll share it with you. How about it? Weazi looked at Nieli. The 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array has over 1,000 variations. Every variation requires a different method to break it. If I tell you all of them, can you remember them all? Nieli looked at Weazi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Why else would it be called the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array? At Nieli's words, Weazi felt a headache coming on. Even if Nieli told Weazi the method to break the array, Weazi still wouldn't be able to break it. Xiao Yu couldn't help smiling inwardly when she heard the conversation between Nieli and Weazi. Weazi would soon fall for Nieli's trap. Although she didn't know if Nieli was telling the truth, she was certain that Nieli must have a motive for acting this way. Weazi pondered for a moment before saying, How about this? I'll take you to the void, illusionary divine palace, and you help me break the 1,000 illusionary soul bewildering array. We'll split the loot 50-50. I'm not going. Nieli shook his head and looked at Xiao Yu. Let's hurry and leave this place. Wait, Weazi shouted. What? Nieli looked at Weazi. Weazi clenched his teeth and said, If you guys don't go to the void, illusionary divine palace, then you're dead. Since we've come to the macro world, it's inevitable that we'll die. If we die, we die. What's the big deal? Nieli shrugged and looked at Weazi. Are you going to do it? Hearing Nieli's words, Weazi's tone softened as he said, Of course not. There are too many people from the Yao Shen sect nearby. Without my protection, you can't go back at all. Since you're going to die anyway, why not follow me to the void, illusionary divine palace? It's not that we don't want to go, but on the way, if someone sees us with the Yao Shen sect, it will be very dangerous. If that happens, we won't be able to wash ourselves clean, even if we jump into the Yellow River. Nieli snorted. Sectarian bias. As far as I'm concerned, as long as the demon race and the human race don't steal from me, then they're not my enemies. Weazi snorted. Anyone who tries to steal from me will be killed. Even if you don't mind, What will the Yaoshan sect think if they see you with two humans? Nieli added. Wiyazi pondered. Nieli's words made sense. Do you have any good ideas? Nieli pondered for a long time, then said, It's not like I don't have any. What is it? Wiyazi's eyes lit up. Nieli looked at Wiyazi and asked, Have you heard of a secret technique called the demon blood sacrifice? Demon blood sacrifice? That won't do. Wiyazi hurriedly shook his head. This is a taboo for us demons. Then forget it. There's no other way. Nieli shrugged. What's the demon blood sacrifice? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. I've only heard of the demon blood sacrifice. It's a ritual in which the demon race offers some demon blood. It can allow humans to possess the appearance and aura of the demon clan. This way, we'll be able to fool our way through and won't be killed by the other demon clans. Nieli pretended to be confused. Xiaoyu's question was simply too timely. Then help us complete the demon blood sacrifice. He won't suffer any losses. He just needs to offer some demon blood. Why is he unwilling? Xiaoyu asked curiously. I don't know. Nieli shrugged. Wiyazi looked at Nieli. How much did Nieli know about the demon blood sacrifice? In Nieli's mind, the demon blood sacrifice was only used to deceive the other demons. We can't deceive them. We also don't want to be seen with the demon race experts. So forget it. Nieli shrugged. Let's hurry and leave. Wiyazi looked at Nieli and Xiaoyu. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Before Nieli and Xiaoyu came here, they had entrusted their fate spirits. If Nieli and Xiaoyu couldn't return alive, the effect of the demon blood sacrifice would automatically disappear. Wiyazi pondered and made his decision. They couldn't blame him for burning the bridge after crossing it. The power of the demon blood sacrifice couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of two humans. Just as Nieli and Xiaoyu were about to leave, Wiyazi called out to Nieli and Xiaoyu. Wait. Nieli turned to look at Wiyazi and asked, What is it? I've thought about it. I can perform the demon blood sacrifice for you too. However, you can't stray more than a kilometer away from me until we leave the void, illusionary, divine palace. You'll be free once we leave. Wiyazi looked at Nieli and Xiaoyu. Nieli gave Wiyazi a deep look. All right. I'll give you the demon blood. A sharp weapon appeared in Wiyazi's hand. He cut his wrist, and drops of demon blood dripped down. Then, Wiyazi stored them in a bottle. A brief moment later, Wiyazi collected a bottle of demon blood and threw it over to Nieli. Nieli kept the bottle of demon blood in his hand and dipped his finger in it. Right. How do you draw the inscription pattern array for the demon blood sacrifice? Nieli raised his head and asked Wiyazi. Nieli didn't know how to draw the inscription pattern array for the demon blood sacrifice, which made Wiyazi feel more at ease. It seemed that Nieli really didn't know how to use the demon blood sacrifice. This is how you write it. Wiyazi began to teach Nieli. As Nieli wrote down the inscription patterns, they slowly formed into an inscription pattern array. It rapidly rotated on Nieli's body and blossomed with dazzling light. Wiyazi extended his right hand and pointed at the center of the inscription pattern array. Boundless energy poured into the demon blood sacrifice inscription pattern array. Rays of light quickly spread out. With Wiyazi's help, the inscription pattern array quickly disappeared into Nieli's body. Nieli could feel traces of mysterious energy flowing through his blood. It was Wiyazi's demon blood. It flowed through Nieli's veins and lay dormant there. Nieli sensed for a moment. He didn't know where Wiyazi came from. Wiyazi's demon blood contained boundless energy. It seemed like Wiyazi's bloodline wasn't simple. All right, your demon blood sacrifice is complete. Wiyazi glanced at Nieli and said, Soon, Xiaoyu also completed her demon blood sacrifice. Although Xiaoyu didn't know the exact purpose of the demon blood sacrifice, she had a vague feeling that it wasn't as simple as Nieli had said, that it wasn't just a disguise.